Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second symposium on Las Voces del Pueblo, the first generation of Chicano activists from communities of the Central Coast counties from the 1960s to the 1990s. The purpose of these symposiums have been to record the activities of Chicana activists during this period of time. Many of these brave warriors challenged school boards, city councils, county board of supervisors, and the legal system to treat Chicanos in a better way, to treat them with equality. This happened during the time that it wasn't popular to do anything was this progressive. This group of Chicano activists also fought to protect the rights of farm workers, to expand affordable housing for farm workers and low-income people. This was especially crucial because at this particular time, farm workers were living in labor camps and dilapidated housing. So their work was very important, and their voices, their efforts have not been recorded. And so the whole idea here is to record all this work that has been done by all of these individuals. Unfortunately, many of these individuals, we've lost many of these individuals due to, age and medical conditions, and of course now COVID-19. That's the urgency of trying to get this symposium done, is that we have had lost in the last, year, we've lost many of these brave warriors, people that have been active for a very long time. In the announcement, we have included a memorial page giving recognition to all those Chicano activists that have been, that were very active, and unfortunately their voices will not be recorded. So that's the urgency that we have right now. We want to, before we lose more people, we want to make sure that their voices are recorded, their efforts are recorded for posterity purposes, so the younger generation of Chicanas and Chicanos can listen to the voices, can listen to some of the things that they have accomplished. For the last 50 years, Chicanos throughout the whole country have been active in the Chicano movement, making different changes, and they have all been, using different approaches. And here in Monterey County, in the Central Coast counties, we have had a very unique approach in terms of utilizing the Voting Rights Act and challenging how election systems were being applied. Chicanos here in Watsonville challenged the at-large election, which resulted in polarized voting and black voting for Chicanos, which prevented Chicanos from getting elected. LULAC here in this area also challenged the city and got a consent decree and would force the city of Salinas to hire Chicanos in the fire department. LULAC also challenged KSBW, the relicensing process for the bias reporting and the lack of hiring Chicanos. And then we also had, of course, in the city of Greenfield, a little city that people don't know that there was so much activity there. You always had Chicanos that were running for public office, mayors, the first Chicano mayors, and they have just done a tremendous amount of work. And we'll hear from all of these people today. So I wanted to start by giving David Martin the opportunity to welcome us all here. I just want to thank MPC the administration and the faculty and the staff for all the support they've given us to the symposiums. Thank you, David.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Serrana, and everybody, good morning and welcome to the second edition of the symposium. I wanted to welcome everybody and thank you for your time this morning. I'd also like to thank first and foremost Professor Serrana for all of the great work that he has done over the last several months to bring us together this morning. I'd also like to take a moment and thank the panelists that we'll be hearing from this afternoon. You are the reason we are here to hear your stories and to learn from you. So we're very thankful that you have taken time to be with us this morning. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the wonderful faculty and staff in our social sciences division who have supported this event all the way up until this morning and will continue to support throughout the day. I'd also like to take a moment and thank and welcome our students and our community members who are going to be participating today. We're excited to have you join us this morning. Lastly, I just wanted to thank everybody for being here, for taking time out of your Saturday to learn the rich history of the peninsula. And I am very much looking forward to spending the morning and the afternoon with you, learning from the stories that have shaped the past that have brought us here to the present. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, Professor Serrana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, David Martin. So I would like to ask Frank to now include the recording of State Senator Ana Caballero and Senator Bill Manning.
Good morning, everyone. I am State Senator Ana Caballero. I represent the 12th Senate District, which includes the Salinas Valley, San Benito, and Merced counties, and portions of Fresno, Madera, and Stanislaus counties. Although we are not together in person today, I want to give you a warm welcome to the second Chicano Symposium and thank everyone who made this important event happen. Symposiums like these create the opportunity to share our lived experience, talk about the challenges that we face as immigrants and people of color, and to come together to learn, grow, and be in the community. In a year with so much collective pain, where our people have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, where we lost many of the pillars of our families and communities, and were confronted by homophobia, racial animosity, and violent public attacks on our civil liberties, we need the opportunity to come together to remind us that we are strong, resilient, and can make a difference in our communities. Events like this also remind us that when we work together, we can make change happen. As the first Latina elected as mayor of the city of Salinas, the first woman as well, the first Latina assemblywoman elected to the 28th Assembly District, and the first Latina senator elected to the 12th Senate District, breaking long-standing barriers is something that I am very familiar with. However, being the first in these positions has not been intimidating. It's been empowering. And I did not do it alone. I did it with the help of many, many allies that wanted change, that wanted representation, and that wanted to be heard. And so they joined me. Our voices, perspectives, and lived experiences as Chicanas and Chicanos are important to create a dialogue, a conversation, and a call to action. Organizing our brothers and sisters to be politically active, understand that an issue is important, and getting them to the polls to vote can take lots of work, and it takes lots of organizing. Such an effort took place in Watsonville when Chicana community leaders filed a lawsuit, Gomez versus the city of Watsonville, to replace the city's at-large election system, a system that in effect prevented Chicanos and Chicanas from winning a council seat due to polarized voting. Because of this lawsuit, the voting system was changed, and it enabled Chicano and Chicana members of the community who had been disenfranchised to become elected members of the City Council and to have their voices heard in a significant way. I was so proud to have been able to see the same outcome occur in the city of Salinas, thanks to collaboration with fellow advocates in our community, such as Fernando Armenta, Roberto Ocampo, Simon Salinas, Lydia Villarreal, Juan Uranga. We all worked together to make things happen. And today, I'm pleased to see the city of Greenfield moving to implement a district-based election system as well. History shows us that we can see remarkable change right in our own backyard when people of color have a seat at the table, speak up against injustice, and demand change. This is why today we look for guidance from the past, applaud the work being done in the present, and remain ever vigilant for our future. Once again, I want to welcome you to today's symposium, and I hope that you feel empowered with what you learned today and inspired to get involved in making our community flourish. Welcome and enjoy the day.
Well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm California State Senate Majority Leader Emeritus Bill Monning. I want to thank David Serena and all of those who have pulled together to organize this second symposium in the series of Las Voces del Pueblo symposia. David's leadership and those of you who participate today marks not only an opportunity to share and review and build on the history that is indeed the history of California, but also to focus on the continued struggles that face all of us in achieving equality and self-determination in this country. Today's focus, I know, will look at the struggles to achieve Chicano Studies, Ethnic Studies at Hartnell College, and what became a model for other junior colleges, state universities, UC, and what continue to be the focal point of struggles to bring ethnic studies into curricula, to make it mandatory, as we did with our votes in Sacramento, that law now being implemented. Challenged, though, of course, as we know, by those who argue somehow that critical race theory is a negative. They're using that terminology as a pejorative. Those who want to erase history, those who want to ignore history, they reveal their commitment to a history and a status quo of oppression, repression, and racism that is at the very center of the focus of ethnic studies, Chicano studies, in the struggles that you'll hear about today. Also, very closely linked, the struggle for voting rights, the work of Joaquin Avila, Cruz Gomez, and Watsonville in a Supreme Court case that won the right to district elections to bring fair and equal representation to minority communities who had been gerrymandered or diluted through at-large elections. With those legal victories that were backed by organizing victories, we saw the transformation of political power in the Pajaro Valley, the Salinas Valley, winning majorities in city councils, Chicano majorities in city councils in Watsonville, Salinas, and now through South County in Monterey County. So I'll just close by, again, thanking David for his leadership, thanking all of you, the leaders who will be sharing your histories and experience as panel members, to all of those students and younger generation activists who may be participating today. It is critical that we review these histories to continue to make history and to remember the critical role of organizational power, the work of LULAC, of MALDEF, CRLA, the United Farm Workers Union. Change doesn't come through the aspiration of single individuals. Change comes from the concerted and collaborative efforts of those who form organizations committed to voting rights, to equal rights, to Chicano rights, And so I stand with you as an ally. I thank you for the work in your leadership. David, again, thank you. All the best with today's panels, and more importantly, for the work to come. Si se puede, mil gracias. Adelante.
Well, yeah, so thank you very much, both Ana Caballero and Bill Manning, for those kind words. You know, these guys have been activists all their lives, always in the forefront, fighting with us for to try to bring about change. So we're going to move now on to the Chicano Studies panel. So Frank will now bring everybody up to the panel. I think that, Frank, just for your information, I think Bill Melendez is having a hard time connecting. I sent you a short email with his email, just so that you can get him to connect it here. So
no problem. Yes, I sent him an email. He should be joining us shortly.
Okay. So you should have gotten an email, Bob, and so just look at the email and click on it, and you should be able to get on. Thank you. Good morning, Aurora. Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Oh, I was muted. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning.
Villarreal. Good morning, Aurelia Bacaflor. Good morning, Juan Oliveres. It's good to see all of you today. Bob Melendez should be joining us in a few minutes. He was trying to get connected. So I'm going to, you know, Chicano studies is such an important issue. Ethnic studies is so important in our communities. And today, you know, this issue is being discussed nationwide and here in the state of California, and right here at Hartnell, we had had a lot of success due to the hard work of the individuals that you'll be hearing from today. So I wanted to start first of all with Dr. Juan Oliveres, who was born and raised, I think, right here in Salinas, spent most of his life here. He's a graduate of Berkeley in sociology, a PhD in sociology, and was very, very instrumental in studying Chicano studies at Hartnell. Just Juan, just for your information, we have Anthony Villarreal, who is also a sociology professor at MPC, and he will be doing the questions at the end of the session. So we'll start with you, Juan. So go ahead. You need to turn on your voice. You need to turn on your voice, Juan. We can't hear you. So you need to turn on your.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so first, of course, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I also want to thank you for the list that you made of the people that are not with us today, and one of them was Patricia Oliveres, and so I thank you for mentioning, you know, putting her on that list of people that was very active in our community. In terms of the Chicano Studies program, when I first heard about the issues at Hartnell College in 1980, I did graduate from Hartnell College, San Jose State, and UC Berkeley. But when I was at Berkeley, a friend of mine called me, and name is Herman Peña. He passed away a few years ago. But he kind of said, hey, there's some stuff happening at Hartnell. They need a Chicano Studies teacher. Apparently he had heard about it. I did not know anything about it. It was in the spring of 1980. So I called the college and spoke to the dean at that time, Manuel Rivera, and he told me, well, Dr. Manuel Rivera, and he told me that there was a class to be taught, and it was a course in Chicano history. Some students had complained because the class generally was being taught by a white professor who was, he was also in sociology, but the course was really a history course on Chicanos. And from what the students told me, they were kind of upset that pretty much he wasn't teaching much history of the Chicanos because he was really just asking them about their own histories, which is okay as long as you're also providing some historical knowledge to them. Anyway, I came and I taught the course in the spring of 1980, and there were students, Mecha students in particular, who were very involved in these protests, and also some of these students had also been elected to the ASB. So between those two groups, meaning of students, and related to that, I was writing my dissertation on the Chicano student movement at San Jose State. So I really did care a lot about what students were doing and what they, what impact they were having. And obviously they were having an impact with the demonstration, protests, arguing for Chicano studies to be taught by a Chicano or Chicana. And at the time, so I was fortunate by the summer to actually get the job to teach and political science actually, and history, and sociology. Later, I got history and all, besides. Anyway, there was a lot of stuff that was going on at that time. But one of the things that as a historian, it was important to me was the fact of how Chicanos have been here for all these years and how there's very little history about us, and also distorted history of Chicanos. And I think that one of the things that Acuña, Rodolfo Acuña at Northridge, he had written a history book, and I pretty much agreed with a lot of what he had written, and also I was inspired by a lot of the Chicano leaders when I came here, and a lot of the people, especially LULAC members and the Chicano students, wanted to kind of, they wanted their own program with their own teacher. They wanted to have a say in that. They were involved in the committee that selected me to be the instructor to go on and put together an ethnic studies program. Actually, my job was to put together a Chicano Studies program, but then I found out that the state of California did not have Chicano Studies as a discipline. So what I had to do was make it ethnic studies, and under ethnic studies, teach courses on Chicanos. Some people were upset because most of the courses were on Chicanos instead, and only one course was on ethnic groups, a kind of an overview of race relations in this country. At that time, back in 1980, a more popular term for minorities was third world students. And so in the beginning, I did refer to the people that I would be studying in the class, third world, but we changed it to ethnic studies and an introduction to ethnic studies. But most of the other courses were courses that I had learned from other universities like Northridge and like UC Berkeley and Fresno State, and that people, and also that the community wanted too, were part of what was involved in the selection of the courses. Now, I have my education includes AA in social sciences, history and political science, a BA in political science and history. It's actually social science. And then later I did put in a year at San Jose State in sociology, and I was about to get my master's when I got admitted to Berkeley. So then I decided to get my master's at Berkeley instead. So I worked on my dissertation, and I decided it was going to be on students and the history that they, and their impact on the colleges and universities, especially as it related to ethnic studies, Chicano studies, and creating these kind of programs. I participated in protests at UC Berkeley and at San Jose State, demanding Chicano studies and ethnic studies. So this was something that was part of what I had already been doing, even though at that time I was working at the University of California, Berkeley, and recruiting students. But at the time, it was kind of hard to get part-time jobs. And even though I had a master's from Berkeley. So after that, I did get that, my areas even in Berkeley, and one of the areas is ethnic studies. Another one was Chicano studies at Berkeley. And the other ones were sociological, so I won't mention them. But I do want to mention, if I didn't, I may have already, that the person who invited me was a person named Herman Peña. I think I did. But anyway, I wanted to just make sure that I mentioned him. And also Dr. Manuel Rivera, because he made it easier for me to do what I had to do to get that Chicano studies, which we were able to accomplish by my second year. Also, I want to thank David Serena, as the affirmative action officer at the time, was also very helpful to me because he was here before I was. And so he was also an important person to make my life easier as I was trying to navigate through this process. It wasn't as hard as some people had it at San Jose and Berkeley when back in the late 60s and 69 when I was involved there. So to me, I didn't think of it as that hard because I did have David, I had Roberto, and by the way, Roberto Melendez too was a real champion. And so I had people who were, and ASB, and Mecha. And Mecha and ASB were predominantly female students who were elected to the ASB and also were members of Mecha. Not to say that there wasn't any males, there were, but the females were the leaders of these groups. And they were very active in wanting to learn more about Chicanos and Chicano studies. As a matter of fact, Melinda Rocha, as a student, was very active in that too. And if I recall correctly, I think she was even on the committee that selected me to be the professor. Again, Roberto, David, Manuel, Mecha, ASB, these are all people that were kind of our allies and made this work. We also had a few Chicanas who worked in administration, as secretaries, but who also helped me in the process when I was going through the process of getting the program to be accepted. So what I wanted to talk about now is a little bit about, again, some of the courses that were selected and why. For example, the ethnic study one, of course, it's an overview and it included Chicanos, African Americans, Native Americans, and Asian Americans. By this time, by 1980, we had books that had, various, all the different groups, and primarily out of sociology, because history kind of denied, they didn't like to talk about inequality. They kept talking about equality and about how we were fighting for equality, but never talking about how inequality occurred and how it was pretty much promoted through our government and our constitution, even though people claim that it did just the opposite. But as we can see now with the Electoral College and a bunch of other things that we realize that maybe not so much. And one other course that really was taught that they wanted me to teach was Chicano leadership. And that's kind of unusual compared to some of the other courses that I'll mention here that I think were more common for people to want to see. So Chicano leadership, by that we meant the national, state, and local leaders, and of course, including people like Cesar Chavez, Tijerina, Jorge Gonzalez, Jose Angel Gutierrez. As I read this list, I noticed that there wasn't, I didn't mention any women, so maybe I'll mention at least Dolores Huerta. But at the time, the women were being kept out of a lot of the leadership positions. Now, eventually they did take them, and as we can see today, and as we heard today from Ana Caballero, and you know, other women now that are very active and major leaders in the Chicano experience. The other course was a course that I borrowed from UC Berkeley and Professor Carlos Munoz taught, which was called Chicanos in American Society, which really dealt with the issue of identity and also power and the role that education can play in our histories and in our progress and success, really. And so it was a very important course that a lot of students really did like, because it really dealt with all Chicanos and all the walks of life. And another course was Chicano culture, because I guess people wanted to know more about who we were. And this is where I think where I have a problem with the putting all the different groups together, always using the word Latino instead of being able to say Mexican American or Chicano or Mexican. I think that we need to be able to mention who we really are, and that Chicanos really is people who are Mexican American, or at least have some Mexican in them, like myself, who have Mexican, and even though I have Puerto Rican blood, I very much identify with my Mexican roots. And so I really do think that we need to learn, and later on I did teach history of Mexico. And I think it's very important to kind of not let ourselves be put under any other kind of rubric like Latinos or Latinx or Chicanx or whatever. At least I'm one of those who doesn't subscribe to that change. And I'll talk about that in a moment, because I do have something to say about that. The other course that we taught, and I think even Simon Salinas got a chance to teach this course, and I think maybe also the leadership course at Hartnell in Chicano Studies, and that's Chicano politics. And by Chicano politics, I don't mean only politics like in elections and stuff like that, even though those are important. But I was thinking more in terms of Chicano movements and organizations like LULAC and like the movements of Cesar Chavez and farm workers of Tijerina in terms of our culture and our land grants and stuff like that. And Jorge Gonzalez in terms of identity and self-determination. And Jose Angel Gutierrez in terms of political, you know, trying to get Chicanos to realize how important it is to vote and to get elected and to serve, and hopefully serve the interests of their communities. And so those are the courses that I taught. Now, some of that came because of my own background in sociology, history, and political science, but still, I think they were very important. And here's a moment for me to talk about Latinx. It's going to be brief, so you don't have to worry about that. But I do think that to me, I don't like that we're using Latinx and Chicanx because the O in Spanish is masculine. I think that to be just changing, and what occurred to me was that nobody thinks of all the other languages and whether they are more masculine or patriarchal, and say, let's change the end of every country and or group and add an X instead of an O or A or whatever the heck it is to indicate that we're talking about all the different sexual or sex groups or whatever. I think that here we already have designations for those who do not identify in a binary, sexual way, and that's the LGBTQ and sometimes other letters, which I think can be used in all the languages. And there's no need to get rid of the O in Spanish, which I think it's odd, weird that we're going to try to change the Spanish language and get rid of Latino and what Latina, so to me, I think that it's not necessary to change any language for that one thing, because those groups are already accepted in all the groups, should be accepted in all the groups. And shouldn't be only the Spanish language has to be changed to satisfy some people. Last here,
Juan, can we need to transfer over to the other speakers?
Well, give me just 1 minute, okay? Okay. It is important in Chicano studies to emphasize our Mexican roots, including indigenous influences and Spanish influences in the U.S. Also U.S., especially in the lands taken from Mexico, the now American Southwest. There was a war. It was taken from Mexico by conquest. It was not given nor sold by Mexicans. It was by Mexicans. It was ruled by Mexicans before, from 1821 to 1848. And before that, of course, by the Spaniards, and for almost 300 years. Actually, yeah, 300 years. Again, Chicanos, it is connected to our history in Mexico. And thank you. And I'm sorry if I overextended myself.
Thank you very much, Juan. That's really important that we have that kind of introduction. So thank you very much. And thank you for all the hard work you've done and that you continue to do. I really appreciate, I think all of us really appreciate the work that you have done at Hartnell. And thank you for all your participation all these years. Aurora, you're next.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for being here to listen to our stories as longtime Chicano and Chicana instructors of Hartnell College. For me, it's been more than a 40-year journey filled with many struggles, joys, and tears. Before I tell you about that journey, let me tell you a little bit about my history so you can understand why we instituted the programs we did. I was born and raised in the San Joaquin Valley of Mexican immigrant parents. I grew up speaking Spanish and knowing that I was Mexicana because our parents always instilled pride in our language and culture. And they always said to be proud of being Mexicana. So it was that I grew up as a happy bilingual Mexicanita in a multi-ethnic community, playing school and always being the teacher to the neighborhood kids on weekends and on rainy afternoons. When I was in high school, for the first time, I went to Mexico with my parents to meet the many relatives that we had heard so much about. And I was so excited about this vacation because I had chosen it over a quinceañera celebration. I was looking so forward to this trip and anticipated an excellent vacation. Lo and behold, shortly after arriving, I was being called Pocha or Pochita to lessen the blow. I'm not a Pocha. I'm a Mexicana like you. No, you're not. You can't even speak Spanish as well as your parents. You don't even know our culture and you can't write very well. Wow, what a blow. I was shocked. I felt diminished, denigrated, ashamed. I didn't know how to feel, but I felt like I didn't belong. I came home feeling so inadequate and angry. I felt these inadequacies were my fault. I didn't want to tell anyone how I was feeling, especially not my parents. I didn't want to disappoint them and tell them I wasn't feeling so Mexicana anymore. So I struggled silently with these thoughts and with this confusion for a long time. I didn't accept being called pocha, and I didn't like to be treated as a second-class citizen. So I signed up for Spanish classes at my high school, determined to measure up. Much to my dismay, these classes were not structured for Spanish speakers. They were for students learning the language, and I didn't need to learn to say, ¿Cómo se llama usted? What a disappointment. I felt cheated. Where were the classes for students like me? I tried again at Merced College. The classes were quite challenging. I was learning a lot about Spain, literature, Don Quixote, but everything felt so foreign. I felt disconnected and disinterested with my learning. Something was missing, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. Finally, when I transferred to UC Davis, I found the classes that satisfied my needs. Spanish classes that were being taught by Chicanos. They provided readings about our literature, people, accomplished writers who were Chicanos and Chicanas. I was overjoyed and thrilled, and so impressed with the professionalism of our Chicano professors. These classes were changing my life. I had an epiphany. I wanted to be like them. I wanted to teach classes like these for students like me, and I wanted to do it at the community college level. I had found my calling. A year later, my participation in the Education Abroad program in Mexico City helped me develop an appreciation of my ancestors' culture, literature, and history, and gave me a deeper understanding of my Mexican heritage and who I was. When I came to Salinas in '78 to accept the teaching position, I came as a confident, full-fledged identifying Chicana, ready to implement my dream of developing a Spanish program for students like me. The importance of our predecessors who paved the way for our hiring and helped us to remain in our positions should never be forgotten. For me, at Hartnell College, it began with Dr. Manuel Rivera, who was acting VP of Instruction. He wanted a program for Spanish speakers. Our goals matched, and the job fit me to a T. I don't fail to recognize his influence in convincing the president, Dr. Madsen, that I was the best and most suited candidate for the position, despite hearing snide remarks behind my back that I had only been given the job because I was Chicana. Aurelia Bacaflor and I became fast friends. Both being workaholics and perfectionists, we formed an unbreakable bond and unstoppable team. When the bar was high, we went higher. When unrealistic midnight deadlines were set, we stayed till midnight and met the goals. Throughout our entire career, we worked tirelessly, perfecting the endless reports we knew would be judged by a higher standard. Our Spanish department became the first within the community college system to develop courses for Spanish speakers, and then in the 90s to add courses for Chicano students. This was unheard of. We were pioneers within the California community college system. Our students who received their AA degrees were coming back in the summer to take our Spanish classes because their campuses, UC Berkeley, Santa Barbara, San Jose State, didn't offer these classes. We were so proud to have a program that was meeting the needs of our community. Yet we faced many hardships. We were constantly challenged, having to defend our program time and again over the next 40 years. In the summer of '79, Enrique Mendez Flores, my husband-to-be, helped me develop a Chicano literature class that I would propose to my department. After a year of debate and with the backing of Dr. Rivera, it passed curriculum and I was finally able to teach it in 1980. In these first cohorts of students, I had the honor of teaching David Serena, your host of these Chicano Symposiums, and Simon Salinas, our former councilman, assemblyman, and supervisor. I distinctly remember Simon telling me that he was going to pursue his Juris Doctor degree. Wow, I was impressed. He was so young and already knew his calling. Years later, I would be a member of the committee that selected him to teach at Hartnell. While researching my documents for this presentation, I came across a paper written by David Serena in that first Chicano literature class of 41 years ago, and I'm going to share a few of his thoughts. He said he didn't know Chicano literature existed. He had never read about his experiences expressed in the writings of other Chicanos. All the literature he had read prior to this class seemed so dry and lifeless. He couldn't relate to it, but now he was reading about his most intimate experiences and his truths through the published stories of Chicano and Chicana writers. He was fascinated by these stories and by our discussions that centered around our lives, that he was now spending entire weekends reading Chicano literature. He finally felt validated. And that is precisely why the programs and courses we develop are critical to the students of our community. They validate their existence and foster the development of their learning. The courses we teach, the material we select, and the discussions we direct can make or break a student. In 1980, another significant accomplishment for the validation of our students was the organization of a massive Chicano conference. Enrique Mendez Flores, acting as community liaison, volunteered to organize the conference, which we named Chicanos and Chicanas in the 80s and beyond. With the endorsement of our Dean, Dr. Rivera, with the backing of the sole Chicano trustee, Gustavo de la Torre, and with the formation of a strong organizing committee, the conference came to fruition. One of the 4 students who played an integral role on the committee was Hermelinda Rocha, who became an educator and is currently teaching for Hartnell. The faculty component consisted of the only 2 full-time Chicanos, Roberto Melendez and yours truly, Aurora Mendez. The conference proved to be a great success with Chicano participants from all over California. It had a strong and positive impact on Hartnell, on students, and in the community. During Dr. Rivera's administration, the hiring of Rosemary Ibarra as director of the Reading and Writing Lab played a critical role in the development of our students' writing skills and advancement of their career choices. Our Chicano students were finally beginning to feel welcomed in their college. When Dr. Rivera left, we had another fantastic and progressive dean, Dr. Dan Ibsen. He was an open-minded Chicano sympathizer who supported us tremendously in all of our endeavors, despite being called Mexican lover by some of his peers. He encouraged Aurelia Vacaflor and me to publish the material we developed for Chicano students. We eventually did publish those books, and they are currently being used at Hartnell today. I accompanied Dr. Ibsen on numerous meetings to explain and justify our 3 strands of Spanish to the Hartnell community. When the first course of Spanish for Chicano students went to the board for approval, it was immediately pulled for examination by a board member who asked if we now intended to teach street Spanish at Hartnell. Thus, the need arose for me to develop some lessons and educate the board. The college president, Dr. Hart, didn't want to be a member of one of the classes. He preferred to just observe. But I sternly said, tonight, every member of the board will become a student of Spanish in his appropriate strand and level of learning. Juan Martinez, being the sole Chicano on the board, will become a student of Spanish for Chicanos. It was quite a successful evening in which all members witnessed how we taught the distinct strands of Spanish and how I addressed Juan's language needs for Chicano students. all without using street Spanish. Over the years, we added to our ranks Chicano professionals and sympathizers such as David Bond's first full-time math instructor, Chicano math instructor, Imelda Hermosillo, EOPS director, Teresa Carvajal and Millicent Madrigal, DSPS counselors, Ron Wadi, Mark Weber, Polly Jimenez, board member. Additionally, several of us campaigned, walking the streets of Salinas on weekends to elect board members Demetrio Pruneda, Bill Freeman, and Ray Montemayor. With their expertise and empathy towards students of color, our Chicano student population continued to grow. As faculty, to gain leverage and maintain a united front, we formed La Raza Faculty and Staff Association. During this period, I received an endowment for the Humanities Award to study Chicano literature. I felt so honored to be one of 12 professors in the US chosen to study under the auspices of Professor Luis Leal. In the 90s, I was selected as the instructor for the highly solicited Boronda Travel Study Scholarship to Mexico, in which I was able to apply my skills for students of diverse needs. In 1990, Aurelia Bacaflor was hired on a permanent basis. It came to our attention that the president preferred to hire the third-ranking candidate who didn't even meet the qualifications. But thanks to the sole Chicano trustee, the late Ray Villas, our top-notch candidate was hired. In the early 90s, Dr. Hart created a bilingual consortium of 23 community colleges, of which I was selected lead teacher and director of a group of students for one semester in Spain. I'm happy to report that the 3 students representing Hartnell were all Chicanas. During an upcoming accreditation review, I became faculty co-chair of the accreditation self-study report, along with VP of Instruction, Dr. Lidia Ledesma. It was with her backing that I took on the editing of this massive project. When I became president of the Academic Senate, I operated under a double standard. I was so mistreated by Anglo faculty that I decided not to devote another year of my life to this endeavor. In '94, I received a Fulbright scholarship to teach Chicano literature in Argentina. This was such a highlight of my career, yet it would be a grueling year-long process that needed board approval. At the pivotal board meeting, Dr. Ledesma presented the proposal. Had it not been for David Serena, who was a member of the board and moved for its approval, I would have been denied this career-enhancing opportunity and the chance of sharing our literature with Argentina. Over the years, I had the opportunity of serving on 2 presidential hiring committees and 1 vice presidential one, devoting hundreds of hours reading hundreds of applications. In each case, there were highly qualified Chicano and/or Chicana finalists, but in neither of these 3 cases did the board ever choose to hire any of them. Throughout our tenure, we suffered more than our share of unjust rejections, yet we managed to survive because of a few individuals in key positions who jeopardized their standing in order to protect ours. As we put these struggles behind us and you students assume new ones, never forget that the educational programs you enjoy today came at a price by those who came before you. In your tenure, you must pave the way for those coming up behind you. You must be your brother's keeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you very much for that great presentation. For those people that are listening, I think it's important to, in terms of my role, at one point I was an affirmative action officer for Hartnell, and I was active as what was mentioning. You know, I was able to work with him and a lot of the other people, Rosemary, who was hired, and I forget the guy who was doing the auto repairs. And
Jesse, I can't
Yeah.
remember his last name.
yes, and then because I was very active as an affirmative action officer, they decided to terminate my contract. The people there didn't want to be interviewing Chicanos or Chicanas for positions. They were pretty, the faculty at that time was pretty resistant to getting
Yep.
qualified Chicanos and Chicanas to teach at Hartnell. And so, and that was, you know, I mean, in the end, it became okay because I was able to come back 10 years later, after my contract was terminated, we had done the voting rights thing and had gotten district elections for Hartnell. And I ran on a platform of affirmative action and supporting Chicano studies, and I got elected. And so that's why my name keeps coming up at different points in history here with Hartnell, because I was always very active, have been very active with Hartnell until recently. So we're going to move to Aurelia Bacaflor. Aurelia.
Thank you, David. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to join Las Voces del Pueblo this morning and for the opportunity to share our stories. My name is Aurelia Bacaflor, and this is my story. It is the telling story of an improbable journey of many struggles, but also of success. At a very young age, I was keenly aware of my parents' suffering and anguish when they could not adequately provide for us. Our parents' problems became our problems. We, their children, became their hope. A heavy burden to bear. This was definitely not the stuff that childhood dreams are made of. And yet, as young children, we are more likely to ask questions, to dream, and to wish before we exhaust hope and resignation sets in. I was born in Texas, the daughter of Mexican migrant parents. Since the beginning of my young life, everything was stacked against me. My family was trapped in a vicious circle of poverty. We endured hunger, lived in segregated barrios filled with rat-infested housing, lacking sanitation facilities, running water, and electricity. Then there was the instability that came from constantly moving from one place to another. There were no unemployment benefits then, so my parents moved and followed the crops. But my family and I endured. We worked the fields, traveled the land from the cotton fields of Texas and Arizona to the potato fields in Idaho, the sugar beets in Wyoming, the tomatoes in Utah, and the strawberry fields in California. Throughout all of this, we endured the cold lip chapping winds, the numbed hands from freezing temperatures, the suffocating heat, and the misery of rain-soaked bodies in rain-soaked fields. This is how I grew up. There was no childhood to be had. One day, tired and hungry, I remember getting off the school bus, questioning why the bus always stopped to let us off where the paved streets ended and the dirt road began. It did not venture into our barrio. Unhappy over the long walk home, I began to ask myself why streets were paved only to a certain point, but not in our barrio, and why only that part of the neighborhood with paved streets had homes with electric lights. I was always enticed by the well-lit interiors of homes and patios at night. They look so bright and pretty. At home, we lived by the light of kerosene lamps. Un día vamos a tener una casa con luz eléctrica. One day we're going to have a home with electric lights. I would say to my mother, wishing to inject some hope into her resignation. It didn't seem fair. There was a sense of social justice that began to develop in me under difficult economic and social hardships. There were no answers to my questions, but I remember wanting to have electric lighting and paved streets in our barrio. These were my initial motivators. I would often hear my parents tell us, estudien para que no sufran como nosotros. Study so that you don't suffer like us. I understood that by studying hard, things would be different. Our following the crops one day brought us to Salinas. I entered North Salinas High School. There I met wonderful people who believed in me and saw in me what I couldn't see in myself, or for myself rather. My staying in school and academic success, I owe to the unwavering support, guidance, and understanding of a school counselor named John Griffin. From him, I began to hear about going to college, something I had never heard or thought about before. The idea was foreign to me, and besides, the circumstances at home made it impossible. Deep down, I knew that my father would never allow me to go away to school. I was needed at home to help support the family. But besides that, I was the oldest and a girl. Leaving the home was something that was simply not done except for marriage. And I was not interested in marriage. I was interested in school. But the words about going to college would never leave me. They had been spoken, and the idea began to grow. I began to hope, and I dared to dream. It all seemed so improbable, but I had come a long way from those days in Texas, where I had done my reading and homework by the light of a kerosene lamp. To make a long story short, I was eventually accepted to Stanford University. My dear counselor had made sure that applications were sent to various universities and that I had taken every test there was to take. I have no idea who paid for any required fees. I chose Stanford for being closer to home and because soon I learned that I was being offered a 4-year renewable scholarship. The doors had flung open, and as worried and scared as I was, I knew I needed to go, even against the will of my father. That year, Stanford had targeted the recruitment of Mexican American students accepted under this recruitment effort led by That year, Stanford had targeted the recruitment of Mexican American students, and now I was part of this group. There were 3 of us, Mexican American students, accepted under this recruitment effort led by Luis Nogales, a law student working as assistant to the president at the time. His reaching out to me and his insistence that I come to Stanford was a turning point. At least I knew that he would be there to help me. Needless to say, going from the barrio to Stanford was a cultural shock and a painfully intimidating one. I found myself in a world I did not recognize. Students there did not look like me. It was a time when so few Chicanos were represented in the universities. There were so many times that I felt so discouraged and alienated that I just wanted to get on the bus and come home. The feeling of not belonging was a nagging one, but in moments of doubt and loneliness, I quietly reminded myself of the dreams I had for myself and especially for my parents. I am forever grateful for Chicano administrators that started to come in and who made all the difference in our lives, such as Felix and Maria Gutierrez, and Cecilia and Jose Antonio Burciaga. They were a great part of our support system. Upon nearing the completion of my BA at Stanford, and at the insistence and encouragement of Luis Nogales, I began to consider graduate school. To this end, he had me apply to the Ford Foundation, which was awarding scholarships specifically to Mexican American students. To my surprise, I was one of over 100 students selected nationwide to interview in New York. It was this scholarship that made my graduate studies possible. Eventually, I received my master's degree in Spanish and Latin American literature from Stanford as well. The education received and the experience of attending a prestigious university changed my life forever. It led me out of the fields into a life of teaching. I studied Spanish, the language I had nearly lost, as well as courses in Chicano history and the growing Chicano literature. These courses spoke to me. They helped define who I was, and I embraced the term Chicana to define my identity. I like to think that we, the Mexican American and Chicano students who began to come in, also changed Stanford, for it was here that we formed the first chapter of Mecha. Here I first learned and participated in student protests and marched in support of the grape and lettuce boycotts of the Cesar Chavez farm worker movement. This is where my social consciousness was born and nurtured. My involvement in the Chicano student movement in the late 60s and early 70s made me proud of who I was, of my parents, of my culture, language, and history. I fell in love with Spanish, a language I had been forbidden to speak, a language I had not been allowed to study throughout my high school years. I recall what a rude awakening it was to discover I couldn't spell nor write the language of my parents and abuelitos. I felt embarrassed. In retrospect, the study of Spanish allowed me to discover my own identity and to embrace my own story with pride. After Stanford, I returned to Salinas and began teaching in the Salinas Union High School District in a language program designed for teachers needing to obtain their bilingual and bicultural credential. This program drew participants from the Tri-County area, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. Through this program, I was able to teach Spanish to hundreds of teachers, as well as to provide the needed cultural understanding of the Spanish-speaking community they would serve. In 1990, I joined the Spanish department as a full-time instructor at Hartnell College. And as you have heard from Aurora Mendez, this was not without some controversy. At the time, Hartnell offered Spanish as a second language and courses for native speakers of Spanish. It was soon clear to me that new courses were needed that would not only address the language needs of Chicano students known as heritage speakers, but would affirm their cultural and linguistic contributions as well. It was time for our language to be recognized and not put down. So along with almuerzo, we included lonche. We learned that our almorzar, which refers to breakfast for Chicanos, also means the noon meal for others. Through these courses, we introduced hundreds of students in the community to the writings of Chicano writers, such as Francisco Jimenez, Felipe Herrera, and to the artwork of artists such as Simon Silva, all with a farm worker background and experience. Students were able to see their own struggles and that of their families reflected in these works. These readings also allow students the opportunity to discuss issues dealing with language and the school experience, with working in the fields, and with immigration, to name a few. Our students also learned that Spanish has evolved through time with contributions from many language groups, such as Arabic and Nahuatl, language of the Aztecs, and that it would continue to evolve with contributions from the language of Chicanos. These courses, often not understood or invaluable to our students, for ultimately this learning validates the Chicano experience and identity. The language and cultural experience of Chicanos was one I could relate to and knew well. From my own experience, I knew that not knowing and not studying one's own language and history led to issues of self-esteem and identity. Back in college, this was referred to as an identity crisis. The question to be answered was, who am I? So many of us found ourselves living in a world of confusion, as the narrator so aptly concludes in the now classic Chicano poem, I Am Joaquin, by Corky Gonzalez. For these reasons, I was convinced that Spanish language courses for Chicanos would help our students and the community. Bringing this idea to fruition was not easy. The approval process was not without a struggle, but my colleague Aurora Mendez and I were determined to see it through, especially after we received the support of our dean, Dan Ibsen. Much of what we accomplished could not have happened without his help and encouragement. We remain forever grateful to him. In 1993, Spanish 1X and 2X, designed for students whose dominant language was English, but who had some understanding of Spanish, began to be offered. Hartnell became the first and only community college in California to offer Spanish courses within 3 distinct strands. My colleague and I worked tirelessly to develop the curriculum for these courses, which were then fully articulated with the UC and CSU system. Fully aware that there were no appropriate commercial textbooks that addressed the language needs of Chicanos, we soon saw the need to develop our own material. This effort eventually led to the writing and publishing of Spanish workbooks in 2010. Since then, these workbooks have been well received by students for their practicality and affordability. Today, they continue to be used at Hartnell College. I am very proud of all this work. However, maintaining our 3-strand language program, especially the Chicano Spanish courses, has been a constant challenge. When there were cuts to be made, these courses were always in jeopardy of not being offered. Aurora Mendez and I always defended these courses from cancellation or even elimination. Now that we're both retired, we hope and trust that faculty who come after us will continue to support these language courses for Chicanos. The development of our Spanish courses for Chicanos, the curriculum developed, and the workbooks written are the highlights of my over 30 years of teaching. Aurora Mendez and I remain extremely proud of these accomplishments, which define a great deal of our legacy as Chicana instructors at Hartnell College. Finally, I'd like to think that by sharing my own story or stories, for there are so many, others will be inspired to believe in themselves and encouraged to pursue their own education, even when there's so many obstacles that hold us back. But si se puede, we learn to say from Dolores Huerta. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurelia. Thank you very much for that great story. And I think it's very, very important. So for the students out there, I would like for you to, if you have any questions, to submit those questions in the chat area, question and answer area. Please submit questions that you might have, because we will address those questions at the end of the presentation. So I'm going to ask about, Frank, I think we'll get minutes of the Greenfield presentation, but that's okay because we have enough time in there. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Bob to go for about 10 minutes in his presentation. And he needs to, I think Bob's trying to
David, I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. So Bob, I'm gonna ask you to go for about 10 minutes. So I'm gonna, when the 10 minutes are up, I'll call you, say, okay, Robert, time's up.
All right.
And then we're gonna, because we're gonna have to take in some time from the Greenfield presentation. So,
Fine,
so
fine.
because we need to answer some questions and we need to have some questions. Anthony's here. He's provided his time to be here. So we want to make sure that he has an opportunity to ask some questions from the members of the public. Go ahead, Robert. It's your turn. 10 minutes.
My story starts in Texas and it goes from jail to jail. And then it ends up here at Hartnell in the 1970s. In 1946, I was about 6 years old when myself, Dan Bailey and Larry Bailey, a couple of cousins, were on our way over to a warehouse where my mom and my uncle were working, packing shed. We got arrested. We got taken to jail. They accused us of shooting cows with slingshots and stuff like that. 6 years old. They kept us in jail all day long, threatened to beat us up. I didn't find out about that story about being in jail until my daughter-in-law was doing some research and found it in a newspaper. I had that story in a city paper in Brownsville, Texas. My dad, my uncle, my aunt all went to the city council and they objected to having little kids done that way. And that was the first I ever heard about that. I guess I blocked it out. I never had heard that I'd been in jail. From there, I went to Soledad. After I'd gotten my degree at Texas A&M and I had been teaching for a year, I decided to come to California and I ended up at Soledad. That's where I taught for 4 years. I met Ralph Guzman, Dr. Ralph Guzman, and Mauricio Munoz and Isaura Garza and all those people at the University of California at Santa Cruz. And they kept coming to the jail to visit some of my students up there in Soledad. It was from there that I said that I went over to San Jose State. I was going to go on a year-long teacher training program there. I got a grant of $6,000 from the government. And before I did that, Dr. Ralph Guzman had talked to Luis Nogales over at Stanford. They were having a Chicano Society seminar there, 6 weeks. Luis called me and asked me if I'd like to join. So I joined the group and gave me about $1,500. So I spent the summer there at Stanford with Ralph, Dr. Guzman, and a whole bunch of other people, pretty heavy hitters from throughout the country. After Stanford, I went over to San Jose State, where I met Gary Johnson. He was my advisor at San Jose State and a graduate program. Got my degree there, but before I could come to Hartnell, I finished the degree. Dr. Benston over at Hartnell College, he was the acting president in between Harwood and Dr. Matson. He is the guy that invited me over to the college to visit, to see some people there, and said, before I left the visitation, after a couple of days of visiting with him, he told me, said, "We'd like to hire you." I said, "Well, I haven't finished my degree yet. I'm still working." He said, "Well, we want to make sure you're going to be teaching for us next year. So I'm going to give you a job as a financial aid officer down in the administrative area. Come in around your 3 hours from wherever you are at San Jose State." So I started at Hartnell at the time that I hadn't even finished my degree. This is Cesar Chavez. All this was going on, criminal, locked in county jail here in Salinas. It was going on while I was living up in San Jose, working on my graduate degree. But that, in a lot of ways, got me going on the things that were going to happen at Hartnell with me and my students. I decided that I was going to raise as many profiles as I could with the people that needed to be hired on campus. The students and all the classes that I taught them had to do with raising or elevating their self-image, making them feel better about themselves. And this is the same, and only philosophy that I work with throughout my whole career there at Hartnell College. Aurora mentioned a consortium that happened in the 80s. And those consortium had to do with the Community College of California, combining student programs in Italy and Spain. Dan sent me there on one inspection visit, probably 82, 83. Pretty good experience, and it was a great project. To go back to 1970, the following year, Hope Dominguez was hired as the first affirmative action officer. She was the personal friend of Dr. Madsen. When I asked her about hiring more people that were Chicano on the faculty and so on, she says, Dr. Madsen doesn't think we have any more needs for any of those hires right now. So I said, Hope, I think we need to look to the future. It's going to be growing. The population is going to be growing. We need more faculty. No. He says he doesn't, we don't. This is not a Chicano institution, he said. And he mentioned that to me. This will never be a Mexican institution. On one occasion, when I offered to try to help him recruit, he says, we don't need recruitment. So I went off the campus after that, and I started working with LULAC. We did a bunch of stuff that had to do with redistricting. And at one point, we met with Joaquin Avila at Chapalas, and a lot of different organizations got together with them, with him, and we began working on a process of district elections, not only for the city council, but for several other areas as well. The situation was such that at this point, I had written some document that was accepted by the FCC, and they rejected the license for using the airwaves to KSBW. They say it belonged to the people, and we were the people. So they had to meet with us. They met with us. I still wrote the document. They rejected their application for a license. I decided after we got that victory out of the way, we went off and worked on some more on the redistricting. Nothing was happening. I ran for office in the city council at White, which is at large kind of direction election process for everything. I was endorsed by the Californian. I think, yeah, they said there was the first Chicano endorsed by the Californian for a political office. Up until the time, no Chicanos had been endorsed anywhere. I ran. I got 50 votes shy of 4,000 electoral votes. 2,000 usually elected councilmen. I got 4,000. There were 2 seats. I was the third guy. And the other guys all of a sudden saw that, quote unquote, a wave of resistance voting against Chicano running for office. And they came up with 5,000 votes, and the 2 Anglos that were running, I think, can't remember their names, got the 2 seats. I didn't get anything. It doesn't seem like I didn't get anything, but I did. We collected all the documentation of all that activity. And by 1988, the redistricting process was beginning to take hold. And a lot of people began to start looking and advancing their way towards possibly running for other offices. Meanwhile, all this time I was teaching at Hartnell College. It was Chicano-oriented literature. I was Chicano-oriented elevation of imagery. It was Chicanos that I was trying to raise their consciousness to the point where in Chicanismo and their positive thoughts were becoming a reality. I'm most proud of this. A lot of the people that went through my classes, Fernando, Roberto Campo, a lot of other principals and superintendents that came through my classes went on into education, raising the profile that we needed to have raised in the community. And the KSBW issue is very important because it presented us in the media in a different way than what I just showed Cesar Chavez being shown as a criminal. And he was criminal only because he was interested in justice, equal pay, better treatment, and more humanity to a group of people in our society that have always added to that society, never taken away from it.
Robert,
And that is what many of my classes began always reflecting. That thematic process was one that worked for me all the way through. When I was running for office, I ran up against a guy back here behind the hospital. I knocked on his door and I asked him for his vote. I told him who I was and where he had come from. And he said, no, I can't vote for you. He said, if we elect you to office, you'll give it all back to Mexico. And he slammed the door on me.
Robert,
that kind of resistance is what we met throughout the whole process. I knocked on his door some more. He finally said, he opened it, he said, what? He said, look, I'm an American, you're an American. I speak English just like you do. I'm a college graduate. You have to get rid of the stereotype. And he slammed the door again. Was not willing to face that reality.
We're gonna have to move to the question and answer period, and then we're gonna move in a little bit into the time of Greenfield. So the Greenfield panel, we ask your patience as we try to do some answer and question periods. Robert, sorry for cutting you a little bit short, but we need to move on, and because we have a time period here. But before we go on, I just want to thank everybody for the great presentations, for the commitment, and of course for the 30-40 years that you guys have been involved in teaching Chicano studies at Hartnell. You're a great contribution, you're a great inspiration. I love all of you guys. You've been great friends, and hope we'll do this again. Anthony, questions?
Sure, just like to jump in, and thanks again to everyone. Good to see you again, and I really appreciate your stories. We had one anonymous attendee wanting to thank Aurora for her work on behalf of heritage speakers, both Spanish instructors. It seemed to be that it was more of a statement that they had experienced that sort of denial of their Chicanismo, of their Spanglish, and it caused them to drop a Spanish class, an instructor who was, I think, very negative towards their Chicano Spanish. So they were happy that you were, working on behalf of students' heritage language and right to linguistic sovereignty. Did get a good question coming in from a participant or an audience member named Vivian Vargas, who asked, the Central Coast is the focus of the symposium. What relationship, if any, was there with Chicano activists or educators in Santa Cruz City, Santa Cruz, and Cabrillo College? Is there any connection to?
I think it's a really good question. And I want to say to Vivian that the panel presentations and the symposium presentations are not over. That we still have the opportunity to expand into UCSC and Cabrillo College. We did have, Rebecca Garcia from Cabrillo Community College make a presentation on her 20 years experience as a trustee for Cabrillo Community College. And of course, today we're going to have a discussion on Cruz versus the city of Watsonville. We didn't get into UCSC, but that's a great question. So I think, Vivian, thank you very much. I think we'll consider doing a panel. I'll probably be following up and getting a hold of you so that we can find some speakers from that area. We're going to do another symposium in September. The final one will be in September, and so there's chance there for other panels to develop. So please send me a text message or give me a phone call, and we'll be more than happy to get together with you and talk about that. Thank you very much. Because there's some really good people there. Thank you very much.
I have a comment. Is there time? Anthony, you mentioned if there was any involvement with Santa Cruz. In the early 80s, I was involved with KUBO, Cuba Bilingual Radio. And we had, I can't remember his last name, Felix was his name, and he was very involved. He was from the Santa Cruz area and also an instructor. And he was very involved with Cuba. But unfortunately, I don't remember his last name. Anybody remember Felix?
No, I don't.
Also a comment about something that Roberto mentioned, the human resources person, Hope Dominguez. A few weeks after I was hired, she called me in and said that Dr. Madsen wanted me to know that I wasn't to associate with Roberto Melendez because he was too radical and it could affect my tenure. So I was devastated.
I would call that an honor, Aurora. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Because that guy made sure that I understood there's resistance there, and that resistance is still going on. It's called Donald Trump.
So you guys, it's a dangerous group, and I feel honored to be in your presence. If we have time, David, you know, one question came to mind for me was thinking about resistance and how you experienced maybe dealing with people who saw your efforts on behalf of Chicanos as a threat to, say, the white population, as if somehow being for Chicanos is anti-white. What do you have to say about those kind of detractors?
Can I answer that?
Anybody? Yes.
I grew up along the border. My great-grandfather was born in Spain, but he died right there in Brownsville in the 1860s, and he's buried. Yeah, it was one of the earliest burials there. It was in the 1830s. He was born in Spain, but ended up buried there. A lot of us grew up along the borderlands next to a lot of white people, men mostly. And those men married into the Mexican culture. They didn't just marry the women, they married into the Mexican culture. What I'm saying is that along the borderlands, I and my brothers and my cousins and so on, I mentioned Bailey, Danny Bailey and Larry Bailey. We're the closest things to Anglos as there are, but we're of Mexican culture. Our parents, my mom was born in Mexico. Yeah. And my brother married into a Dickinson family, huge people, about 6'4", 6'7". They're half Anglo, half Mexican, and they go back way back to the turn of the century. That happens all along the river, all the way up until El Paso. So there's a mixture going on in there that we never meet anywhere else, and no resistance as far as the stuff that was going on in Salinas was happening there. A lot of my forebears and so on were deputy sheriffs and town councilmen and stuff like that in Brownsville along the borderlands. And so there's all kinds of waves coming in from Mexico at different times, at different parts of the historical movement of Chicanos across the Southwest. And we represent all levels, several levels of Chicanismo. And the resistance that we meet only happens as we move away from the borderlands. This is how I saw it anyway.
Juan, do you want to answer that? You want to give a try at answering that question, Juan Olivares?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, repeat your question for me, please.
I mean, I think it's an idea that's been around a long time, and we see it with the kind of resistance to Black Lives Matter movement or to the Chicano activists. The idea that if we're working on behalf of marginalized groups, or if we're working on behalf of women, somehow that's a threat to men, or it's a threat to so the idea of detractors that say, hey, if you're working for Chicano, somehow you're bad for society. What's the?
Yeah, I have a lot of examples that just pop in my head. I just want to use one of the latest ones I recall that are very clearly issues about not voting for Chicanos because they think Chicanos are going to take over. And I remember working on a campaign for Ray Diaz for mayor, and he only lost by 11 or 12 votes. But I think he was kind of shocked by the fact that some of his so-called friends from high school, people he knew for years and years, and he asked them to support him, for the election. And he said they were good friends of his from high school and all that. And they told him, you know what, we like you, and we wish we could vote for you, but the Mexicans are taking over, and so we can't let that happen. So, I know that it kind of broke his heart because he really believed, he wanted to believe, and he worked with a lot of different people. He cared about that. And also, I as early as the late 60s, as Chicanos were barely going into the universities, at least when I was at San Jose State, and students would, and it really sounds like all these so-called Trumpsters, but the Trumpsters who went to college, not the Trumpsters who drive trucks and shotguns and ARs in the back of their pickup truck, but the ones that were educated, they were talking about, even then, just when there was only like about 50 to 100 of us at the university in one foul swoop. And they were like saying, hey, you guys think you're going to take over? You're not, this is America. This is not Mexico. And if you get elected, you're just going to want to give it back to Mexico. Like, really, Chicanos in this country are thinking and planning. I've never talked to anybody who's ever said, we want it to go back to Mexico. Mexico's a country we're in another country. And yes, what we want is self-determination. That's what we wanted. But they interpret self-determination meaning that somehow they would lose something. And I think in reality, they would, because right now, for us to have, it's a kind of zero-sum game. If you're going to be taking, getting some of the power, certainly you're not going to have as much power as you used to have. And I think that's how they see it. They don't see it as win-win-win, which I think a lot of us try to get us to think about win-win-win, but it doesn't mean that too often. But it doesn't have to mean a war, between us and them. And I don't think any of us are looking for a war against the United States of America. I think what we're looking for is justice, and I think when you see what's going on with Black Lives Matter, but really it's more important. It's also important to realize that the same things are happening to Mexican Americans. White people are afraid of Mexican Americans in the same way they're afraid of Blacks if they see them at night. My son tells a story of, people want to talk about Santa Cruz. Okay, for here, I got one little story. My son is at the university, and he's walking to the library, and this young lady is walking in front of him. And if you know the campus, it's a bunch of trees and little trails and all that. Well, it just so happens that they're both going in the same direction, right? But he notices that she keeps looking over her shoulder at him. And, she's kind of nervous and scared. And so finally he said, excuse me, he said, look, so you don't worry, I'll stand here, you keep walking, get to your library, and then I'll start moving after I don't see it any longer, okay? And so my point is that even as a Mexican American, and he was clean cut, if you look at him today, he looks like one of those characters from one of those, I don't know if it's, I don't know, one of the stupid movies, Ring of what is it, Lord of Rings or whatever, and with a big long beard, and he's got long hair, and he's a high school teacher, but nevertheless, then he could look kind of scary, even to me, and I love it, but he looks a little scary, and I say, cut that damn beard off. But he, it doesn't change anything. If you talk to him, he talks like a very intelligent, well-educated person, which he is. And I think that that's not uncommon for us. You know what I mean? And I remember even one last point. There's one student tells me one time, because he got a C or D, no, I think an F on a history paper he wrote for me. And he tells me, you know that English is my first language. And he says, and I said, oh, well, you know, you're, what is it, 28? I said, well, I'm 34, 35. I think I was about 40. And I said, you know what? I've been speaking English longer than you have. You know what I mean? And I have a PhD. So I don't think that, you know, your English is going to be compared to my English. I said, yeah, but my teacher gives me an A in English. I said, who's your teacher? He said, Bert. What was her name? Bert? What English? You guys?
Burke. Phyllis Burke.
Burke.
Phyllis Burke.
Oh, the lady.
Phyllis Burke.
Oh, Phyllis, that's right. So Phyllis, she was my English teacher when I came to Hartnell, and she wouldn't barely give me a passing grade. And I go, wow, you know, and you're getting an A in that class. I said, well, she must have changed her you know, standards, because.
Can I interject something, Juan?
Huh?
I need to interject here just for a second. I taught with Dr. Olivares at Hartnell for about 25 years. I've been retired almost 20 years. I don't recognize this person here. Who are you and what did you do with Dr. Olivares? You look a lot different.
Well, I got rid of the mustache for a little bit, but it'll come back.
I don't know you, Esther. Get off the line.
Who is that guy?
Yeah, thank you, Juan. I think we need to move into the next panel. Once again, I want to thank you guys for a great job, and hopefully we'll do this again in some other fashion. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much for your
Thanks,
time.
everyone. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, David.
Yeah.
This is something that really needed to be done, and you've done a great job.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
So much.
Thank you, Frank. I think we need to move into the next panel.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Buenos días. Buenos días, everybody. Michael, buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días. Beatriz, buenos días. Juan Huerta, buenos días. Steve Albert, buenos días. I'm missing Steve. I think I'm missing Steve. I'm missing Steve Garcia. I got Steve Albert here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of let Michael take over for this panel discussion. For those of you that don't know, Steve Albert is an economics professor at MPC, and he will be doing the questions at the end of the presentation. So we want to thank Steve Albert, and I want to thank all of you guys for all the work you've done in this past years. Michael, I've known you for when we both were skinny and had black hair and black mustache.
And a goatee.
So it's been a long while. We've been in this struggle. And so I'm going to just turn it over to you. Michael is going to make a presentation, and with the rest of the panel members on the city of Greenfield, the history of the Chicana movement in the city of Greenfield. Michael, go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, as David introduced me, I'm Michael Romero. I want to welcome you to the second Las Voces del Pueblo virtual symposium. And this, as David stated, it's a panel made up of activists from the community of Greenfield. Steve Garcia will be joining us shortly. I think he might be having some technical difficulties, but I spoke with him this morning. Before we start, I do want to thank Monterey Peninsula College for hosting this symposium. Want to thank the staff and faculty for assisting with this. Most importantly, I do want to thank David Serena, who's professor at MPC, and he's been a long time activist in the community. As far as I can remember, at least 40 years in this valley. And I know David came up from Coachella, where he was very active down there. Each panel member here in Greenfield is going to be, of course, sharing their involvement, their background, their history, and their involvement. And again, as you know, you'll be able to submit questions to Steve Albert, who will then at the very end ask those questions of us, the panel. I want to introduce the members of the Greenfield panel before they begin their presentations. They're all veteran Chicano activists, and their impact was actually felt throughout the valley, not just in Greenfield, but their impact was felt throughout the valley in Monterey County. First person I do want to introduce on the panel is Beatriz Diaz, who, along with her late husband, Raymond Diaz, was involved beginning in the 1970s, and I'm not sure if it's even back in the 60s. Dee will talk about that. To this day, she is the one that continues her activism in the community. Steve Garcia will be joining us as while a student in the 1970s, he was very active in many of the Chicano political causes of that day in Greenfield. His family was very active in the community. Being what I want to state about Steve is he himself made much history in the valley, in Greenfield and in the valley, and he'll talk about that. And then there's John Huerta, who has served for many years. He's a former mayor of Greenfield and also a member of the city council. I don't recall how many years. I think it's about 12, but John's the expert on that, and he'll be sharing that. He comes from a family that was deeply involved in the Chicano political evolution in Greenfield. His father was a key UFW activist in the valley, and his brother as well, Henry Huerta, was very active in community politics. And of course, John continued that tradition on. Myself, I was involved for many years with my wife, Virginia, in many causes, not just in Greenfield. In fact, I was very active in the Salinas Valley before I moved to Greenfield in 1983. So again, I will share that. You have to excuse me here. I always got to have my notes ready. So I'm going to kick off the presentation by sharing some of my own thoughts on the activism of my wife and in the Chicano movement in the Salinas Valley, and of course in Greenfield. I will give some background. I was born in Colorado. I was raised in Soledad in the 60s and 70s. My wife was raised in King City, Greenfield. I didn't move to Greenfield until 1983 from Salinas. And from 1979 to 1983, I was very active in valley politics. I attended schools in Soledad, Gonzales High School. I went to Hartnell and then eventually went to San Jose State. While I was a student at Gonzales High School back in the 70s, they did offer classes in Chicano history. We didn't have Chicano studies, so to speak, as a discipline in the colleges. But in the early 70s, I take that back. I do remember Santa Barbara. But we did have in high school Chicano studies. I think Gonzales High was the first high school in the county to offer Mexican-American history. There was also Black and Indian history. Of course, during that time, that's where I really learned a lot about the United Farm Workers, La Raza Unida Party, the Crusade for Justice, Corky Gonzalez, Reyes Tijerina, and the land grant movement, Teatro Campesino. In fact, it was in 1977 that I met my future wife to be at a Chicano conference at UC Santa Cruz. It was a Czech conference, if I remember, a Chicano on health ed. I will state, while growing up in the Valley in Soledad, I was very well aware of the social activism in the country and locally. And in 1970, the Salad Bowl strike hit the Valley. This is right from the UFW moving from the Great Boycott to the lettuce strike. And I just remember throughout the Valley and throughout Soledad, you would see cars with flags throughout. People driving around, you'd see large numbers of farm workers with their flags out in the working in the farms. There was much political activism at the time. In fact, there was a generation, the generation older than mine, that really inspired us. And I know this symposium has had a panel which involved John Saavedra. Hector de la Rosa was a very active in Soledad. Jose Rocio, Ralph Chavarria Velasquez. John became the first Chicano mayor of Soledad, in fact, in the Salinas Valley. They inspired a new group of activists, including myself, my brothers, Angel de los Santos, David Velasquez, and others. In Soledad in 1970, the school district was sued over the use of discriminatory IQ tests that ended up resulting in kids being placed in EMR classes and kids being labeled as such. In fact, it was Hector de la Rosa from Soledad that was a person that did the investigation. It's important that I give this background to also place the struggle in Greenfield in perspective. I was also aware myself of what was going on nationally. You know, we're well aware of the American Indian movement, the occupation of Alcatraz back in '69. We also, of course, the Black Civil Rights movements, the Black Panther Party was very active. Of course, what was going on with the Chicano community. I still remember in middle school, in grade school, where kids we would be fighting over these erasers of the Frito Bandito. And if any of you don't know what that is, it was something that Lay's potato chips put out. But Chicanos were protesting the fact that here you were using a stereotype of Mexicans to sell a product, which happens frequently over the years. I was aware of a differences. You know, we grew up with all our Anglo counterparts in Soledad like nothing, but as you got older, you began to sense differences. At that time, the Salinas Valley community has a lot of Swiss Italian persons, and I still remember the names being called beaners to us and Suizos Salidos back. Salty Swiss was a retort that we would have back. I do remember, you know, again, peers being in the EMR classes. It was just, you notice the difference. And these classes that were and they were labeled EMR strictly because they spoke Spanish. That's what it was. An IQ test was given in English. Kids that were Spanish speaking could not pass it, and they were placed in these EMR classes. And I still remember the teasing that would go on regarding that. When I went on to, you know, after I left Gonzales High School, I worked there as a bilingual aide in their bilingual program. And in fact, I began my first letter writing that occurred in the newspaper. And those letters actually ended up over the years inspiring people to act. And I guess I saw myself as kind of a unnominated voice for our community. Of course, when I went to San Jose State, got involved in the movement there. The anti-Baca decision movement was big there. Immigration movement was very big. I attended the National Chicano Latino Conference on Immigration and Public Policy, which was organized by Jose Angel Gutierrez of La Raza Unida. This was back in San Antonio in 1977. I became active in La Raza Unida party while I was in San Jose from 78 to 82. I ended up becoming a Northern Cal representative. And part of my job was to try to get chapters organized in each of the valleys. We were able to get Soledad certified as a chapter. We got a chapter certified in Salinas. And we did have activists in communities from Salinas, Gonzales, Soledad, Chular, Greenfield, King City, and even San Lucas had a cadre of people that were registered in La Raza Unida party. In fact, I think by 1982, we had over 375 members. People registered in the party, was reported in the news at the time. It was also then that I began my first contacts with Steve Garcia in Greenfield. We ran for governor on Tres Torres in 1978. Part of my job, I got hired at Gonzales High School in '79, and my task at Gonzales High School was to politicize kids, and teach Chicano kids about their identity, about their history, their background, instill Chicanismo. We organized a club, the Chicano Student Union, later became known as Orale Organization for Raza Achievement, Leadership, and Education. We sponsored an annual Chicano Youth Conference we were able to bring in Edward James Olmos, Bob Morales, who was Richie Valens' brother. Culture Clash, we had Fernando Chavez, was one of the speakers at one time, son of Cesar. Jesse Sanchez, Steve Garcia, Henry Huerta, other local community activists. In 1981, students at Gonzales High School walked down on strike, over 200 students, and they were actually protesting my layoff by the school board. The strike involved, it was a 10-day strike, and actually was endorsed by the Raza Unida Party, AME, the Association of Mexican American Educators, LULAC, United Farm Workers, La Raza Lawyers, and their case was taken up by CRLA and MALDEF. So it became a pretty big issue in the Valley in 1981. Many other things happened during that time. I mean, David Serena himself, if I recall, got fired from Hartnell around that time. We had a bilingual issue up in North County where the superintendent in the early 80s had made a comment that if you want to find out if kids know English, all you got to do is point the gun to their head. And if they say stop, then they know English. And I still remember us going there to address that. But as stated, there was a lot going on in the Valley at that time. We also had the shooting in, if I remember, 1980 of Armando Velasco at Snappy Market in Salinas. He was killed by the shop owner, and his body was dumped out by the river, if I recall. And I still remember the picketing that we did and the protests that we did to address that and how the police handled it, because shop owner was not arrested for that. In 1980, we ran the campaign of Angel de los Santos. This is actually a pioneer. He was a Raza Unida candidate who actually won election here in this valley. He's the one in this Salinas Valley that pioneered the use of absentee ballots. And by the way, I want to welcome Steve Garcia, who has just joined us. We also, in the early 80s, from 1980 to 84, I also, believe it or not, by the white newspaper editor of South County, asked me to do a column. So I did have a column for several issues, several years, called Notes from Aztlán, in which I was able to write about La Raza Unida Party, some of the discrimination going on in the Valley, Chicano social banditry. Myself, I was a member of LULAC, Congreso Nacional para Pueblos Unidos. I've already mentioned my involvement with Raza Unida. I served as the last president of AME, Association of Mexican American Educators, here in the Salinas Valley. I was a member of the Southwest Voter Registration Education Project here in Greenfield and Soledad Youth Committee. I was a candidate, unsuccessful candidate for 5 offices here in the Valley. In 1981, I was one of 27 Chicano candidates that ran in the Salinas Valley. I mean, it was an impressive campaign that involved candidates from San Lucas up to North County. Out of that, only 7 of us were elected. The newspapers hit us hard with the Chicanos are trying to take over. And of course, Steve Garcia will talk about the fact that out of the 7, he was 2 of them. Okay, but I'll let him tell that story. I was also very involved in the Monterey County reapportionment. I will tell a story. While I was at Gonzales High School in 1984, after Ronald Reagan was reelected, I was visited by the Secret Service right after my class. And because one of the administrators reported that I threatened to kill the president. And so they came down, they took my picture, they took my fingerprints, and I guess that's part of my history there. kind of proud of that because no such thing occurred. I could go on and just list all these different campaigns I was involved in. I will tell you that successfully I ran city council candidate in Soledad for Manuel Campos. I also ran a city council candidate for Robert Chavez and Gonzalez, and we actually got him elected. I was involved in various other campaigns, although maybe not the coordinator, but deeply involved. Bill Melendez's campaign. In fact, in 1982, I'm the one that encouraged and inspired Tim McCarthy to run for assembly. Some of you know Tim, who is also involved with CRLA. In fact, I told Tim at that point, I became conservative. I ended up switching from Raza Unida party to Democratic. I told Tim, I'll switch to the Democratic Party if we run for assembly, and he took me up on that. In '84, I was involved with the Hispanic Say No, and I hate that label, but Henry Huerta was deeply involved in Democratic politics and got me involved with that. But some big things happened in Greenfield now. I moved to Greenfield in '83. In 1984, we began the recall of city council members. Greenfield was, for many years, had been majority white council and school boards. In fact, members of the school board were also members of the city council. In 1984, they bypassed Elias de Leon for mayor. And it was basically the council chose amongst themselves, and they were, he should have been next and in line. I ended up writing a letter to the paper stating, you know, that was wrong. And, when is the Mexican community gonna do something about it? And that inspired Lupe Martinez, Beatriz, the Huertas, Steve Garcia, and them to begin a recall effort in '84. We also, at that point in 1986, we did run Elias de Leon for mayor. We also had on the ballot to have the mayor elected at large, and he became the first Chicano mayor in Greenfield in '86. In 1987, Lupe Martinez ran a campaign for city council, and she was a great leader in our community, and she became the first Chicana elected to the Greenfield City Council. We also had the issue of Gloriana Cordova in 1990, who would seek an appointment. If I recall, she did get appointment, and Steve could maybe address that. In 1994, and B will probably mention about Raymond's run for the mayoral campaign, and I heard that in the previous panel. In '94, we ran the Measure B campaign to get our high school built in Greenfield. And I know myself and Raymond Diaz were the Chicano coordinators for that part of it. Steve was on the board at the time. One of the things that stands out in my mind was in 1989, I went up for an appointment to the Greenfield City Council. Greenfield School Board. There was a vacancy. And I had run for school board in 1987 and lost by 10 votes. Wow. I still remember Chicanos there at the local gas station. Come on, I'll take you to go vote. No, we'll get there, Mike. Don't worry about it. The end result, I lost by 10 votes. And that was after a string of defeats. I figured out either I'm not a viable candidate, nobody gives a crap about Mike Romero, or I just didn't organize well enough. But I do know losing by 10 votes was pretty hard. That was difficult. I remember we packed the board meeting. I remember going on the microphone and reading one of the tricks in Jose Angel Gutierrez's A Gringo Manual on How to Handle Mexicans. I think at one point the police were actually on standby to see if they needed to haul any of us out, because we did pack the board. We did what Jose Angel told us. You stand even behind the board members. And Steve, you probably remember that. Okay.
I do.
What that inspired me to do, of course, I didn't get appointed. I filed a complaint with the county grand jury. I did a research study and found out that there were very few Chicanos on the grand jury that had served on the grand jury. At the same time, the grand jury had just investigated LSL Union School District, which was Chicano run, had a Chicano superintendent, or I think it was a Chicano superintendent, but they were investigating the Chicano board at the time. And so my thing was, you wouldn't investigate a Brown Act violation in Greenfield and the lack of appointment of a Chicano to that, but you'll do that for a Chicano board in Salinas. my grand jury study actually ended up being used in the lawsuit that we had against the county. I was one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit to redistrict the supervisorial districts. So my study, along with a report on discrimination, was included in the legal brief. I've served on several other commissions. I'm not sure. I got to watch the time so I can introduce other panelists. But I will tell you, activism in the Valley was pretty widespread, and Greenfield was a hotbed of political activity. My own activism, of course, I was involved in numerous UFW marches, was involved with the Seagrams boycott. We helped organize a UFW rally there at Gonzales High School while I was there. Had been in contact quite a bit with a number of the UFW leadership. My own activism, it did die down in 1990s. I became an administrator and ended up focusing on that and left a lot of the activism. But I will tell you, one of the several last acts I did besides the lawsuit in the 1990-92 with the county, I was also invited to speak in 1990 at Williams College with a symposium on, it was entitled Chicano Struggle and a Cultural Clash. It was an honor to be there, a panelist with Dolores Huerta and Tino Villanueva, who was a well-known Chicano poet and writer. Probably the largest march I became involved in was with in 1993 when Cesar died. It was sad to be there, but at the same time, it was very inspiring. And I know we had a pretty much a huge contingent out of Greenfield in the Valley that was there. One of the last acts that I would say political acts I did, it was in 1993, right after Arturo Rodriguez became president of the United Farm Workers. As a teacher, I wrote to him because at that time, Chicano kids were using the Eagle to promote Norteño gang membership. It really bothered me as I began to see these on notebooks and binders. So I ended up writing a letter to Arturo. Maybe UFW could begin a campaign, anti-gang campaign, so that kids also know what the symbol meant. The end result is, according to Arturo, that actually inspired the union to copyright the Eagle and the phrase "Si se puede." So if you look at any of their old buttons and flyers, you'll see the trademark symbol. And I guess I could probably state that was inspired by one of my other letters. And Steve and John and B know I was a frequent letter writer in the Valley. And this was for things to go up and down the Valley. But, I can tell you that we accomplished a lot. We changed the face of boards, councils, supervisorial districts. We politicized a new generation and community. We increased voter registration and community involvement. We improved our neighborhoods, our parks, our schools. And we got people like John and Steve elected, Raymond elected, and we inspired others to document and archive Salinas Valley history. Well, that's what I'm doing right now. Challenge that we faced, there was a lot of apathy among the community. We still need to teach our youth about the past, the leaders, Chicanismo. People need to understand and appreciate the work that's done before them. We need to develop new leadership. I know that's been a need. So many of our Chicano elected officials don't have the consciousness of being Chicano. And there's one thing about being of Mexican descent, another of having full awareness and self-concept of being a Chicano and working for the needs of your community. We still have divisions of amongst Chicanos. And then, of course, the old attitudes still prevail. Trump's the role model for that crap, okay? And Greenfield is still, right now, at this time, is dominated by conservative whites once again, but I know we're looking at redistricting. That's what I'm understanding. So I'm going to go ahead and stop, and I'm going to introduce Steve Garcia. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, you've been a mentor for me, I can tell you that, even though I know you're what, maybe a couple of years younger than me, or maybe a little less, man. But anyway, good morning, everybody. It's an honor for me to be on this panel along with John and B and of course Michael, man. It's been a long journey, and when we started talking about this and involvement and stuff, and David had called me. I said, you know, man, that's a great idea, because sometimes it's good. It's great to revisit the past, because, you know, somehow or another, man, the past, especially in this movement, is not going to be the past anymore. It's going to be the present and the future, because that's what we're facing right now, right? It hasn't gone away. So anyway, I kind of I grew up in Greenfield. I was born in Salinas, but grew up in Greenfield. I actually grew up in a place in between Greenfield and King City. If you guys know Southern Monterey County, it's Gonzales, it's actually Chular, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and then there's King City. And we lived in between King City and Greenfield, and we grew up actually on a ranch company property where my dad worked, doing odd jobs there for the company. We had year-round housing there, and my mom, by that time, I started working in a food processing plant, Basic Vegetable in King City. So they were both also members of the Sociedad Guadalupana, which was a church group associated to with the Catholic Church, and who honored of course the La Virgen de Guadalupe. So early on, you know, I had some really good training, and I just seeing my dad involved and stuff. He used to be president of their chapter there, and he was a secretary, and so I always took an interest in every time he took minutes and stuff like this, because he always rewrite them. So, and then my mom was very hardworking, and she was very outspoken, very much a supporter of the UFW movement, and of course during the course of my life, you know, there was a lot of involvement there with my brothers, my uncle. My brothers were members of the UFW, but we were all supporters, big supporters of the movement. My story is very similar to everybody else's. You know, when I ended up going to Catholic school at a big price for my parents, because they were so in tune with the Sociedad Guadalupana that they felt like it was important for us to get a Catholic education. So we went to St. John's in King City, and fortunately, it was great education. Unfortunately, that there was not much appreciation for my for culture or for my language, which at that time was mainly Spanish at the time. Which it's funny, I didn't realize that until my mom told me years later that that's all I spoke when I got into school. I never realized that, you know, because in some respects down the line, I had to almost not relearn the language, but get more in tune to it, because during my 8 years at Catholic school, you know, I had a struggle with my identity. You know, it was not appreciated. I always wondered what was wrong with me, right? You know, we were standing up in class and they were telling us, hey, well, what does your dad do for a living? And, you know, it was great stress for me, because it was like everybody else were business owners, or they actually were the manager of the plant where my mom worked at. Best I could do was say that my dad was a tractor driver, because to me, that sounded pretty cool, right? But at the same time, you know, it was like, I went through my years of wondering what my identity was all about. Fortunately for me, is the 70s. It was early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, and the UFW movement was going strong. And it was strong in Greenfield. So as I got into high school, basically all my white friends disappeared, because that's all I had during my 8 years at Catholic school, along with a few people that actually also went to Catholic school from where I grew up at the Orchard. By that time, we had moved to Greenfield, and they had sold the lands. And from one day to the next, we were told we needed to get out. And fortunately, my parents had the wherewithal to actually build a house in Greenfield. So when I got into high school, I got involved right away with the Maya Club, Mexican American Youth Association, and It wasn't doing much as far as I think it had, I'm not sure if we had just started it or if it wasn't, maybe it was there for a couple of years, but when we got in, one of the things that we did, and that was going on a lot in the valley. We staged a walkout on Cinco de Mayo to kind of protest, being kind of like second-class citizens at the high school level, because we were not encouraged to attend any kind of college, any visits to college campuses. Basically, we were stuck in wood shop and welding, and the girls were mainly stuck in homemaking. There's probably not a Chicana in school that didn't go through that class. And so we protested that. And then soon after that, one of the first things that we did was we figured out that up to that point, as I was going through my 4 years there, there was never a Chicana that was ever voted in as homecoming queen, right? And so we figured out that if we did it a certain way, that we could pull we could get somebody in. I can't remember how they did it, whether it wasn't based on student body cards, but we figured something out. For about the next 2 or 3 years, Chicanas were homecoming queens, right? And then they came back before I graduated. They changed the system again, and it went back, and it was, again, all white girls that were getting selected. During my tenure, while I was attending high school, I was able to do some work with an organization, Asociación de Acción Mutua, which was a low-income housing project headed up by Gus Ibarra, and he. So we did some volunteer work there with him there in Greenfield, and we would help Spanish-speaking residents apply for low-income housing in Greenfield. It was the first low-income housing development there. So I ended up doing that for a while. During that time period, of course, I'm not sure if Mike mentioned it, but there was also in Greenfield, they had passed an anti-loitering law. And that anti-loitering law basically said if you were on any street corner for more than, I want to say about 15 minutes or 20 minutes, that you could get cited or even arrested for being on the corner that long. And of course, that was targeted toward young Chicanos. And actually, some of the people got arrested were older Mexicanos that would just hang around the corner and just talk, just BS and just talk about life in general, right? At that time, because of the UFW influence, and that was during the time of the Great Boycotts also, we organized around that, and we actually boycotted the town. The stores, the businesses were open enough that they signed a petition to actually pass this thing. And so we knew everybody that had voted for it, that was in favor of it as far as businesses. And we picketed every store, and we did it until they opened to the time they closed. We got to the point that we started busing or transporting people to buy their groceries in Soledad, right? And after a week or two, we accomplished our goal. They came back and they rescinded it. Remember Toribio Ortega at that time just had gotten out of the service, was taking tests to become an attorney, and he was our initial spokesman for that whole movement during that time period. But and actually that's where the roots were at, because during that time period, there's a lot of leadership that came from during that time period. Annie Moreno, Lupe Martinez, Annie Moreno's husband, of course, Juan Huerta, John's dad, was heading up the UFW at the time, and so it was all pretty tight knit. But we learned a lot from our neighboring town, Soledad. Soledad was ahead of the curve. They had organized prior to us, so it was again, it was an interesting time period. It was the best time to be a Chicano. It was a perfect timing for me. And during that time period, we also organized around, I got involved with a youth organization through the Office of Economic Opportunity and became a youth coordinator, headed up by Richard Ross, who was kind of our director. And he actually organized us into organizing youth centers in about four or five of the valley of the towns. So eventually we got a youth center. I headed up the youth center in Greenfield. We had one in Soledad, Gonzales, Salinas. I want to say Seaside. I wasn't sure about that, but I remember that. And from there, we kind of organized within that framework, and we organized youth, and we were really successful in organizing youth around that. We organized what we called the Chicano Concern Patrol. We actually did our own assisting our kind of as a volunteer. We actually ended up assisting doing pulling security and making sure our people did not get in trouble when it was like the fair in Salinas Valley Fair, just different venues. We did that anti-graffiti. We were so successful that everybody was really pretty worried as far as the leadership at that time, which was all white in a lot of these towns, that they eventually got to the, because I think it was a county thing. They eventually got to them and they actually shut us down. And after a couple of years that we were in existence. But again, that was just one of the areas where we kind of really organized around, which served the purpose, of course, later in the years as we started running Chicanos for positions. I also got involved with the Lowrider Car Club at that time, and again we did the same thing. We organized around the club, around the love for cars, but also we got involved with the community because we felt we needed to get entrenched more into our communities and be looked at, as positive role models. So there was a lot going on at the time. Again, in 1981, the Southwest voter registration came into town, and we started organizing to run people for office. And during that time period, of course, we did a big push for absentee ballots. So a number of us ran in the valley, and I remember I specifically had run for the school board, and one of the reasons was, first of all, one of the reasons we needed a candidate, and the other reason was the fact that my experience growing up and being in school, and what I was made to go through as far as is going through this whole identity crisis because they did not want to recognize our culture. So I said to myself, this is a way to do it. We can't just talk about it. We need to get involved. So I ran for that. And at the same time, there was a position open at the Greenfield Memorial Hall District, which ran the Memorial Hall. Well, they were all pretty much, they were all white as far as the board. And they never opened up the doors for anything except for making money, which was, dances and stuff like this. But they never opened up for recreation. And at that time, there was not a whole lot of recreation going on outside from the normal Little League stuff. And so I said, you know what, there's a vacancy there. I asked if I could, as far as run for both at the same time. I got the go ahead and I ran for both. And because of our big push for absentee ballots, I ended up winning. I can't remember which one it was. I ended up winning one by 11 votes. And then the other one, I think they notified me a week or two after that I had won. And, but I remember going through that whole process. Mike was talking about it earlier about becoming out short, but at the very same time, I can remember, one time I went to somebody's house and their absentee ballot was in the car, and this was like a half hour before the polls closed. We needed to get it delivered. So I had a guy that I knew that knew how to open a car door. So we went and opened it, and we got it out, of course, with permission of the parents, right? Because it was a son that we had that was able to vote. But anyway, it all paid off. So you know, I was the first Chicano on the school board, and of course the first Chicano on the Greenfield Memorial District Board. They were not very happy about it, I can tell you that, because in the papers after that, they initially started out with this thing about, well, they thought we had done something, you know, illegal, right? Like, oh, how can these guys come in and get so many absentee ballots and stuff? And I remember just seeing an article that as I was going through this study, getting ready for this thing with Michael. And it's funny because the people at the Monterey County Elections Department said, hey, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. People do it all the time, you know? And in fact, they said because of success we had, I think the gal that they spoke to was that there's probably going to be a lot more of that in the future. And sure enough, of course, now there's always a big push for absentee ballots, you know? So anyway, it was during that time period, that was probably, I would say maybe a 10, 15 year time period where I thought, man, it doesn't get any better than this. We had successfully had, you know, with a lot of people like Mike, like David, Juan Martinez, a lot of these guys that were involved at a much bigger level when it comes to the county, you know, we started having success, okay? We started getting some real successes. And all of a sudden, we'll be becoming the majority on boards. But there's still that mentality even within our own race. Because I remember talking to I was supporting somebody and I was going to see if I could get his support. And he told me, how many people do we have on the board? I said, well, right now we got 2. And he goes, well, you know what? That's okay, you know what? But we can't get the majority, or else this thing's gonna go. Everything's gonna go down the toilet, you know, because then we'll be the majority, and of course we can't govern ourselves, right? That was the mentality. But again, it was that's what some of the stuff that we had to fight, you know, deal with even within our own group, with our oon people. So anyway, but again, that was just one of the things, the many things that came out of that, and I firmly believe that time period there was probably one of the best things that could have happened for many of us, because it gave us an outlet, gave us a channel to basically put our efforts into, and out of that, you see a lot of leadership that came out of that. Simon, Anna, all involved with different aspects, some as attorneys, some as, you know, but we all came together and I think changed the face of Monterey County and even extending out further. I do and as far as my tenure on the board, I really feel really good about the fact that during my tenure, we actually had one school built and we purchased the property for another one. The other one we actually were able to get some Chicano administrators, and we also brought in our first Chicano superintendent. It should have happened years earlier, but you know, I got that old excuse about we had selected somebody from the other valley who was really great, and the rest of the board at that time, I was still the minority, and the rest of my board said, well, you know, this guy's too overqualified, Steve. He's never going to last in our district. He's not going to stick around in a place like Greenfield. I said, you're telling me that we want to get the most qualified, but there's such a thing as being overqualified, right? But again, you know, it was just, again, you know, it's those battles to fight. And the one thing I can say in closing is this, is that sometimes when we first started, we were the minority. I'm a firm believer that, you know, when I first started, I was the only one. It was always 4 to 1 vote. But you talk to people long enough, and you know, my mom was good at this with us. She'd put us on these bad guilt trips, right? Man, I learned from the best. My mom was like, you know, she could get us to do something just, you know, just by saying a couple of words. Well, you know what? I kept on hammering, and pretty soon I wasn't the only one that was speaking up when it came to making sure that we were taking care of the whole community, not just the white community, but the whole community. And that was coming from other board members, you know, that were not Chicano, they were white. And of course, soon after that, that whole changed and we became the majority. But again, I must say that, you know, we do have to keep the faith for you out there, for students and stuff. It's, you know, we may have thought that things have changed and, you know, and that we have finally made it. Well, you know, as the last few years have shown us, we haven't made it. And we've got to work as hard as ever. So we need to keep the faith and just know that the struggle continues, and God bless everybody out there, and get involved. God bless. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that.
Mhm.
B, we got you next.
Oh my God. Here we go. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
You're able to hear me? Okay. First, I would like to go ahead and thank David Serena, you know, and the MPC staff and others that worked so hard in organizing, you know, this symposium. I was able to watch the first one, you know, and everybody did so amazing. It brought many memories back from way back from like Cesar Chavez, you know. I was glad to see many faces: Fernando Armenta, former supervisor Simon Salinas, Sabino Lopez, Senator Ana Caballero, whom I had the pleasure to work in her firm back in the days, you know, and, you know, thanks to all of them that participated, you know, and all that make this a successful, you know, symposium. Here we are on the second one. I'm a little nervous, as you can see. I normally, when I attend council meetings, board meetings, or whatever, I read it, I type it, because I feel that I'm gonna get lost somewhere down the line. I'd like to thank Juan Oliveros for bringing my husband, I hope I don't get emotional, to bringing him to light. You know, he was a board member from the Hartnell College, also a board member to the elementary school, and he did run for mayor. You know, unfortunately, he lost by a very few votes. You know, so thank you, Juan. You know, Raymond and I married in 1976, and he was very political, but so was I. You know, so we both were a match for it. My mom used to call me los cuates, you know, a tal para cual, you know, meaning we were both meant for each other. My father, you know, tell you a little bit about my history, how we got to the US. My father was a bracero way back in the 1950s. You know, at that time, Dad was working in Demi, New Mexico with a rancher named Jaime Valderrama. Jaime was a very good rancher and decided to help my dad bring his family along with the 6 children, you know, to the US. So started the process, you know, and in 1962, you know, on February 28, 1962, we were on the land of the USA. You know, I was only 11 years old at that time. Dad, you know, worked for another rancher, you know, named Pete Bishop. You know, I attended a school in Demi, New Mexico. I knew very little English. So at that time, you know, we were being paired, you know, with non-speaking English, you know, people. So it was really hard, you know, because we didn't understand a lot of things. I remember with one of the persons that was paired with me told me that my shoes were beautiful, and then pointed to my shoes and wanted me to take it off. So I took it off. Well, little do I have to say, she tossed it up in the air and it ended up in the trees, and I ended up with no shoes at the house. So I come from 17, you know, children. 1964, my brother came to work in Arizona, and I met a friend, a good friend of his, and, you know, he asked him to move to California. My brother said, you know, talk to my parents, and my parents, you know, convinced my parents, you know, to come to California. We lived in Soledad for about 2 weeks, ended up at Pete Rocha's camp. You know, I attended in Greenfield Elementary School here in Greenfield, and also attended the King City High School. I did not really like to go to the high school. I felt that there was a lot of racism. A lot of times, I was shy. I was a shy person then. And they would put me in a corner on a desk to try to finish some work, So to me, I was being pushed because I had polio at my 9 months, when I little. So my parents really didn't like me to go work in the fields and were pushing me to go to school till I finally, on my junior year, I didn't go no more. Even though I didn't graduate, I was able to get my GED and attended college, Hartnell College, and for data processing at the time. In 1972, my parents, had joined Cesar Chavez, the cause of Cesar Chavez. At that time, I was working at the clinic in King City, and I would join my parents to go to strikes, to boycott. And sometimes when it was possible that I could get a day off or maybe on a weekend, I would attend rallies, go to boycotting, striking, and we also went as far as Coachella, Sacramento, Delano, etc. It was not easy working at the clinic. Many were so many were not in favor of Cesar. I could hear the hard things they would say about Cesar Chavez and the union. I tried reasoning with them of what they were saying was wrong and it was untrue, even if they were telling you the wrong things about the union. Toribio Ortega was a close friend of the family, and we talked about injustices, against the union, among other injustices happening then. Toribio encouraged me, for me to become a US citizen. October of 1972, with his help, I filed for citizenship. Because I was supporting the United Farm Workers, I started receiving anonymous letters. February 26, 1973, there was a letter to the editor, letter to the editor for publication as a public forum from Ed Smith. Salinas, California, titled it "Violence Deplored." March 3rd, 1973. I responded to Mr. Smith's letter. Letters went back and forth, and forth. Things started to get heated and hairy. Nordwig from the Salinas, California newspaper sent me a reply on my last letter that they would not be printing any more letters on the UFW subject. To this day, I still have the letters. Once in a while, I take them out and read them. It's sad to read a lot of, hard things that they would say about the union, which we knew, it was different. Seeing so many injustices and not able to vote, it was frustrating. I was so happy when my US citizen appointment came, and on March 14, 1974, I became a US citizen. From 1974 to now, I am a nonstop. I'm incredibly involved in my community. My first was being a poll worker for the election department for over 20 years. Being a member of the measure, bonds, oversight, sober grant committees, I campaigned for pesticides, census, coronavirus, presidential election, mayor, council, school, board, and so on. I ran for elementary school board, and unfortunately I didn't make it. I am a member of the Greenfield Rotary Club and just recently appointed to the Greenfield Cemetery and Public Recreation Board, which I'm still waiting to be sworn in. When Civil Service started boycotting pesticides in the graves, it brought me horrible flashbacks when my dad worked with the 2 ranchers in Deming, New Mexico. I can remember his hands and clothing with yellow powdery stuff. My mom would always tell him, "Cochino, take a bath, wash your hands before you eat. Look at your hands." All my dad would say, "It's medicine for the cotton." What did I know then? One day, Cesar Chavez was going to be talking about pesticides. I became more interested in finding out more about pesticides. I remember watching the Wrath of Grapes movie and seeing the illnesses and deform a child among other illnesses due to pesticides. I joined my parents in the movement of Cesar Chavez and his fight to stop pesticides on grapes. I remember working on Cesar Chavez Clinic in Salinas. I saw many patients that were coming into the clinic because of exposure to pesticides. I remember myself working in the fields and seeing planes spraying pesticides near the fields while we were working. We could feel the mist. I remember picketing stores, boycotting grapes because the pesticides making people sick. 1983, while I worked at the Mir Memorial Clinic, I was a Spanish interpreter for the doctors, and patients would be coming for the doctor's visits with symptoms of headaches, dizziness, nausea after working in the fields. I witnessed a patient vomiting at the office. What I recall, the doctor told the patient that it was a possibility that it was due to pesticides. This was a constant reminder for me of how horrible pesticides, among other unaware illnesses, brings years ahead. What motivated me in being involved with the pesticides was the flashback when Dad used to work in Deming, New Mexico, and remembering the yellow powdery stuff. I believe it was pesticides and medicine, and not medicine for cotton, So sad. I was not aware of this, prior to my dad's illness. 1988, Dad was feeling sick and we got devastating news. We were told Dad's diagnosis was multiple myeloma. I can vividly remember asking the doctor if this illness could be due to pesticides. Doctor's response was, "It's possible, but it would be hard to prove because there was no studies on this that he was aware." Of course, they're not going to say anything. Doctors gave Dad 9 months to live. Dad passed June 1st, 1989, a week short from his 9 months. To this day, I honestly believe that his illness was caused by pesticide. And this just proved to me that when Dad worked in the 2 ranches in Deming, New Mexico, all the yellow powdery stuff on his hands and clothing was pesticides and not medicine for the cotton, as Dad claimed. I do not even think Dad was aware of what illnesses a pesticide could bring. 2006, my mother-in-law passed from valley fever. Doctor used to call it cocci for short. Cocci is a fungus found in soil and cause infections when inhaled. My grandson is asthmatic. Pesticides were sprayed near the school without notifying the school. This was a horrible experience for us. My grandson was having difficulty breathing. One of the students was taken by ambulance because he was having really bad breathing. I joined SAS, Safe Ag, Safe Schools. SAS is a coalition of over 50 organizations and individuals working together to reduce the threat of pesticides exposures to the Monterey Bay. SAS was brought to Greenfield and we fought the battle to eliminate, and I'm sorry, I don't know if I can say this word right, chlorophorus, which we won, as well as eliminating Roundup from being used on the city property. This was a big accomplishment. Our work continues to educate public by offering informational classes with experts on pesticides, as well as nutritionists and organic farmers. We want a thriving community. Our city of Greenfield passed a resolution asking the Ag Commissioner to make public all notices of intent. They approved. This will allow enough time for schools and families to take precautionary measures such as windows, doors, and remaining indoors. Coalition is still demanding. that ag commissioners to post notice intents, and he refuses. But Governor Newsom is proposing a legislation to make sure pesticides being sprayed are posted. My husband was at a Eden Valley in Soledad. I seen an employee that was spraying Roundup. I walked up to him and I told him, "Do you know what that is?" I then said, "This is a harmful pesticide." I had a flyer with instructions of use and I handed it to him. I then said to him, it was a homemade weed killer. All it takes is Morton salt, vinegar, Dawn soap, and a spray bottle. 2 days later, when I went to visit my husband, he spotted me and he says, "I went ahead and I sprayed it. Let's see what happens." 4 days later, I went to visit my husband and he spotted me, approaches me and says, "Thank you. It really works. And it does not give me difficulty to breathe like the Roundup did." I distributed that flyer to other, I believe one was at another clinic, and don't recall the other ones, but I usually carry it with me because I think that pesticides are very harmful and we need to be educated on them. My advice to younger and future generations is speak, let your voice carry out. As Cesar Chavez used to say, do not be afraid. As for pesticides in your area, you have the right to demand from the Ag Commissioner to do his job. If you're a citizen, register to vote. Elect assembly members and senators who will fight for environmental justices. Educate family and community about harmful pesticides. Get involved in your community. And all I can say, si se puede. And this is very touching to me, why I chose this pesticide. I had 2 loved ones that I lost, and I strongly believe that it was due to pesticides. Thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you, B. John?
I'm right here.
We're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you, Michael, for great presentations and talking about the Chicano history here in the community of Greenfield. Hello, everyone listening and tuning in. My name is John Huerta Jr., and I come from the community of Greenfield. The introduction states, listen to their voices and learn directly from the Chicana and Chicano movement activists who confronted systemic racism in government, schools and the courts is a great introduction. I don't know who developed that, but that's a great introduction involving the challenges of entering the public arena as a Chicana or a Chicano. First, I'd like to thank all those involved who took the time and commitment to develop this much needed symposium, especially David Serena and Monterey Peninsula College. I understand I have limited time, so I gotta move on my presentation, and I'll get right to it. For me, it starts with my family. Michael and Steve mentioned my brother Henry, and of course my dad, Juan Huerta, and honestly, and how we were captured by President Kennedy's message that we stand here today on the edge of a new frontier, the frontier of unknown opportunities and perils. And I'm asking each of you to be pioneers towards the new frontier. I think my family really was very supportive of those messages from the president at that time in the 60s. My dad was an intelligent man who recognized that the legislation that was being passed by Congress under President Kennedy included increases in Social Security benefits and in minimum wage, several housing bills, and getting aid to economically distressed areas such as South Monterey County. hospital construction, library services, which are critical. Food stamps for low-income Americans were introduced during President Kennedy, and rural electrification, and much more. The new frontier witnessed the passage of a broad range of important social and economic reforms. My parents were captured by the activity that was happening through President Kennedy, John Kennedy, and became huge supporters of the Kennedy family and, of course, Robert F. Kennedy. My dad was a very disciplined man, también, who ultimately joined the United Farm Workers in 1970. There are many stories and experiences and challenges to take into account with our history, our family's history, with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta and United Farm Workers. But growing up, honestly, in the farm workers movement, changed my family's life and my life, my own life as well. I traveled with my dad to many demonstrations, marches, and trips to Sacramento, to the state capitol. That honestly, it laid a foundation for me to potentially seek or run for public office later on in life. As a son of a union organizer, that segues me into running for public office. And I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that already have been said about a lot of the challenges here in a community such as Greenfield because of the lack of representation from the Chicanos or the Chicanas. And so I don't want to repeat a lot of it's already been said. So, I'll get right into my time as public office, but I do want to go back and talk about real quickly that the time that my dad was with the United Farm Workers, he had a lot of, I'm wearing a shirt actually from La Paz. David Villarino, Cesar Chavez's brother-in-law, bought me this shirt, and I have the United Farm Workers and I have the Teamsters. I would not have been successful with 18 years in public office without the United Farm Workers and the Teamsters always supporting me as a candidate here in Greenfield. And so I had to show my colors today. My first campaign was successful in November 1998, elected to the Greenfield City Council. My second campaign was successful, winning the mayor's seat in November of 2002. And by the support of the community, I was successful at 4 consecutive terms as mayor from 2002 to 2017. I'm really honored with that opportunity, and I continue to be relevant in the community. I keep up with the many things that are happening at the city, at the county, at the state, and the federal level. Greenfield was a city prior to, in the past, was without a redevelopment agency, its own parks and recreation department, historic low city revenues, big time, very little housing development for all income categories. No new retail commercial development was happening. Non-sufficient amount of public safety. Law enforcement is critical into keeping our community safe, and without any real vision for the future. So the opportunity was there for me to develop myself as a proactive elected official. All the efforts that were made by past Chicanos in our community, like Michael Romero and Steve Garcia, Beatriz Diaz, Maria Corralejo, and many others during my time and tenure as mayor, gave me kind of an open slate to be able to develop Greenfield into a sustainable, a financially sustainable organization. And going back, and I'll touch on the revenues shortly, but first thing that we did was develop a redevelopment agency for the very first time in 1999 and 2000. The redevelopment agency assisted the city to finance over $30 million of infrastructure projects, which today are coming in handy. A lot of those wastewater treatment improvements and water system improvements, and other infrastructures such as streets and roads. King City and Soledad already had existing redevelopment agencies. So as someone mentioned earlier, they were they've been ahead of the program for many years. And you know, I was running for city council. I always use Soledad as an example to say, hey, look at Soledad. They've had the Latino, they have the Chicana leadership, and they've done these types of programs, these types of efforts in Soledad. So I always use Soledad, and I continue to use Soledad because they have been organizing themselves for many years prior to the city council representation and mayorship. We developed our very first redevelopment agency, 2005. Greenfield's general plan update to allow 900 acres of land to be incorporated into the city of Greenfield. We're still working, the city is still working on getting interest for a lot of the new retail commercial opportunities that are looking at Greenfield to be able to provide retail and commercial opportunities for the traveling public on the 101, and then also for South County residents. During my tenure, we built over one of our accomplishments, but more than that, Steve Garcia mentioned about the efforts for the low-income housing in Greenfield. My dad was involved with that effort, along with Hector de la Rosa Sr. From Soledad. We built over 1,100 housing units between 2002 and 2009. Market rate farm worker housing projects with the help of HCD in Sacramento, and then also affordable housing housing developments with CHISPA and other nonprofit organizations. That's been a great accomplishment for the city. And going back to one of the main topics that I wanted to discuss with you all, and encouraging young people to look at ways that they can get involved with their city. Because that's one thing I learned about being the mayor is that, you know, I want to focus on Greenfield. I don't want to focus on King City or Soledad or Gonzales, because I don't know nothing about them. All I know is Greenfield. And so we had historical low revenues to the city to the tune of, in 2002, when I became mayor, was $2 million of discretionary funding, whether it be sales tax or use tax. And so now the city is venturing into $10 million of revenue annually. And so how we got there was, first and foremost, is the city's and community support. I don't know, many of you don't know this, but the city of Greenfield has the highest sales tax rate in the state of California. And so that's a huge announcement to make, because why did we have to go to that length? Well, I mentioned some of the challenges that the city of Greenfield has had throughout its history, was the lack of retail and commercial development, the lack of housing, the lack of emerging industries, as we encourage the cannabis industry to come to Greenfield. We have 3 to 4 businesses now here in Greenfield, providing over $2 million of revenues annually to the city of Greenfield. So we took the risk politically, and but at the same time, we knew that strategically we needed to be strategically in position to capture new retail, commercial, and emerging industries coming into South Monterey County, because this region is growing. I mean, it's not a secret anymore. This region is growing.
With your permission, Juan, I just want to tell Frank that we're going to continue into the noon hour.
Okay.
So that you can finish out your presentation, and then Steve can ask the questions. That's okay. I mean, we have control of the situation here.
Okay.
And so just go ahead and finish out yours, and then Michael, you could turn it over to Steve for him to ask the questions.
Yes.
So, go ahead. So I just
Thanks
want
for doing that, David.
I want to show everybody understood that, because I don't have anything scheduled for the noon hour. I had scheduled some music and some poetry, but I'm not going to do it. So we'll just continue with this and then finish it out, have a good discussion and all of that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And so, so that was the priority of my time on the city council. 18 years total, 4 years as city council member, and then 14 years as the elected mayor, to be able to strategically place ourselves as a economic hub. Now we want to venture into, as we have the cannabis industries coming, investments coming to the city of Greenfield, and we've gotten over all the drama with supporting it or not. I think Greenfield is now in position to bring, biotech, or to bring tech companies into our community, Google or other companies that are interested in coming to. It's a beautiful area. I mean, a lot of times that's not said enough. The South Monterey County is such a beautiful area, and with such fertile soils for the veggies and the wine industry. Who wouldn't want to come down to Greenfield to invest in the future? And so the vision was set out. But first and foremost, as mayor, you learned that, well, I learned that your city needs to be a sustainable, financially sustainable organization to be able to do the things that the community, the wants and the desires, and infrastructure is part of that. That's why we brought on the redevelopment agency. But in 2012, AB 27, AB 26, was Governor, who was it, Brown, and the legislature, they took away the redevelopment agencies. I think that was a bad move, because now, the state it's flush with money, it's flush with cash. And so, but anyways, that's a different subject for a different time. But I just think that by the city being able to have its own vision, and me, and with the opportunity with my family and friends like Steve Garcia, Beatrice, and Maria Coralejo, may she rest in peace, and many others that helped me, put me in position. I took the opportunity seriously, and we hired the city's first Latina city manager during my time. We hired the city's first Asian city manager, and we also hired the city's first LGBT city manager. So we're diverse. And so again, we continue to be relevant, and we want to continue fighting that challenge that we don't have the representation that we really need to move our cities forward. I can tell you that when it was an all Mexican American Chicana city council, a lot of these initiatives were pushed forward with the support of the community. And today, Greenfield is now a sustainable, financially sustainable organization that can do a lot of the things that other small cities want to do, and bring in tourism and attract new industries coming into your community. You can do those things because you can negotiate those possibilities, those opportunities. And so I keep up with, like for instance, with the state of California, the Broadband Act for All, COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act. I research this stuff. I'm kind of crazy for this stuff, and I read it at night, keep up with what's happening. Then at the federal level, the MORE Act to legalize cannabis federally. That's a huge effort that we hope that President Biden can move that forward to passage. But again, the opportunity was here for me. Many Chicanos and Chicanas, helped me to put me in position to be able to take advantage of the opportunity that lay before me as I started in 1998 and finished out in 2017. Now the city's able to do the things. Now the city's going to be able to do the things that we've been wanting to do for many years, and Chicanos and Chicanas made it happen. So I encourage all the young people, all the college students listening, not just to me, but to all the others. I've been listening to all the panels and these opportunities. In my view, because of what my dad taught us when he was with the United Farm Workers, you can't put things off to the next day. You got to do them now. So I encourage David. I know this is great that he put this together, but I encourage more of these things at certain other regions, like the Raza Roundtable from San Jose. They bring electeds, they bring the mayor of the San Jose to La Raza Roundtable to be able to talk about the things that affect our communities, and so we can continue moving forward. And so with that, I thank you for the opportunity, Michael and David, and that's my presentation.
Hey, thank you very much. And what we'll do is I'll kind of wrap some things up after we, I don't remember if I actually even introduced Steve Albert, and I do want to introduce Steve. He's from Monterey Peninsula College, and he'll be doing, he's got some questions for us, as I understand.
Yes, thanks all of you for sharing your stories and histories. I know that the MPC social science faculty believe it's really important to our students and our future students to have access to these histories. And we just would like to thank all of you for showing up and letting us know. You know, I've got myself a few questions here, and some of them are kind of forward-looking questions, and some of them are more backwards-looking questions. And I think I'll start with a backwards-looking question and kind of end with the future of Greenfield and what your perspectives are. You know, when you look back on your personal life, or mostly your public life, what brings you the most pride in terms of your accomplishments in your public service or activism? Can you point to a few things? And that's for all of you, if you'd like to just take it in round, or if anybody wants to jump in, or Michael, maybe you want to point to people and have them answer, or if you don't want to answer, that's okay too.
Well, you know what? We'll start with John. We'll work backwards.
Okay, all right. So, well, I think, as I mentioned, the historical low revenues be able to provide a base where you have a tax base that the city can do programs and can grow in itself within its own means. I think that's one of the accomplishments that I feel, and secondly, that the city's own Parks and Recreation Department. When I arrived at the city, there was none, and it took, you know, I'll be honest with you, it took 10 years for whatever reason to develop our very own Parks and Recreation. Now we have a recreation director. Now we have Parks and Recreation staff. The city is right now looking at an 8.5 Prop 68 funding, a grant to be able to provide funding to build a recreation center. So those two hand in hand, the revenues and the Parks and Recreation is probably, and you got to, I mean, you got to throw in housing. I got to throw in housing as well, but I think those three, you know, are the things that I look at more on top of my list.
I think B left us. Steve, you want to go ahead?
Well, you know, as far as I think it was as far as accomplishments, or as far as looking back, I think probably just the fact that, you know, is that anything you do in life, you know, it's kind of like it's for students hearing this, and I think for people that we have an impact on, just by whatever it is that we all do, you know, is just the fact that, you know, that those possibilities are endless. As far as the change that we can make is very possible. We just gotta, I think it's just a matter of sticking with it. It's recognizing the fact of where your roots are at, because the roots that we come from are very deep, and there's so much to be proud of, you know. And I always say that we're kind of a people that there was no middle for us. It's either everything's intense for us, you know. It's as far as Chicanos, you know, we're either very happy, we're very sad, or you know, there's no in between. And I love that part of us, simply because I feel like, you know, for those young people growing up, is that when you look at your parents, when you look at your grandparents, you know, and the struggles that they went through, and some of those struggles that you may still go through, is the very fact that at the end of the day, it's recognizing that, and then getting up in the morning and honoring that by being active in your community, being active in your school, and then of course, you know, taking the place of those of us, you know, that come before, and making sure that you keep this movement going, because again, it's as much needed now as it's ever been, especially in this climate. And if any of us can make any kind of an impact, and I always say this about my kids, is that, you know, it's really whatever legacy there is for us to leave, let it be the legacy of, you know, you give it 100%, you do the very best you can, and many times you're going to see the fruits of the labor, you know, or at least start something, right? So I think that's it. You know, I did 24 years on both the school board and the memorial board, and it was a lot of time spent. It was, you know, of course, it's always a sacrifice. You know, John knows that. We all know that. Anybody who's been involved with a movement or anything, yep, it's a lot of time involved. And so you always hope that there's people behind you coming in, right? Because at some point in time, you know, we all get a little bit tired, you know. But I think that's it. I think it's just maintaining that and hoping that people pick that up and take it forward for everybody's benefit.
Yeah, and you know what I like to say, I just look back and just see, you know, reflect on what we were able to do and accomplish. And I think we did a lot of paving the way, just as the generation before us paved the way for us. I think what we did is we were able to pave the way for a new generation. And, you know, Steve's mentioned, and John, we still need that push there. Okay. I think the young people that are watching this now, you know, and just hope that we're able to inspire them. As I do know that myself, looking back and having worked with the people on our panel, we did inspire many people. We did, and I hope that we can continue to do so even with this panel. But that's one thing that I'm proud of. I mean, I've exactly 40 years ago, May 14th, students walked out at Gonzales when I got laid off, and I had one of the students whose parent was a plaintiff against the district, the Gonzales High District, contact me, asked me for pictures because people were remembering that, they were reflecting on that.
Of course.
Her daughter was inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement, and she's telling her daughter, oh, wait a minute, we were involved in stuff many years ago. Let me reach out to Mr. Romero so we can get some pictures and just a reflection of as to what occurred beforehand. And that was just the impact at the high school. And I look here at Greenfield, you know, over the years, since over the last 20 years since our involvement, we've seen many more Chicanos and Chicanas on the councils and school boards. But as I stated earlier, the important thing is they need to develop this Chicano concept of Chicanismo. They need to have that. You know, right now, Greenfield is back to a majority white city council, which that reminds me way back when, in fact, the current mayor, his father was one of the persons that we were looking at removing 20 years ago. So we need to go back to thinking about it. But I think over the years, I'm very proud of the fact that I know we inspired people over the years, and ourselves, we were inspired by a generation beforehand. So thanks for the question, Steve. Appreciate that.
You know, I've got a few here, but with respect to time, because we probably all want to have a little break, I think that I'd like to ask these two questions in the same time, and you can kind of pick which ones you might like to answer. One of them is, each of you have mentioned the United Farm Workers Union and how important it was, and I want to give you an opportunity to expand on that if you would like to, how important it was to your decision to maybe become a public service or an activist. And also, and specifically within Greenfield, how the United Farm Workers Union affected you and your relationship with Greenfield. And finally, you know, where do you see Greenfield progressing in the future, and what are its challenges and its opportunities? So either one of those or both of those would be great. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'll jump on, I'll jump on that. I'll take the latter first. You know, Michael mentioned something very important. You know, we're back to a conservative city council, so that's something that we're working on in our community, to be quite honest. As the November 2022 election is on the horizon now, and so we need to get the vision back to be able to provide. It's all about what we, and I'll segue into the United Farm Workers, of course, my dad being a representative from 1970 to 1986. He worked for the United Farm Workers Union. And, but I think that the vision is to provide for all income levels. I think that's what we learned with my dad working with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, is that it's for all people. It's just not for Chicanos or Chicanas or farm workers. It's for all industries and it's for all peoples. And so sometimes when you have a conservative a point of view, sometimes you're in a tunnel vision. And I think that's an issue for the city, because we have put in a huge effort, as Steve mentioned, about, you know, the time that's consumed by helping your community as a policymaker. It's a huge number. I mean, you're away from the home a lot. And so you know, that's a challenge, you know, right now with the council being more on the conservative and you know, I'll say it, the white based. On the United Farm Workers, I think for Greenfield, it gave us a tool to be able to, in a strange way, to talk to growers about Greenfield being a hub, being an economic hub, an emerging industry hub, because of the general plan update that we implemented in 2005. It took, you know, County of Monterey is not a development, pro-development county. Monterey County is a non-development county. And so it took that general plan update document, which cost the city about $800,000 total, to be able to have that face-to-face relationship with the growers. And the United Farm Workers and other unions are supportive of those things because it moves your community forward. But the United Farm Workers in the Valley came at a time when there was much resistance to the United Farm Workers and Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. And so that shakedown happened, and that in its own way assisted the communities like Soledad, as I mentioned, very proactive from the get-go, and that now Greenfield. And so the United Farm Workers helped that process of moving cities to incorporate other properties. The United Farm Workers was part of that, because it wasn't all about, as my dad used to say, it's not all about the wages, John. He was talking to me as the mayor, but he always told me that it's not all about the wages. It is, but it's not. And so I think that was part of it, that the United Farm Workers helped break open the challenges that we've had for many years, as many of the panel discussed today.
You know what? Let me talk a little bit about that whole influence of the United Farm Workers, and I think it was important in a lot of different ways. First of all, just for, you know, identifying and being proud of where you come from and stuff, which was a lot of the basis for what Cesar would talk about. But the other thing was, I think, was the influence it had on other unions, because, you know, if you look at the Teamsters Union, the Teamsters Union went through a big change where initially, you know, they were very you know, they did not get along. Of course, Teamsters were always doing especially early on with the sweetheart contract during the boycotts and stuff. And then, of course, that all came back, and all of a sudden, you know, we at least when I was with the Teamsters, I was with the Teamsters for 16 years as a rep. And one of the things that we got involved with was helping people gain their citizenship, not necessarily something you would have seen years ago with the Teamsters. I think another thing is that, Cesar bought a lot of, when you talk about organization and organizing, he bought a lot to a lot of different unions, and he changed in some respects the landscape of that. And you kind of see that because you see a lot of people that came from that United Farm Workers that were organizing and stuff, working for other unions now, right? And having an influence there. And mainly because I think it was so grassroots based. The other thing it bought, some recognition of a large group of people that were doing work out there, like parents and stuff, that really didn't have any kind of recognition. It was just part of the landscape, and really nobody paid much attention to things like safety and health and welfare and financial gain, and started really recognizing people for what they're doing and what they've done, like during the pandemic. I mean, they still continue to put food on the table. I mean, it's if you cannot, that's a very big change in that respect. So I mean, if you think of that change alone, the UFW has been influential in so many different ways, again, as organizers, as a philosophy and what they bring. The other thing, as far as when it comes, I think, to Greenfield is I live in Hollister now, but the things don't change. I think if I was to name one thing, it's probably, how do we go about improving the quality of life for people? Jobs are great. If the jobs are, 50, 60, 100 miles away in your community, what kind of a community you can have if you don't start having that some infrastructure, so that, families are families, the parents come home at a decent hour and are able to make, to spend time with their kids, with their loved ones and stuff. Things like housing and are so important. But again, what are some of the things that we can all do to improve that quality of life? I mean, the one thing that we had, I think, growing up that I remember the most was the fact that, we did have, no matter where we lived at, whether it was in a labor camp or wherever that was at, it was a quality of life. There was a certain, whatever that may have been, there was some security there. I think right now it's very difficult. Both parents work now. It's very tough. And again, everybody's trying to make do. So to me, it's like anything that we can do, whether it's recreational, whether it's housing, whether it's jobs, that are not so far away, so we're not bedroom communities. That's like super important, because I think it goes to that quality of life that I think that we have to, start focusing on, and bringing those things in. A lot of those things that John was talking about during his tenure, that he and everybody else was able to accomplish. That's been very important. So anyway, I'm thinking of those two things.
Yeah, and just myself, I'll probably reiterate what John and Steve has shared. You've probably heard this throughout the other panels too, is just the impact and influence of Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and the whole United Farm Workers movement. My first march was in 1975 in Solid. I was able to actually march alongside Cesar and the mayor at the time, John Saavedra. I was very, very proud of that. But, I know, as I became active, I still remember when the UFW came into the Valley, one of the first things my dad told me is, you like history a lot, you like to clip articles, save everything you can, because this man is going to be really important. And of course, that was Cesar. So I've got 4 files full of news clippings and articles and stuff like that. I do know even myself once became very active. Remember even touching, if you wanted to get something done, you needed to touch base with activists who were involved with the UFW one way or another. When we got the breakfast program in San Lucas, myself, Tony Gonzalez, who was a Raza Unida rep from San Francisco, we touched base with Dario Aguirre, who was a UFW organizer and activist in the little town of San Lucas, and we're able to push the breakfast program there. Here in Soledad, you had, of course, the Huerta. I remember meeting your father, John, over at a march in Salinas. Virginia introduced me to him right away. He knew your dad. And then there was, of course, Mr. Rodolfo Amezcua here in Greenfield. I still remember when I got laid off there, and there was a big board meeting. He went there and held the UFW flag afloat and said, "We're gonna have pickets in front of the school," And I think back, I look at all these activists in the Valley. You had an introduction earlier today by with Bill Monning. These guys were all UFW activists at one time. Yes. David, I know you were involved down in Coachella, and I think that what's happened is a UFW was probably a training and a breeding ground for activists. And as you look at the history, including here in the Salinas Valley, including in Greenfield, how many children of UFW activists with school board, city council, that was something the UFW was proud of. When teachers went on strike in '84 in Gonzales, I remember they didn't know what to do. I pretty much said, look, you want to know, you want community support? Well, you need to go to the community. Don't expect them to just run and support you. And said, this is what Cesar would do. You're going to go door to door and present your cause. We were able to do that. Cesar ended up coming in later on to provide support for us. Of course, by that time we settled our contract, and it was a victory celebration. So anyway, in a nutshell, we know that the UFW to this day continues to train and groom people to become involved in their community. Dolores Huerta with the Dolores Huerta Foundation does the same. You've got Cesar's Sons with the Cesar Chavez Foundation. And of course, you've got the United Farm Workers continues to do that. Steve's talked about the Teamsters Union, and there was a change in their philosophy from the Teamsters being goons and doing sweetheart contracts to the Teamsters and the United Farm Workers working closely together, because they embraced that philosophy that Cesar had. And that's when Frankie Gallego, Steve Garcia, and others took over the Teamsters, the Local 890. So anyway, I know I talked a lot, but I think just trying to summarize that the United Farm Workers was a key to influence all of us activists in this valley.
Now, let me just add, Steve, wonderful question, great question. I think that, for me, I think when I look at the inspiration of Cesar, what Cesar brought to all of us was the fact that he was somebody that looked like us. He was brown, he was short, he wasn't an elitist. He wasn't a Chicano that was dressed in a suit and a tie. He was a Chicano that dressed like the rest of us. And he was very courageous in what he did. In other words, in order to take on the most powerful industry in the state of California, the agricultural industry, to take on that industry and not be afraid and to be challenged by police officers who were beating up farm workers, by dogs with dogs and all kinds of things, and Cesar resorting to fast, to keep people in line, and for him to be a strong Guadalupano, that he, the whole symbol of the Virgen de Guadalupe in the forefront of all the marches. I mean, I think all these things, he was a clear identity for us. He was somebody we could look up for, somebody we were looking, somebody that we needed to have a national leader like this. And I think, for the Blacks, it was Martin Luther King, but for us, it was Cesar Chavez. He was the symbol, the representative that made us all proud of being Chicanos, of being farm workers, of being who we were, of being our roots. So to me, that's what motivated me. That's what motivated, I think, most Chicanos to be close to United Farm Workers Union.
I don't know how long you want to go, David, but there is somebody who's asked a question that I think is a nice personal question for all of you, which is, Do you ever feel like you sacrifice something for your activism?
Well, I'll speak to that. I know being active takes a lot of time. You know that. And I think about the activism as well as in my career, because they went hand in hand. But it did, whereas other families, it may have brought them together as parents did instill and take their kids to marches. I think for me, I was so focused on being out there that it took time away from my family, and it did have an impact. I lost a lot of time with my family that I can't recapture, and so in those respects, I kind of regret that. I mean, there were times I would take my kids, but there were many times I would not, because we're just focused on getting the work done, but it did have an impact on our family. So if anything, I sacrificed a lot of time with family, but this was important. I saw it as important. And, if I could go back and change some of that, I certainly would. But I think that was in many regards, it did have a negative impact at times. You can't recapture that, but you can just look forward.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's there is a sacrifice, but then on the other hand, if it's like, it's like being on the school board, when you're kind of assisting and making policy and stuff like this has a direct impact on your kids, right? Because I had kids in school, so in some respects, if you're about whether, you're a mayor, and providing those opportunities and opening up things up so that people, can have a better life. Well, that means a better life for our kids too, So even though it's a sacrifice, and it definitely is, I know that it was a lot of times in meetings and stuff and just doing different things. I look at it and the legacy that, that you leave behind, not just for your kids, for nieces, nephews, other family members, including the community at large. I mean, is it worth it? Yeah, I'm sure that so many people in our lifetimes have made those same sacrifices. Our parents made them for us, right? In many different ways, and maybe it's just a part of of who we are and what we are and stuff. Because at the end of the day, like they say, you can't take it with you. You can only leave what you've done in life to make things better for somebody else. So yeah, it is, but at the very same time, I think it's for one of the best things you can do in life.
Yeah, I think Michael and Steve pretty much summed it up. I mean, for me, it's the challenge is having, you're in a family, and some family members don't see, maybe the community work that we do as policymakers, as activists, Chicano or Chicana activists, that it really means anything, or that the efforts that we are away from our family is not a sound sacrifice. I think that's a challenge. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other folks in California that were activists that made many different efforts before us. Yes. Were under that same family situation, because I was. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, and so that's a big thing. I don't think that's talked about enough, because what I'm trying to do in moving forward is to educate my kids that, if you want to get involved in the community, you better tell your girlfriend, or you better tell your wives or your family that you're with now, because it is a sacrifice, pretty straight up. And I think communication is key to that, because I've gone through it. And so I'm teaching my kids what Sacramento is, what the state capitol, the federal efforts, working in the community. I'm glad I don't think I brought up this word. I think grassroots. I mean, Steve brought it up, and Michael. Grassroots is what is how we started as Chicano activists and go door to door and putting out our message. But as far as the sacrifice, Steve Albert, I think many activists have probably gone through the same things that I've gone through, with some families understanding the sacrifice and some family members not understanding the sacrifice. And so that's a pretty big challenge. But what I'm doing is educating my kids and my family, my immediate family, that, hey, it's great to get involved in your community to make things better for all the citizenry, all the citizens in our community. But at the same time, it takes time to make those efforts. It makes time to move those mountains, as people say. So, yeah, I think communication is key to be able to move your vision forward. And you know, my dad used to say that sacrifice is part of it, and I think he learned that from the Union when they had the organizing center there in Keeney, California. Many of you know where that's at. And so I used to go with them. I was 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, going with my dad to Keeney, California, to La Paz with Cesar. And I think the things that he shared, he was kind of a quiet man, but at the same time, the things he shared was all UFW. And well, that was one of the things that it is part of the sacrifice. And so it's part of it, but at the same time, as Michael and Steve has said, the benefits of the work that we do is relevant in the community. And so that's why the Catholic Church has a great saying. It's all about liderazgo, and it's about leadership. And so that's what it is. Now, thank you for that question. That's a great question.
Yeah, I wanted to respond that I think it's also a great question. I agree with all three of them, that there's a definite sacrifice that you have to make being involved. It's inevitable. You can't avoid it. There's times that you wish you spending more time with the family. I was lucky that I had 4 daughters that loved me and they still do. and they're activists. My daughter has one of my daughters has a BA in film industry and in filmmaking, and she's been out active making movies. All of them worked in my political campaigns when I ran for office, and all of them helped me in other campaigns with Simon Salinas, Fernando Armenta, anybody that was running for office. My daughters were always involved with me, helping me out, and I'm just so grateful to them. And yeah, I wish, I just like Michael and everybody else, we wish we would have spent more time with them. But that's a sacrifice that we have to make in order to get things done, in order to bring about change.
Well, I want to give a big thank you to all of you. It's been great listening. I'm learning a lot through the whole symposiums, but Michael, I think you wanted to wrap things up.
Yes.
Yes, I do want to, I see we still have participants are hanging in there. And I want to thank you all for listening to each one of us share our stories. We hope that we've inspired you. I know you've heard from the panelists keep mentioning that the young people and all of you, whether young or old, that have been hanging on with us for the last 2 hours. We do, again, thank you for hearing us out. I think, David, I really want to thank you, and Steve, thank you very much for the questions. David, I want to thank you for coordinating this. I think it's very important. I know in your opening, you talked about the number of activists who have passed on. For those of you who haven't seen the entire flyer, there's memorial pages of many valley and county-wide, tri-county activists and national activists that we've all worked with or were inspired with ourselves. I think that, we hope that you've learned from us. I know I will share this. One of my ultimate goals eventually is to end up writing a history of this activism here in the Valley, nice. and I think it's something that's got to be done. It's got to be shared. And I want to do that before I end up on the memorial page. That's what I remembered. But David, again, thank you. This is
thank you, David. Thank you, Steve.
Effort, But thank you all again, audience, for listening to us. We really appreciate your time, and thank you, MPC, for hosting this.
Yeah.
having us here. So Steve and John, if there are any parting words.
No, you guys have a great day, and this was inspirational for me, and I'm just honored to be here, and hey, go out there and change the world, man.
Thank you very much, guys, for your participation. Not only for your participation here, but for your hundreds of hours and years of participating in one way or another the Chicano movement to bring change about. Thank you so much, all of you guys. We're now going to move on to the next session. We have about 20 minutes, Frank. So for everybody that's out there attending, we'll start again at 1 p.m. with the LULAC panel session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. See you later, guys.
See you, Steve.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Cómo estamos?
Bien, bien, gracias.
Qué bueno.
Lauren, how are you? Haven't seen you all summer.
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
Good, good, good. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm excited.
We're going to meet some troublemakers today.
Glad to know it. Glad to hear it.
All troublemakers.
All troublemakers.
It's beautiful in Watsonville.
Is it? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
I went out for my walk at 8 o'clock this morning, and I didn't even have to wear a sweater, which is a miracle here.
Yeah. Beautiful weather.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
So
Perfect.
We have you and Aurelio. I know Fernando should be on any moment. And then Bob Melendez. I just saw Bob Melendez that he was still on. Maybe he's not. Let me give him a call. Okay, there we go, Aurelio. So we're waiting for Fernando.
Okay.
That's waiting for. I think he was here in the morning, and for some reason or other he signed off. So with the same thing with Bob. and I just send him a message.
I can't hear David. David, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was calling Fernando. He's getting on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I texted him about 10 minutes ago. I do have a PowerPoint. So I'll need the ability to share screen.
Yes, all panelists have the ability to share screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see it.
And David, what we could do is, if we wanted Aurelio to get started, I could just monitor the participants, and when Bob and Fernando join, or we can wait. Totally up to you.
Fernando is getting on, so I'd much rather have him. I don't know whether he's just having a problem connecting or something, you know. But he said he was. I just talked to him. He said he was getting on, so. I could also go ahead and just kind of get the meeting started, and then we can go back as soon as Fernando gets in. Being that I was president of LULAC for a couple of years, vice president, president, and active with LULAC in Salinas, LULAC was just that organization that was in the forefront, fighting for all those issues that were important in terms of redistricting, discrimination, filing lawsuits against the city of Salinas, and actually filing the lawsuit against the city of Salinas and winning the lawsuit and enforcing a consent decree upon the city of Salinas, forcing the city of Salinas to hire qualified Chicanos for the fire department, because that's where it came from, that the Chicanos in the fire department were being passed over for promotions, were being discriminated against, and they filed a lawsuit. LULAC filed a lawsuit on behalf of them, and then when it went to court, the judge ordered a consent decree forcing the city of Salinas within the fire department to hire Chicanos and make sure that they were not discriminating and followed an affirmative action plan. So, and then of course, in all the three counties, LULAC has been very, very active. So I'm going to start with Celia Organista for you to kind of give us a kind of a history of your.
David.
Yes, are you on?
I'm on.
Oh, okay. Great. There we go. Fernando, take it over. I just did a short introduction on LULAC and talked about a little bit about what happened with the city of Salinas, but you can go ahead and start over and then pass it to whoever you think should be the next speaker. I can't seem to find Bob Melendez. I don't know, Frank, is he available? I just sent him another note, another message.
No, I do not see Bob in the session.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stop the screen share. Okay. So Fernando, you can take it away. Okay.
Thank you.
I will want to thank everybody. I first want to thank Mr. David Serena this is very significant in terms of all these panels, the symposium. Along those lines, I want to thank Monterey Peninsula College for allowing us to record our history. I think that's very important, very significant. And lastly, I want to thank the panelists, Celia Organista from Watsonville, and also Aurelio Salazar on the Hartnell board. I'll go ahead and start with, Eric, if it's okay. Apparently we have a time limit of, if I'm mistaken, 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm not sure who's going to be keeping the time, but let's start first, if it's okay with everybody, with Celia Organista. Buenas tardes.
Yeah, Fernando, just for your information, it's 15 minutes. And there's 4 of you, so it's enough time for an hour. So, yeah.
Okay.
Celia.
Thank you. So my name is Celia Organista. I live in Watsonville, California. I've lived here for over 55 years. I would much prefer to do this as I'm doing right now, just kind of talking to people. But I'm going to read in the interest of time. So I'm going to start off reading, which is not my comfort zone. Just so you know, I will mostly use the word Latino in my presentation. Be assured that I am including Latinas in the word, especially since most of the movers and shakers during my time with LULAC were women. Back in the 80s, Hispanic was the identity title we were given, so that title may slip out here and there. In the early 80s, I was working at Watsonville Community Hospital, where I became very aware of the lack of parity in services and opportunities for Latinos. I started looking for an organization that addressed these issues. I was neither motivated or inspired by LULAC. My joining LULAC was more about the fact that there wasn't any other organization to join that addressed my concerns. The Watsonville LULAC was established in the late 70s. I joined in 1983. It didn't take me long to realize that the local club, like the national club, was very conservative, at least by my standards. They were very hesitant to challenge the status quo. It was also very male-dominated. Early on, I realized that because LULAC was recognized state and nationwide as a representative of thousands of members, its potential influence was not being used by our local club. By 1985, my frustration had grown enough that I was able to convince a couple of other women in the club, a couple of men, along with community members, and organized a coup. And we took over LULAC's leadership. I believed that with LULAC's nationwide recognition, our club's efforts in little old Watsonville would be taken more seriously. This proved to be true and invaluable. We were pretty radical in some of the issues we addressed, but we always felt supported by the state LULAC, and our actions had effect beyond our city and the county. In 1987, I was recognized as LULAC's State and National Woman of the Year. My consistent partner in challenges for over 30 years, Rebecca Garcia, who will be in the next panel, came up with the idea of submitting my name for nomination. Again, with the idea that LULAC's national reputation would be helpful to our local struggles. She was right. Our adversaries could no longer call me or our club crazy radicals. Accomplishment number 1. The most significant action our club took in July 1985 was to agree to be listed on the MALDEF lawsuit. Cruz Gomez, Waldo Rodriguez, Patricia Leal were the plaintiffs, redistricting lawsuit against the city of Watsonville as friends of the court. Hopefully all of you will attend the following panel where this topic will be thoroughly covered. So I will only give you an overview here. The lawsuit argued that the at-large system for electing Watsonville City Council members was discriminatory and violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Between 1971 and 1985, 8 Latinos had unsuccessfully run for council seats. The lawsuit alleged that the at-large system of elections diluted the minority vote of Hispanics and unfairly disenfranchised them due to the long history of racially polarized voting. The change proposed by the lawsuit was that district elections, which is a division of the city into districts, versus at-large elections, would determine who was elected to the city council. Needless to say, this change was strongly opposed by the council and some other Latino leaders in the community. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court refused to hear the case, which meant the appeals court decision for the plaintiffs was upheld. Since then, we've consistently had Latinos in the council. Some have been great advocates and some have not. Some non-Latinos have been great also. LULAC was very active in encouraging and assisting Latinos, this is accomplishment number 2, sorry, in becoming citizens or legal residents, especially after the passing of the Simpson-Mazzoli Act of 1986. This law allowed immigrants who had been in the country before January the 1st, 1982, to apply for permanent residency status. It was a great opportunity for some immigrants, but there were also flaws in the law. Flaw number 1 was the cutoff date. As I'm sure you all know, the number of immigrants has continued to increase, yet anyone coming to the United States after 1/182 could not and cannot take advantage of the opportunity the law provided. Immigration has not stopped, but it's changed. Immigrants, at least to Watsonville, immigrants from Mexico mostly came because of the need to work. What we see now is mostly people fleeing their countries like Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua because of violence. The other flaw in the Simpson-Mazzoli law was that businesses found a way around the law, which required them to confirm the legal status of its employees. Example, even now, a lot of employers hire through contractors to distance themselves from being fully responsible for their employees' legal status, not to mention avoiding the responsibility of providing benefits like workman's comp, paid time off, and health insurance. Accomplishment number 3. Voting rights was also a significant issue for our LULAC, who were very active in voter registration projects, as well as supporting and working with campaigns of candidates that were committed to serving the needs of the Latino community. Through several campaign periods, we hosted drive-through voter registration and were very successful. Basically, what we did was find a suitable drive-through location and recruited volunteers to help people register to vote in the comfort of their own cars. It turned out to be a lot of fun, and we registered hundreds of new voters. We were very involved and successful in doing door-to-door voter registration. We used the same strategy in voter registration on census. We recruited volunteers, and I found funds and developed high school student projects to help with the census count. This proved to be very significant when the city sued the Census Bureau for an undercount in Watsonville. Accomplishment 4, affordable and low-income housing were a big focus for our club. Our greatest success was having the city adopt an inclusionary ordinance, which required that 25 of all housing development projects be affordable. When the first city council, after the lawsuit was in place, and they were elected, it established, in partnership with Santa Cruz County, an affordable housing task force. The task force included board representatives from Santa Cruz and Monterey counties, planning department heads from both counties, for and not-for-profit housing developers, and business and farm bureau representatives. The task force developed an analysis of the needs throughout both counties, available land and potential funding for developments. It was easy to identify the need, but harder to work on solutions. We live in the middle of the richest agricultural land in the country, between the mountains and the ocean. Space to build is limited beyond belief. Thanks to El Diablo Ronald Reagan, federal funds for nonprofit development of low-income housing is practically non-existent. So while some housing has been built, we are far from addressing the need. The lack of affordable and low-income housing is still a major issue with no solution in sight. Accomplishment number 5. During the Maldiv lawsuit between 1985 and 1989, LULAC was also very much involved with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District addressing its bilingual master plan. At each school board meeting that addressed the plan, a LULAC member was there to address an issue. Some of the issues included hiring quality staff, assuring parents and community were involved in the bilingual program decisions, and making sure there was a quality learning environment, among other issues. A bilingual task force was created to study the plan, and a LULAC member who was a teacher at Watsonville High School became chair of that task force. In 1989, there was a move by a board member to have a bilingual immersion program based on a program in El Paso, Texas. Beginning in kindergarten, students would be immersed in English in 4 of the 13 elementary schools. It appeared English learners would be segregated, and LULAC threatened a lawsuit if segregation occurred. Needless to say, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District did not implement the plan. Accomplishment number 6, environment and ag land. Throughout our advocacy for affordable and low-income housing, we held firm on the preservation of prime agricultural land. As I said earlier, we live in some of the most fertile land in the country. We need to preserve and protect it. While we all know farm workers still lag in earning a livable wage, it is often the only available job for immigrants in our community. It is often a stepping stone to other opportunities within and beyond agriculture. If they have a fair or a just employer, they have benefits like health insurance, sick time off, and comp insurance. A personal point for thought: at the age of 78, my husband still works as the foreman for a strawberry company. He started working here when he was 17 years old. During the peak of the season, which lasts from April until October, it isn't unusual for a worker to earn $1,000 a week. I won't say this is the norm, but some find it profitable enough to continue working in agriculture. My husband has had some of the same workers for over 20 years. My husband is very proud to be a farm worker. It upsets him to hear people talk as if working in the fields is something terrible or something to be ashamed of. I and many of the people who work with him feel the same way. I left LULAC in the 90s for professional reasons. LULAC has been gone from our community for many years. Latino Chicano activism continues, but in different forms. Unfortunately, most have not been as organized, trained, and focused as LULAC was. I was trained as an organizer in the Saul Alinsky model, and I wish young people would consider that model when becoming activists. But as Bob Dylan, one of my favorite singers, says, the times they are a-changing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Celia. Do we have Aurelio on the line yet?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, it's Aurelio Salazar. Just to let you know a little bit about myself, I was born in Ontario, Oregon. My father was a campesino, and my mother worked in an empaque in Ontario, Oregon, working in the potato and onion fields. I typically share, I lost my father when I was 6 years old and my mother when I was 13, and I'm very proud to say that I was raised by the community in East Salinas. I graduated from Hartnell College in 1995. Also graduated from San Diego State in 1999 with a bachelor's degree in Chicano Studies, and recently graduated from San Jose State University with a master's degree in Chicano Studies. Is it possible to share my screen at this time?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Aurelio, for that master's degree.
Thank you.
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, how are we looking now? Today my presentation is on LULAC. A lot of the work in the 70s, 80s, and 90s was led by Jesse Sanchez, and just to be transparent, that is my uncle. He was also a graduate of Hartnell Community College, attended UC Santa Cruz, and graduated valedictorian of the Martin Luther King Jr. School of Law. He gave his valedictorian speech in both English and Spanish, and it was the first time that they had seen that in the university's history. A lot of people attribute him as the political architect of East Salinas. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1995 after about a 1.5-year battle with colon cancer. I was with him, and the rest of our family was with him at that time. What I wanted to share with some of you, well, here, I'll just share one more thing. On the screen, this is a mural at the Bound Together Anarchist Collective Bookstore in San Francisco. And the passage that reads at the bottom is, history remembers two kinds of people, those who murder and those who fight back. Anarchism strives towards a social organization which will establish well-being for all. And I don't know if you can see my mouse, but just above where it says, and those who fight back, that's my uncle Jesse. This mural was probably done a little bit after 1995 and is still standing today in San Francisco. So I normally tell folks, you really must have done something in the Chicano movement to have a mural still standing in one of the largest cities in the United States. He was very involved with LULAC. I believe he was the second president to come in. For those of you who are not familiar with LULAC, the mission of the League of United American Citizens is to advance the economic condition, educational attainment, political influence, housing, health, and civil rights of the Hispanic population of the United States. Myself, as a LULAC member, I think been a member for over 20 years now, active member. It's a very broad, and I feel it's a very aspirational mission statement. It just almost encompasses too much. So organizationally, it's a real challenge to take on all of these issues. So many LULAC councils may focus on one or multiple issues. There is a structure. We hear LULAC all the time. Those of us that are involved with LULAC, we're usually sensitive to how the term or the name is used. So we know LULAC typically refers to the national. There is a California state LULAC, which is our state officers. The district, for us, we are LULAC District 12, and that includes the counties of Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey County. The district is made up of different councils, and those councils are typically asked to bring on board a youth council. And then at the college level, students may start a college young adult council. Locally, on this slide, what you may see here is our local structure, LULAC District 12. So whenever somebody, or whenever you hear in the media, LULAC District 12, they're referring to all of the LULAC councils. These are in order by their council number, which means in order that they started, which was Salinas LULAC Council 2055. At one point, there was a youth council 2087, San Benito County, and the San Benito Young Adult Council, Monterrey Council, Salinas Valley LULAC Council, the North Monterey County LULAC Council, and Los Baños. Now, Los Baños isn't in any one of those three councils that I previously mentioned, but in our bylaws, there needs to be a minimum of 3 councils to form a district. Los Baños doesn't have that, so they must join the adjacent or nearest district. And this is typically for voting rights at the state and national level. As I mentioned earlier, this is an actual document that my Uncle Jesse had wrote sometime in 1995. The original is buried somewhere in a box in the man cave. This was written in 1995. I remember sitting in his law office when he wrote it. At that time, there was the big supervisorial race between Simon Salinas and my uncle Jesse. And I believe there was a debate or forum, and somebody had said that Jesse Sanchez had did nothing for the community. And I think that really set him off. And in all my years knowing him, he was one of the most patient persons I ever met. So this document, we sat down, and this was probably before even Macintosh or Apple or PCs were even invented. But prior to LULAC, there were youth organizations they're typically kind of seen as precursors to the adult organizations. So in 1968, at Alisal High School, you had Mayo, the Mexican American Youth Organization. I know that earlier this morning we heard some people talk about being involved in Mayo. Also in 1968, he was also a member of El Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Aztlán, Mecha, which is also the student organization that was founded as a student organization to advocate for Chicano studies on college campuses. In terms of LULAC in the 1970s, Jesse did serve as president. Also during that time, in terms of LULAC and LULAC's involvement in the community, they were very involved with the Community Development Committee with the city of Salinas, which resulted in the construction of Santa Lucia Library, which is now Cesar Chavez Library. Let's see. In terms of the 80s, Jesse was also elected to the Alisal Union School Board District, where LULAC and other organizations were, including CABE, were very active in terms of implementing bilingual ed, affirmative action. In 1995, he ran for city council. I think we heard another story about that earlier this morning of an unsuccessful race. These unsuccessful races actually helped establish the legal basis to challenge the at-large versus district elections. So, I don't think elected officials ever want to lose a campaign, but in this particular case, this is something that was actually used to advance a larger community issue. In 86, there was the Alisal Betterment Committee, which was a Chicano advocacy group to get other Chicanos elected into office. Some of those also included the election of Martha Granados, first to be elected to the Alisal Union School District, first Chicana Latina. Also, Jesse was the campaign manager for the successful citywide measure to change Salinas from at-large to district elections. And then also there was the passage of Measure A, which was to construct cafeterias at the schools in East Salinas. In terms of the 90s, there was the implementation of school district and county partnerships to build Sanborn Park, Frank Paul School, and Fremont Park. That took place in the early 90s, 91 to 93. Also, we did see at that time the election of Fernando Armenta in 1991 to the Salinas City Council, Sandro Ocampo to the Salinas Union High School District, and the formation of the La Raza Redistricting Committee. At that time, you had a couple of nonprofits that were popping up in East Salinas, where LULAC and Jesse was also involved, including Second Chance Youth Program, which was a program to get gang-involved youth out of gangs. And then also another major project that took place in the 80s, early 80s, early 90s was the Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. So in terms of LULAC, that's LULAC in a very short summary. In terms of those students who are with us this morning, one of the things I did want to do is I wanted to acknowledge the organizers of this event, David Serena and Monterey Peninsula College, and the moderators. I'll admit, when I received my bachelor's degree in Chicano Studies, I was terrified because you don't see signs around Chicano Study majors wanted, apply within. But the discipline is important, right? And the discipline has evolved. Not just Chicano Studies, but Africana Studies, Asian Studies, those that are known as ethnic studies. And most recently, our discipline has expanded, right? So now we see women's studies and we see LGBTQ studies. And the work that is being done here is important on so many different levels. We're really looking at critical race theory and addressing institutional change as institutions have continued to oppress people and women of color. Those of you that are really interested in this particular discipline, I would really encourage all of you to continue to look into some of the work that you find in sociology and things around critical race theory. There is a subset of that, LatCrit, Latino critical race theory. And I would have to say, in terms of today's forum, quite often these forums aren't taken as seriously as other documentations of American history. When I was working on my master's degree, there was an entire class that was focused on research methods. And those who, have a background in conducting academic research, there's typically a model, quote unquote, that we have to follow in terms of what is academic. But this forum today and the stories that we hear is the model in Chicano studies, and it's what we call testimonials. And hearing today's stories was actually quite inspiring, and knowing that this event and the questions that are being answered become part of the testimonial of the Chicano movement. There was a comment earlier today about Chicano identity, which was, there are those of us that just identify as Chicano. And then there's the new debate regarding Latinx. I'm on that side that identifies as Chicano, and not the X, not because I don't support it, but because so many don't know where the term originated from, which is Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw's work on intersectionality and how race, class, and gender intersect, and the applicability of law on people of color. So I did want to chime in on that and continue to encourage those that are interested in this particular major to pursue it. Because as we see, unfortunately, we're still, as Latinos, Chicanos, we are still fighting institutional racism. And most recently with a lot of the Black Lives movement, so much of that is still happening here at the local level. And just encourage you to continue on in your studies and to be critical thinkers in this area. And that'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurelio. David.
Yes, sir.
David.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I can listen to you. I can hear you. So I think I think that the process now should go back to you, and you kind of talk about your experiences as a LULAC president, because you've been around for a very long time. You've covered so much of LULAC throughout all these years, with Jesse, as Aurelio was mentioning. You were around when Jesse was very active in LULAC and with the Padillas and all of that. And I mean, you guys just did a lot of great things that I think you should talk about.
Okay, I'm ready to go. David, I want to go again, thank you, because Mr. David Serena is, without any doubt, part of our history in LULAC and the whole Chicano civil rights movement in Monterey County. I'm gonna, if I may, is just go through some points of history, actions. First of all, LULAC Council 2055 has it started in 1973. So it has a 48-year existence in Monterey County. I was past president in 1986, and I just completed 40 to 42 years, and I decided 3 months ago that I'm done. I graduated from the LULAC Academy, and I also graduated from Latino Chicano politics. And fortunate or unfortunate, I'm no longer in Monterey County. I'm in Kings County, Hanford, California. And I sat in on a panel this time around to see the panels before us. I didn't do that the first time around. And I was very humbled and appreciative to have seen, talking to Aurelio earlier today, what he termed as los primeros. And we don't have all those primeros with us today, and the time will come where we will run into each other in panels or otherwise. But it was great to see Bob Melendez from Hartnell College. He was my professor there. It was great. I haven't seen him in 30 years. And Juan Olivares, I haven't seen him in 20. He's also a past president, like you, David, said in LULAC 2055. And then I saw a little bit of panel of Greenfield. You know, it's a man, no wonder we have been such a major force and still continue to be. My first assignment with LULAC 2055 is, I believe the mentor experience at Hartnell College in 72, 74, and then my first assignment was on the voter registration committee with Jesse Sanchez and correct me if I'm wrong, David, but around 1979, the same period, 80, we led the most massive Latino voter registration drive in East Salinas at a cluster park. And I apologize not remembering, but I remember, David, you driving up in your white Volkswagen van, and that was our headquarters. We parked it at Cluster Park, and I apologize not remembering everybody, but remember Tasha Donor joined us a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's 79, 80 in Salinas, and we ended up registering several thousand Latinos. And yet at that time, you know, some of us knew about organizing farm workers with the UFW, but we didn't have the experience of ever running campaigns. So we were trying to figure out, what do we do now with all several thousand Latinos? So, that occurred. LULAC 2055, no disrespect to all the councils in the Tri-County area, but it's very, very, very unique in several levels. The other ones are very unique, but a lot of these other councils in the Tri-County area started out being members in LULAC 2055. They went off to start the council in Castroville, Monterrey. And you know, one of the things we didn't mention, we used to have a mid-county LULAC council at that time, and that was Pete Matorino and a few other folks down in Gonzales. You know, 2055 was one of the leading major civil rights organizations, and it's been stated over and over again. It'll be covered after this panel also, but a major key role in challenging the at-large system, not only with the city of Salinas, because what happened in the city of Salinas decided to settle in early 1988, but what they did is, right after the presidential election of Michael Dukakis, and I forget who his opponent was, in November 1988, within a month, we had a campaign, And in the city of Salinas put district elections on with a special election on the ballot. And within 30 days, city of Salinas made significant history. We were well known throughout the Southwest and probably the country. We ended up December 6, 1988. The last district elections passed by, I apologize, by 137 votes. And the last precinct to be county that put us over the hill was actually a precinct that I and Mr. Gonzalez were working, precinct 32 and 33, which was the area around Atlantic Avenue, Del Monte, and Ryder. Then what happened was right after that, you know, obviously the first Latino Chicano to the city council, Simon Salinas. But what happened after that, soon after that in 1989, I, Dr. Bill Melendez and Gilbert Padilla, the past president of LULAC, we walked into the Hartnell College Board of Trustees. And as soon as we walked in, they threw up their hands. We didn't have to say anything. We didn't have to say anything. We didn't have to request anything. The board said, we know what you guys are here for. We're going to take care of business. And we're going to put it on the agenda. And it's not going to be no special elections. We as a board are going to ratify a motion to create the Hartnell College District into district elections. And a couple of us ended up getting, you know, these little thank you certificates, muchas gracias, by the County Board of Education. Then in early 90s, you know, LULAC 2055 with other groups in the area ended up filing actually back in the 80s, filing a lawsuit against the county of Monterey, mid or late 80s. I think Vicky Mora Escobar now, Lopez, and a few others. I gave some of those articles to Aurelio before I left Salinas, front page articles to California, where it showed us having a couple of press conferences there regarding the filing of a lawsuit against the county of Monterey to go to district elections. And then what followed after that, obviously Joaquin Avila played a major role. LULAC 2055 and others played a major role. I may remember in 1987, Dr. Bill Melendez gives me a call and said, Fernando, we're going to file a federal voting rights lawsuit. Do you want to be a plaintiff? I said, yeah, sure. And also Simon Salinas and Marta Granados agreed to that. And actually the case was named Armenta versus the city of Salinas in federal court. Then about that time, things really started taking some political action. But let me back up a little bit, if I may. And David, you may remember the dates, and I apologize, but I could be mistaken. In the late 80s, you were the affirmative action officer at Hartnell College.
Yes.
And I heard some reference. Huh? Yeah.
That's correct.
And I remember the panel earlier, folks were referencing Dr. Madsen. And he was the one who actually, you know, the details. I'm not going to ask for the details out of respect, but we ended up, he found another way for you to kind of, I don't know what, you were no longer the affirmative action officer.
Oh, yeah, they terminated my contract because I was pushing to get Chicanos and Chicanas hired. They terminated my contract, and that's when Lily Cervantes and all of you guys came to the board meetings and stopped the board meetings from going on and created all kinds of problems for Madsen. It's a matter of fact, Madsen, they didn't fire him at that particular moment, but they fired him a year afterwards because of the situation that had happened there. Yeah.
Right. So then, you know, obviously in 1993, you know, the first district elections of Monterey County Board of Supervisors, Simon Salinas was elected. Then what occurred in 1995, a lawsuit was filed to make Superior Court districts, and that was held up in the court system. And we ended up running, two Latinos ran for that seat, Jose Velasquez and Lydia Villarreal. And obviously, we no disrespect, we had everything going against us, against Jose Velasquez. But we won that election right in the neighborhood, using the same procedure of being upfront, being factual about why it was important to have district elections and not letting no disrespect, a Republican governor like Pete Wilson appoint somebody to that seat without the community having a voice. So that was very significant. 1995, I still have a picture of it. Gloria de la Rosa asked me for it the other day. 1995, the majority on the Salinas City Council out of 7, 4 were Latinos, myself, Ana Caballero, Roberto Campo, and Gloria de la Rosa. The other thing that LULAC 2055, and Aurelio Salazar was heavily involved for quite a number of years, is raising a lot of scholarship money for high school students in the area. And then, 2055 always participated in UFW marches. So I'm going to conclude is it's many things we have done. I know what's in my bucket, what I call my record, my voting record on the City Council of Salinas and Monterey County Board of Supervisors, 16 years. I'm not going to remember everything, but some things that are very significant. One of them is clean water, a clean Cadillac Virgin water system at San Hidardo. I took a strong lead in that with Juan Martinez helping out some. And then Simon came back from the Assembly and Board of Supervisors, and we moved that thing. Within 2 years, they had a permanent water system. The other thing is that happened right after I got on the board in 2001. We formed the Board of Supervisors formed a redistricting committee. We had a couple of meetings at the Teamsters 890 office here in Salinas, and we pushed for all the Latinos and Chicanas to stay united, and for the most part, we did. And we ended up not getting the plan we wanted, but we ended up keeping 2 Latino majority districts, which is the district I represented, and then one Simon Salinas I represented. And Aurelio alluded to that. The LSL school district history of Alisal was one of the first major efforts that LULAC 2055 played. And that was 1980, 81, we ran Jesse Sanchez, Marta Granados, Alex Martinez, and Paul Cushman. So 2 out of 5 got elected. And then the following year, I think Mazzoni or somebody was let go from the school board. I forget for what reason. So Alex was the 3rd runner-up. So he got on the Alisal school board. From then on, we had never seen a Latino Chicano superintendent. Dr. Roberto Flores got that position. And also we had never seen Chicanos and Chicanas as principals in the Alisal school district. Once we had the majority of influence on the Alisal school board, I remember Ruben Polido and Yolanda Polido's wife. He's a former superintendent of Alisal, former principal at Sanborn Jesse Sanchez School. I remember him telling us that him and his wife had applied. They had all the credentials, student credentials, to be teachers, and they were never given an interview. As soon as Jesse and Paul got on and Alice came on, they got an interview. Within 10 years, Ruben was the principal at Sanborn Sanchez School, and then ended up becoming the superintendent. Jesse and those guys on the Alisal school board ended up getting rid of most of all the teachers that were on bilingual waivers. That was very significant. The other last thing is street lights. Got outside of my district in Las Lomas, no street lights. Led the charge on the Board of Supervisors in 2013. My last year I chaired the Board of Supervisors. I was chairing the budget committee at that time. They were nowhere on the list, and they ended up getting 112 streetlights, and then the soccer fields on Constitution. So one of the significant roles that was not really out in public, we had so many Chicanos and Latinos that were county employees when I was on the board of supervisors. And they would come to me, to my office, close the door, there'd be 3 or 4, and they say, we're being mistreated. And, so I called the board to deal with that in closed session, got a couple of investigations done, independent investigations. And, we were trying to stop, like, what happens, a number of us are still elected, and so a number of us were elected. But is looking at, okay, what do we do once we get on the school board, city council, board of supervisors? And the thing I always kept in mind is, I didn't end up becoming the chair of the board of supervisors budget committee by accident. I learned to kind of work with folks that had different interests than the interests I had in terms of our people. And so lastly is a lot of significant things happened in terms of Latinos and Latinas not being harassed, discriminated. A lot of racism was going on, but I brought it to the attention a number of times in closed session. We got a number of things done. The whole issue of protecting healthcare for Latinos and Latinas on the board of supervisors was very significant in terms of protecting the history and life of Natividad Medical Center, and then the Clínica de Salud with Dr. Cuevas, that big old fight. So that's where I am. There's a lot more, but we just have limited time and opportunity today. And I want to close by thanking the whole panel, Monterey Peninsula College, and I mean, David, you were, and today, because of this symposium, you're a great inspiration to us. Okay.
Yeah.
Gracias. We did some arm wrestling politically, but sabes que?
Yeah.
We talk. You're one of the very few folks, Chicanos, that I can talk to. And okay, let's put that behind and let's move forward. So muchas gracias.
Thank you. Hey, you know what? Before we get to Bob, I just wanted to mention, and because Aurelio mentioned this also, is the Measure A campaign for the cafeterias. We had, when Steve got elected, the Monterey County refused to count the absentee ballots that came in after 8 p.m. We filed a lawsuit and in Monterey County, and the county judge forced the election department to count all the absentee ballots, and that's when Steve and a few other people got elected. So what we did on the Measure A, and this is really significant. This is how efficient we became at absentee ballots. Remember, Jesse raised the money, and we went out and ran the campaign.
Right.
And we went door to door. You remember, it was me, Juan, Vicente, and I forget what her name was. And we got everybody registered to vote absentee ballot, and everybody voted absentee ballot on election day. They opened up the polls, and very few people showed up to the polls because everybody had elected. Everybody had already voted. Everybody had already voted by the day of the election by absentee ballot. I remember going up to, I don't know, Fernando, I think you were involved in this. We were going up at 9, 10 at night, talking to people and getting them to vote absentee. And that just goes to show you how efficient and why people fear absentee ballot, because absentee ballots is a lot of political power. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that one. That was very heavy. You, Juan Martinez, and Vicente's girlfriend, apologize, her name, but you guys were working full time, 7 days a week on that campaign for a number of months. That was very successful. I shouldn't say this or not say this, but they ended up giving me a plaque saying, Fernando Armenta, chairman of the Measure A committee. What the heck is that?
I remember. So we got one more person, Bob, who's going to do a short presentation, I think, because it's
Very short, very short. I want to apologize. My internet system here just sucks. It didn't work very well. I couldn't get into the system early enough. I just want to underscore that Fernando and you and everywhere LULAC president has come along has made a huge difference in this valley. Because in the 50 years I've lived here, we have never seen the activism and the political participation of Chicanos like we do now. And at this point, we're going through a system right now generated by Trumpism that's trying to kill our vote, especially the absentee ballot that David just mentioned. Really, really important. I want to compliment you, David, and you, Fernando, and everybody else that's been working for this end. I really appreciate that. This morning, when we had that Hartnell presentation, I held up Cesar Chavez in jail over there at the local jail, the old jail, and underneath it was the criminal history caps underneath Cesar Chavez, and it had to do with organizing and getting a better stake in this society for people that are very important to us. And they criminalized that behavior and they put him in jail. All he was doing is going after justice, going after equal pay, going after fairness and dignity, and they put him in jail for that kind of stuff. This is not nothing new. That kind of resistance has always been in our lives. After I got hired at Hartnell, and there was no movement with regard to any more hiring, I went out into the community with Chris Padilla and his brother Gilbert and Cosme and all those people, and started going to the city council meetings because Gilbert was not getting his job as a lieutenant. They wouldn't promote him over and over again. They kept skipping right over him and getting some gringo the jobs that he was going after. Well, at that point, I decided as media chair for LULAC to begin working with KSBW and collecting whatever it is that they told me in any of their meetings, and they told me a lot. So I went through the process of a couple of years of collecting documents and other kinds of emails and stuff, and I got back. And by 1977, the summer of 1977, I began to put together a document called a challenge to KSBW's license. They were using the airwaves. They belong to us. We're citizens. And the point is that they had to apply for a license every 2-3 years. Well, in 1977, after I'd been meeting with Dwight and a couple of other biggies over there at KSBW, I put together a whole bunch of documents and put them to Mullins, the FCC chair. In 1977, November of the 23rd of November, lo and behold, they accepted the document. And by the 1st of October, KSBW was coming back. They, oh, you got your books whacked us. You made us tell you a lot of stuff, and we gave you a lot of stuff that you used in there and so on. I said, but they wanted an extension. They wanted more time, so they filed an extension for October 20, the 21st of 77, and then they got it. Then they went to another extension a second time in December of 77, and I asked for denial on that one, and I said they've had enough time, so they denied it. And lo and behold, the very next year, all kinds of stuff began to open up. They began to hire. They called me to go to a lunch at Tea and Turf. It used to be downtown. And they asked me for recommendations of people to hire and so on. Lily Cervantes' brother got in there as a grip pen during that period. And this was all part of a process that involved a little bit of arm twisting, a lot of hammer blows that came to them because their license was going to be canceled if they didn't do anything to change. So they begin to smooth us a lot. They begin to put programs on, they begin to hire people and so on. And it took a lot of muscle on that part. It took me I had 24 organizations that signed up to support the document. I even wrote letters to Panetta, and Panetta wrote back supporting the document that we were putting together and challenging their license with. So I guess they saw the handwriting on the wall.
So did we lose Roberto? Roberto, we can't seem to hear you. Yeah, we lost. So Fernando, I would like to introduce Lauren Blanchard. Lauren Blanchard is one of the faculty members at MPC. And I mean, Aurelio and Fernando and Roberto and Celia, I don't think you guys had a chance to meet Lauren, but she's a political science professor and has been very supportive of our efforts there on campus. And so she has agreed to be the faculty member that will be asking questions. So, Lauren.
I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the presenters. And the first question that we have in the Q&A, and for those of you who are in the audience, please get your questions in. The first question for our panelists is, what do you think are the major political issues for Chicanos today? Right, and maybe to add to that, how can LULAC be a vehicle for helping to address those political issues?
Anybody?
Well,
who are you asking? Anybody?
For everybody.
Fernando, you're going to say something?
Go ahead. I'll defer to you for now. Thank you.
I don't know about the rest of the area, but I know that what I observe here is people wanting to run, people wanting to get into politics, people wanting to be as active. As I said earlier in my presentation, we don't see that the level of activism that existed when we were around in the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's there are groups, but it's not as organized, in my opinion, to be effective. And you see that lack of wanting to be involved, and it goes on into wanting to run into political office. And that's my observation.
Well, where I'm at is whether as Chicanos and Chicanas, you know, whether you're in LULAC or not, the best thing that moving forward for the future that can and should happen, and that is for folks to politically, for LULAC and others outside of LULAC, neither one is better over the other. And that includes elected officials. And that is to learn how to, it's not that they're not capable, is seeing more of folks learning to collaborate more. Because, you know, we don't live in a political perfect world, even among LULAC, national, state, and the local councils in the region. I think my major concern is today even though I've stepped out of everything completely, is to see folks to figure out how they can work together as much as possible. We need to continue to form coalitions and maintain those coalitions and be progressive about that in terms of getting things done and giving each other a chance to work together, whether you're Latino, Black, Asian, or whatever. I think that's very key because if we don't stay in very solid politically in terms of different coalitions, the interests and the needs of our people on various levels in various ethnic groups, specifically farm workers in the poor, are going to dissipate, and instead of moving forward, we're going to be moving backwards. And I want to see, no disrespect, I want to see folks, Chicanos and Chicanas today, and those that are in school and college and everything else, no disrespect, but you're going to have to show a lot of ganas and a lot of courage, and learn not to hesitate and learn not to be afraid. That's all. Thank you.
Aurelio, you want to take a shot at it, Aurelio? At the question?
Can you repeat it? My 2-year-old just woke up from her nap.
Absolutely. What are the major political issues for Chicanos today? And maybe as a side, how can an organization like LULAC help to address them?
Sure. In terms of our country, I think we need to come to terms that what we're dealing with is institutionalized racism, right? Like, we really need to take a look at how institutions have been functioning. So whether if it's the educational system, our healthcare system, our political system, many cities and counties have planning departments. When we look at communities, we need to incorporate the work that has been done around the built environment and how we're constructing communities and how we're continuing to perpetuate social economic divides in this country. In Monterey County, we see this all the time. You take a look at the Monterey Peninsula and you see what I've seen, serving on the Planning Commission for 11 years, is how we continue to perpetuate the racial divide between the rich and the poor, where the rich is predominantly, white, male, female, and the working class are first, second, and even third generation Mexican Americans. But the conversation around institutionalized racism, people can't, they can't fathom it. There's this belief in meritocracy, right? If you work hard, you can achieve anything. But based on people's race, class, and gender, there are benefits that they get on so many different levels, whether if it's applying for a loan for a car or a house. There's a reason why zip codes are asked for, right? So there's this economic oppression that's going on at so many different levels. I often go back and I take a look at old Chicano protests. I take a look at the Black Lives Movement and the signs that you see from 40, 50 years ago, the political social movements, it's the same signs. The same signs are being recycled. One thing that I was going to share was, just an example of, just institutionalized racism. Myself, Senator Bill Monning, and president back then of the NAACP, we were asked to address an issue going on at the Monterey County Sheriff's Department. And what happened at that time was that there was a hunger strike at the Monterey County Jail. And then those of you that know about the gangs in California, sorry about that. My 2-year-old is waking up. There was a hunger strike, right? So at the informal level, you had inmates that performed a hunger strike because what was going on in the mid-90s, and it was an issue that LULAC addressed when he served as president, is that the Monterey County Sheriff's Department would take a known Sureño and throw them in a pod with all of the known Norteños. And those of you that have done any work working with those who are involved in gangs, you know that by the end of the night, there would be a fight, which there was. As a result, a lot of the inmates were put in like this perpetual lockdown. And it was unfair because, you know, they couldn't make calls, they lost visitation privileges. So we were asked to come in as an organization. But these are the policies that they allow to implement, but yet they perpetuate the violence in the prison. So we came in, and I will never forget this moment. And this is the amount of power and authority that the sheriff had at that time. Myself, Mel Mason, and Senator Bill Monty, now Senator Bill Monty, we came into the sheriff's office. And I remember putting my hand on the armrest, and I was just about to sit down. And Sheriff Mike Kanalakis says, I just want to let you know that before we start this meeting, this is my fucking jail, and I'm going to run it how I damn please. That statement will live with me forever. And it caused some fear and concern about how institutions are run and how we continue to dehumanize people. Also at that time, we also were addressing the hog tying method. And again, you know, going back to your question, you know, how do we create change? It's at the policy level. So one of the issues that we took on during the 90s was hog tying, which was an approved restraint method. But what was happening was that we were overwhelmingly seeing African American and Latinos die as a result of asphyxiation, which is what we're seeing today in the Black Lives Matter movement. When we hear about these things on the media, what we continue to hear is, well, the officer followed procedure, right? And so we have to be critical, right? And, you know, I know we have a lot of students here, and I think our students need to realize that whatever field you get into, if it's nursing, housing, if you think, you know, working in a high school is not going to be political, it is the most political because it is the institution that we all go through. So this morning when I was thinking about our first presenters, you know, it was all the educational field, right? And if we're not changing or opening the minds of young people, then we will digress as a country and as communities. So it's political consciousness. I think that's what it boils down to.
Well, we've got a nice transition because the next question is about millennials. Right? In particular, right? The question is, I've heard millennials say that they want their voices to be heard, but don't want to change their radical behavior to be part of the current electoral system. How do you all respond to that idea, right? That rather than kind of having, you know, particularly among young people, rather than working through an electoral system, right, that they would rather work outside of it or work around it to see what they want, the changes they want.
Okay, I'll jump in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Aurelio.
In terms of millennials, what's going on is, again, and this is through my own academic studies, is that in terms of institutions, you have two types. You have the formal, right? Again, like I said, law enforcement, health, housing, development. You have like these formal structures, and then you have the informal, right? You have informal institutions, and so we tend to think, oh, well, change can only happen at the institutional level, right? And I think that creates fear in these, and I always say the older the institution, the deeper the racism, right? So we have, we can call them millennials, we have millennials, young minds, young open-minded people that see right through the institutional racism. And although they're part of like informal, right? Because they're seen as informal, right? Like, oh, you just got a bunch of angry kids in New York and a bunch of angry kids in LA and a bunch of angry young people in San Francisco. They're not angry. They're liberated, open minds that see through racial injustice. And because they've been disempowered, the power that they have is in numbers, which is what the Chicano movement was about. It was strength in numbers and creating a voice. When we went into the pandemic with COVID-19, and we had all of the, all of the deaths that were happening by murders happening by law enforcement. I was out there with the young people, at the protest. Young people in the middle of a global pandemic went out with their face masks to convey a message that they had enough with the institutionalized racism and the mass murdering of people of color. They literally put their lives on the line. Those of us that were out there in the middle of a pandemic put our lives on the line, and they get nothing but full credit from me and respect. And it was just like the Chicano movement who got faced by law enforcement, who were hosed down by the fire department, right? That institution came in, those that were part of the farm worker movement, those that got beat by batons, those that got, shot by, tear gas, and then later on, those that got tased. Young folks put their lives on the line because they've been politically disenfranchised, where they don't have like the political power to take things to like the Superior Court or other judicial system. And it's just as powerful. The informal process to create local community change is just as powerful, can be as powerful as system institutional change.
Fernando, you have a response to that, or say?
I think I understand the question, and my recommendation is, ¿sabes qué? Whether you're in or out, you're in the system or out of the system. And that was a driving force why I got involved, and a number of others. And that is respecting and honoring the opportunity to seize political power, to seize elected power, and hold those folks. Don't just support anybody. Support and get those folks elected that are going to get things done, and not sit on whatever and nothing moves. You can, a lot of significant changes at one time, when I took Simon Salinas' position on the Board of Supervisors, I was the only Latino on at that time. But sabes que I learned to acquire respect and credibility, and because of that, I was able to move the agenda for LULAC and many folks, specifically poor people and farm workers. And once we learned to scratch each other's back in terms of issues and projects, things significantly started to change. And not to sound very conceited or conchudo or cabezón or whatever, a number of people would come to my office and would close the door. He says, "Sabes qué? Why do you come to me? How come you don't talk to other supervisors?" Because Fernando, tú tienes ganas y no tienes miedo, and you're the one that moves to get things done, and it gains traction. In the ultimate end, we see significant results.
I think being as I shared earlier, I was trained differently. And of course, you're talking about a whole generational thing here. When I was trained, you know, it was, I think the biggest word we learned right from the get-go was to respect, to be respectful. And so that's always kind of stuck to me. Fernando talked a lot about collaboration. I feel, and I felt then, that as much as we challenged the council and we challenged the people in power, we always did it in a way that was respectful, never insulting anybody. You know, having our perspective, having our point of view, and having the facts behind us, and being really clear about that, and doing our research and doing our homework. And so that when we were able to go before the council or the Board of Supervisors or to the Assembly or the Senate, you know, even to court, we had our information, we presented it in a way that was clear and truthful and respectful. And so I find when I see stuff going on, and I'm only talking about the local level, I'm not talking about your big marches all over the country. I'm looking at the local level because this is where I live. I think that when you go into a council or you go into a board and you start calling them names, cussing at them, doing all this stuff, their ears are going to go like, boop. You don't move. You don't move. You get caught in this anger phase, and it doesn't result in action. And one of my favorite things is not react, but act. So when you have an action, is very different to when you're reacting. And I think people will listen more and be more open to what you have to present if you're able to do it in a way that doesn't have them just be so angry with you that they are unwilling to listen to you. And you don't have the numbers, which is the other thing. If you don't have the numbers, you have, 3 or 4 people. We had numbers. If we said we were going to go to the council to talk about something, we'd make phone calls and we'd have a room full of people. You have to have that. You have to have that. And it has to be, there was one, I'm a really quick example here. One time when we were talking about the Maldiv lawsuit, we were basically the organization that was the most vocal on it. But there was another group that had come into town. And so we wanted to collaborate with other groups because the more support you have, the better your chances are. So we did, but this group decided to come in and start catcalling and doing all kinds of disruptive stuff. And we just basically backed off from them because it really took away from our agenda and the work we had done in order to get to a point where that council or that board of supervisors was going to listen to us. So that's my only kind of suggestion or recommendation or whatever. And they're going to do what they're going to do. And I know I have no influence on that. And that's perfectly fine with me. It's my response to that question.
Lauren, before we finish out, I wanted to respond a little bit to the questions. Which one of the questions is, how does LULAC plan to what can we do to keep things going? And I think that one of the things that we're doing is we need to raise the political consciousness. During the Chicano movement, you were able to raise the political consciousness of hundreds of thousands Chicanos throughout the whole country. We don't have a Chicano movement right now like the way we had it back then, so that Cesar Chavez would get national attention, Jorge Gonzalez, everybody was getting national attention, that you were raising the consciousness through all kinds of forms of media communication. And I think that that's the biggest challenge right now for the younger generation, is to raise their political consciousness. I think the fact that you have people like Aurelio Salazar, who's got a master's in Chicano Studies now, he'll be in a position to expand on what people like myself and other people are doing. He'll be able to be doing more of that kind of work, you know. And then you know, I think Aurelio, myself, and Fernando could not be convinced that it's better to be on the outside than on the inside. Because once you're on the inside, you can make decisions. You can decide who gets hired. You can decide who gets fired. You can decide what kind of programs stay and what kind of programs go. I mean, I think that MPC is for me and you, Lauren, I think it's a good example that we had 5 years without a contract. We went out and we got different people elected to the board. We have a new president. Things are a heck of a lot different for us, you know. And I think that's the same thing with Raza, with millennials. If millennials want to be on the outside and hit from the outside, that's great. I think it's a double whammy, you know, when you're inside and you're on the outside, but you're doing the same thing. You're hitting the system from both sides. And I think that's probably the best approach. I think we're up for our time here for this panel.
So I just want to thank the panelists once again for sharing your wisdom, your experience, and thanks to David for putting this together.
Then I want to thank you guys. Fernando, thank you not only for being here, but for all the 40 years and as many years as me and you went door to door racing, see who's going to register the most amount of people that night. And for Aurelio, who's been active also for a long time. And of course, Celia, who's been active for a long time, that I've also known for a very long time. Thank you guys for all your commitment, all your sacrifice, and all the work that you've done. And thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
All right. Gracias, David.
Ándale. Gracias a todos
Thank you.
ustedes.
Nos vemos.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
So Frank, I think we move to the next panel. Buenas tardes, Oscar.
Buenas tardes, mucho gusto, David. Un placer, un placer.
Buenas tardes, Rebecca.
Hey, David.
Why, good to see you. Good to see you. Paula.
Hey.
Great you're on. Great we can see you, that you're online.
I'm hoping this works, everybody, because I'm in an airport and wherever I go, it seems to get noisy afterwards. So I hope it works.
Well, good to see you.
Thank you. Hey, Oscar.
Hola. Hola, Rebecca.
Elizabeth, and thank you, Elizabeth, for being here. Paula, in case you don't know, Elizabeth Mullins is a professor at MPC. She's a history professor. And I think you know her already, right, Rebecca? She was in the last panel with you guys. And of course, Oscar, me, and Elizabeth spent about 2 hours with you one evening. So I think I'm looking forward to this panel. This is the last one, but I'm really looking forward to it. So Oscar, I turn it over to you and you take over.
Okay, well, buenas tardes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for putting this forum together, Las Voces del Pueblo número 2, number 2. I will be your moderator. My name is Oscar Rios, and I'm also a panelist. And we hope to have a lot of fun this afternoon. I am so honored to be with two great, fantastic people here, and that I will be introducing right now. And I'm definitely looking forward to listen to their presentations because all of us had put our contributions in making this happen. And I really want to thank you, David, making it happen, but especially with the two honorees that are accompanying myself today. So first, we want to thank also the faculty and staff of the Monterrey Peninsula College for making this possible. We want to thank you again, David, for this. This is history on the make. So I'm going to be introducing the panel, and I also want to ask that you maintained on your time that's been given. I think did we establish who's going to be telling us the time, David?
No, it's going to be about 20 minutes each. If you go less than 20 minutes, that's okay. But
so you don't have somebody that's going to tell us.
I can do some of this work, but you know, that's okay.
Please, because we got two great speakers. Okay.
3.
Well, 3 great speakers. It's an honor. Okay, so and then we're gonna at the end of each of our presentations, we're gonna get into questions and answers at the end. So that's how we're gonna be handling this panel. Okay, so I want to introduce all the bios first, so then we'll get that all out of the way. And I'm going to start with Rebecca Garcia. Rebecca Garcia was born and raised in Watsonville. Her mother was an immigrant from Mexico, and her father was a bracero from Mexico. Both worked in the agriculture fields of Watsonville. Rebecca graduated from Watsonville High School, Cabrillo College, UC Santa Cruz, and San Jose University. She started her higher education journey at the age of 30. She was a hairdresser for 30 years and a teacher and an administrator for 28 years. Rebecca has been involved in the Watsonville community for over 40 years. She currently serves on the Watsonville City Council and was mayor last year, 2020. Okay, so that's Rebecca. She's going to go first, but I'm also going to read Paula's bio right now, since I have her before we lose her. Okay. Doctora Paula Cruz Takash holds a PhD in anthropology from UC Berkeley and is currently co-owner of the San Francisco Global, a social responsible company working with community stakeholders in municipal governments like Oakland and Richmond, California, to provide residents lacking acceptance government photo ID and municipal ID card, enabling them to access critical resources, shelter and housing, healthcare, jobs, higher education, driver's license, and to identify themselves to authority when needed. I first met Paula in 1980s during the Watsonville frozen food strike, which brought me to Watsonville as a labor organizer. At that time, Paula was a graduate student and as an anthropologist, lived in Watsonville for 2 years and returned a number of times to document the impact of the ethno-racial transformation of the city, or as she also puts it, how white America were responding to the diminished numbers in the face of Latinization of the city, socioeconomically and politically. Paula is one on this panel today because she used the Malda lawsuit, Cruz versus City of Watsonville, and other community-led social movements at that time, like the Watsonville Cannon Strike, to correctly capture this demographic and social transformation, working closely with Joaquin Avila, lead attorney in the Malda case, and with members of the Watsonville community, including panelist Rebecca Garcia, among others. So this is her fantastic bio. And lastly, again, my name is Oscar Rios. I was born in El Salvador, came to United States, landed in San Francisco in 1961, became an activist labor organizer in 1969, attended a school in San Francisco and Daly City, came to Watsonville in 1985, served as a city council for 17 years, and 5-term mayor. I will integrate more of my bio in my presentation. So with that, I present you Rebecca Garcia, please.
Thank you, Oscar, and thank you to David for inviting me to participate in Las Voces del Pueblo. In the Gomez versus Watsonville lawsuit, there were three plaintiffs, Cruz Gomez, Waldo Rodriguez, and Patricia Leal, who had the courage to sue the city of Watsonville on the basis that the city electoral system was racially discriminatory towards Hispanics, which is what we were being called at that time. From 1971 to 1985, 8 Hispanics had unsuccessfully run for city council, and 1 had run for mayor in 1979, and none of them were elected. According to the 1980 census, Hispanics were 48.9% of the population, and whites were 45.25%. Nonetheless, we did not have a voice in policy making in the city council. Gomez versus Watsonville lawsuit changed that discriminatory practice. I first learned about the lawsuit when a community meeting led by the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, was held at the YWCA. The keynote speaker was Blanca Alvarado, who was the first Hispanic woman elected to the San Jose City Council. San Jose had single-member district elections versus at-large elections. Blanca's district was in the east side of San Jose, which had many Hispanic voters. After hearing her presentation about the voting rights benefits of single-member district elections, I decided to join LULAC in their support of the lawsuit. Blanca later went on to also become the first Latina elected to the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. In July of 1985, LULAC voted to join the legal battle to abolish the at-large election system being used to elect city council members in Watsonville. There was a heated discussion in making that decision on that Saturday morning. Out of 20 members who attended the meeting, 14 voted in favor of LULAC entering the lawsuit. They believe that the current system violated the civil rights of Mexican American citizens in Watsonville. 4 members voted against it. Those that voted against it argued that there would be animosity from the white community over the lawsuit and that there would be consequences to that animosity. Nonetheless, the vote to, quote, become friends of the court for this lawsuit was won. Although the decision of the lawsuit was made in 1985, it was not formally filed until 1986. The court hearings did not begin until January 1987. The lawsuit was led by voting rights attorney Joaquin Avila from the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, MALDEF. Joaquin, with the plaintiffs, had to show that at the at-large election system in Watsonville was unconstitutional and violated the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. The plaintiffs further argued that the at-large system unlawfully diluted the minority vote of Hispanics and unfairly disenfranchised them due to the long history of racially polarized voting. What this means is that the Hispanic voters voted for both Hispanic and white candidates, but that the white voters only voted for white candidates and not Hispanic voters. Citywide, there were more white voters than there were Hispanic voters. As I mentioned, according to the census, the Latino population was 48.9% and the white population was 45.2%. However, the majority of the Latino population was from the lower socioeconomic level, and 33% of them were monolingual in Spanish, and many were undocumented and could not vote. In addition, the white population argued that no Hispanic had been elected to the city council because they had not participated in organizations such as city commissions, the Chamber of Commerce, the Women's Club, the Elks Lodge or Rotary, where they would be groomed to serve on city council. It was difficult for the Hispanic community to show physical support of the lawsuit because it was being heard in San Jose during workdays. Nonetheless, LULAC member Ernesto Lopez at the lower was able to testify as a friend of the court for LULAC. The lawsuit was lost at the lower court, so an appeal was made to the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. In July 1988, on a 3-0 vote, the Court of Appeals ruled that the at-large elections in Watsonville illegally diluted the political power of Hispanics. We won, but the city did not accept the decision and filed their appeal to the Supreme Court at the cost of $1 million. In March of 1989, the Supreme Court refused to hear the case, though the appeals court decision stood. Watsonville electoral system would become single-member districts. The impact was immediately felt because Watsonville primary election was in May. There were 3 open seats and 7 candidates who had filed for their seats. Before the Supreme Court decision, I had filed to run for city council and had begun meeting with my campaign. However, the election was rescheduled because with the winning of the lawsuit, the 7 districts had to be created. Once the districts were drawn, I realized that I lived in District 7, which had a majority of white conservative senior citizens. At the age of 42, I was not a senior, nor was I conservative and would not be able to represent them, so I dropped out of the race. The election had been moved to November, but then the massive earthquake hit in October. The question that arose was to have the election in November or reschedule it to a later date. It remained for November, but because of the earthquake, changes to the election had to be made in 12 polling places. New locations were identified for District 2, 4, and 6. In addition, the fairgrounds was used for late absentee ballots. Furthermore, because of the new November election date, other candidates were able to file for election. So what was the community's response to the lawsuit win? The majority of the white population opposed it. In fact, one of the city council members said there would be anti-Hispanic backlash for the new electoral system. They compared it to the ward systems which had been corrupt throughout the United States. The Hispanic community was pleased that they would finally have a voice on the city council, but unfortunately, only 37% of the total Hispanic population were voting citizens. The rest were green card holders or undocumented residents who could not vote. We knew we had to do voter registration. I remember knocking on several homes of undocumented residents who had definite opinions of what would needed to make Watsonville a better, more welcoming city. The issues they addressed were mainly about housing, safety, and jobs. They wished they could vote, but they were not citizens. Nonetheless, we were able to register around 400 new voters. What was interesting is of the new voters, many were new citizens who emigrated from Mexico. In Mexico, they did not have the experience of freely voting in a democracy, so they needed more education in the importance of voting. When I became president of LULAC in 1988, I attempted to involve the Hispanic community more in the activities of the lawsuit. LULAC began by inviting community members to city council members. 6 months after the appeal decision, it was decided to put on the council meeting agenda the topic of the appeals lawsuit decision for its January 1989 meeting. I vowed to bring out the community to the city council meeting. I contacted Francisco, who was the lead for the UFW, and Oscar, who worked with the cannery strikers, and asked them to bring their people to the city council meeting to voice their opinions on the need for district elections. It was standing room only inside and outside of the city chambers. But of course, the city council did not listen to us. After the meeting, I spoke to about 40 Spanish speakers to inform them of the council's conversation because the council did not provide translation for them, and many were upset that there was no translation. Soon after that meeting, the council had a closed session meeting to make a decision on the appeal to the Supreme Court. The meeting was on a Saturday morning at the police department where the city manager's office was located at that time. LULAC had a meeting on the doorsteps of the police department and invited community members to attend. Our meeting was occurring at the same time as the council's closed session meeting. I had argued in a letter to the mayor that the meeting should be open to the public and there should be public action. I stated, quote, "Should you choose to disregard this question, You again are further underlining the finding of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that Hispanics in Watsonville do not have the opportunity to participate in the political process, end quote. Nonetheless, in closed session, they decided to appeal to the Supreme Court. Today, though, under the Brown Act, the public has a right to publicly address any issue in closed session. When we won the appeal, Lula organized a community celebration. Around 100 community members came to celebrate our victory. There were balloons, food, and taped mariachi music to enjoy. There were several speakers, including one of the plaintiffs, Cruz Gomez. She announced that she would run for city council. She said, quote, "It's important to start learning how to vote. Just because we have a Latino doesn't mean he represents you. You have to look at the issues and vote for candidates who will represent your interest," end quote. And this was in reference to the Mexican-American council member who had been elected in 1987. As I said, he was a wealthy realtor who did not advocate for working class, low-income residents who were primarily Mexicanos. In November 1989, when 7 new council members were elected, only 1 was Latino, but the majority of those elected were strong advocates for the Latino community needs. When the appellate court's decision was upheld, the city had to begin the process of creating 7 districts. The city was proposing 6 districts with the mayor voted at large. Malduff was proposing 7 districts with the mayor voted by the council members. As president of LULAC, I went before the city council to insist that the city needed to work with LULAC and other community groups to draw a district map that would be fair for all. Of course, the city was not interested in working with LULAC, so it was Joaquin, with a demographer, who created a map that would support Latino voters and it be fair to all. Joaquin showed that map to myself and another member from LULAC and a few other community members to get our approval. Finally, in June of 1989, a decision was made by the council to accept the Malduff district map. It had 7 districts, with District 1 and District 2 having a majority Latino voters. This map had to be approved by the federal judge overseeing the case. This decision was made in time to qualify for a November election. The rest of is history, of which you will hear Oscar Rios address. It is said that Oscar was the first Latino elected to the city council, and that is true after the lawsuit. As I mentioned previously, in 1987, an Hispanic had been elected, but he was Hispanic only in name. He was a wealthy realtor who did not advocate for the working class, low-income residents of Watsonville who were primarily Mexicanos. He was not the voice we needed on city council. Although Oscar was the only Latino elected in 1989, he was joined by 3 other white men who formed a majority on the council that advocated for the Latino community. After the lawsuit was won, we went before the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board, the Gabriel Community College Board, and the Board of Supervisors, and said to each, "You will change your at-large elections to single-member district elections, or we will sue you." Of course, they did not want to be sued, so all those districts now have district elections. However, there's only 1 Latina on the PVUSD school board, where 90% of the students are Latino. There's 1 Latina and 1 Latino on the Gabriel governing board, where 47% of their students are Latino. And on the Board of Supervisors, there are no Latinos or Latinas, where 33% of the county population is Latino. So all district elections are not as successful as the Watsonville district election system. 25 years after the lawsuit, I took advantage of district elections and was elected to the Watsonville City Council. I actually ran against an incumbent Latino. I was able to win because of the issues I identified that needed to be addressed, and because I ran a more strategic campaign to win, which David Sedana helped me plan those strategic plans. This is my 7th year on the council, and I believe I have served the community well through the proclamations, resolutions, and ordinance I have brought forth. They have addressed issues of inclusion and equity and issues of immigration, housing, healthcare, tobacco use, human trafficking, youth development, the arts, racism, budget, strategic planning, and many more issues. What this shows is that the district elections were not just to elect a Latina or Latino, but to elect a Latina or Latino that best serves the community. Finally, I haven't mentioned that each time Joaquin Avila came to Watsonville to meet with the plaintiffs to do their disposition, he also met with LULAC members, specifically Celia Organista and myself. We had many we had many conversations about how to win the court case. I learned two things from those conversations with Joaquin. One, I saw a man who really thought out of the box. Joaquin knew he had to outthink, out-analyze, out-strategize, and outspeak in the court so that we could win the lawsuit. I learned we had to be intelligent fighters to win against injustices. Two, as you can imagine, those that met with him were frustrated and angry that the city council would debate us and fight us and would not support us. Joaquin would always say, be patient, be patient. So thanks to Joaquin, we fought intelligently and we were patient and we won. Latinos now have a voice in the political system of the city of Watsonville, thanks to Joaquin, the plaintiffs, and the community. So thank you for listening to me.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Rebecca. What a great history. What a great history. Sharing all that. Like I said, all of us, have to thank Joaquin and everybody that really has done work bringing about, all that is taking place here in Watsonville and, nationwide. And historically, this was one of the biggest issues that opened the doors for other communities to go district elections.
Right.
So thank you very much. We're going to get more into that, into questions and answers. Okay, now I'd like to pass it to Dr. Paula Cruz Takash, please, in her airport.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I apologize if you all are going to be able to hear the airport announcements. And it seems like everywhere I tried to hide, other people started coming up. And anyway, I hope that it doesn't interfere too much or at all. First, I wanted just to say that this is such a pleasure. The reason why I decided to do this from the bloody airport, okay, is because it's just a pleasure to be able to be with old friends, okay, with whom I struggled hard and who have gone on and had remarkable accomplishments. All of you, okay, the two of you, all of the presenters on this symposium too. All of the presenters that I had the pleasure of viewing on the first symposium, I'm just, your accomplishments have been remarkable, okay, and part of our historical record. I also wanted to thank, again, David for putting this conference together. It is so important. We need others like it. And also I wanted to do a shout out to Frank, the tech master behind the scenes here, without whom this wouldn't happen as well. Some of you, all of us, I think, have thanked, and made mention of Joaquin Avila, the great late Joaquin Avila. He was my voting rights mentor. He was a great friend, and he, like some others, have passed away too soon. Another person I wanted to mention who's part of this story as well, so I'm mentioning him, is Antonio Gonzalez, who was the president of Southwest Voter Registration and Education Project, and also the founder of the William C. Velasquez Institute. Some of our voter registration efforts in Watsonville were organized by Southwest voters, and they went across the Southwest organizing voting registration and being part of this whole history. Their impact has been felt, it continues to be felt locally, nationally, and in Antonio's case, even internationally, because he was very active in voting rights issues in Latin America, El Salvador, one of those places, Oscar, and Nicaragua and other Latin American countries, Mexico. I think I like to, I have an image that they're up, up high, watching these symposiums and nodding their head, maybe together with their compadre, El Tejano, Willie Velasquez, who was, again, one of our voting rights advocates. I'm thinking they're watching the symposium from on high. Now, I first heard first heard about a place called Watsonville while in Gomez Farias, Michoacan, and again in Las Animas, Zacatecas, both pueblos in central Mexico, a region that has sent millions of migrantes al norte and to the Pájaro and Salinas valleys. I was casting about for where and on what specifically to focus my dissertation, wanting it to have a social justice focus and thought it would be related to immigration. And I was also looking for the big picture, a big picture in which to locate my research. I would find it in Watson, as the migrantes would speak about Watsonville. Walking about the downtown plaza, I was impressed by how much it felt like Mexico. Old men sporting sombreros, characteristic of Michoacan, sitting on the benches, and young Latinas pushing their children in strollers around the plaza. And when I drove around the city, I was impressed by the very strong presence, Latino presence in a city that I knew from my reading at the UC Berkeley Bancroft Library had been founded by whitened Americans, Yankees from the East Coast, and white Europeans of various nationalities. So the big picture before me was the Latinization of a California town dependent on agricultural labor, a dramatic demographic shift whereby whitened Americans had become a numerical minority due to the natural birth rate of Latinos versus vis-a-vis their own birth rate, and the settlement of Latino immigrants in response to the changing needs of agriculture, which necessitated a year-long labor force. Now, I say that because a lot of people will just say, oh, these immigrantes are coming because they're running from their countries. Well, immigrants were, Latino immigrants, immigrantes, agricultural workers were actively recruited to places like Salinas and Pájaro Valley for their labor. And so again, the demographic shifts were one in which the settlement of Latinos will contribute to the growth of that population and necessitated by the needs of agriculture. Now, the demographers had already projected in 1970 that this ethno-racial transformation of the United States was going to proceed a long course, and they projected that it was going to happen at a lot slower rate than it has had. So just in last year, 2010 to 2020, that decade is the first in the nation's history in which the white population declined numerically. So Watsonville, the Watsonville case, and then the way in which it also gets taken up in Salinas and other places, this is larger than just the impacts, with on these legal cases. This has social and economic, political implications that we are enmeshed in now, today. You pick up the paper, we may be reading Black Lives Matters. We may be reading about, the tax on the voting rights, right, that we're witnessing in every state. I'm in the state of Texas, one of those states where they're trying to roll back voters' opportunities to participate. And we're looking at what was happening in Watsonville and how it portended these events that we find ourselves in today. So again, the rate at which this ethno-racial tsunami has been happening, okay, has been happening much faster than anyone predicted. Now, my question was then, how are whitened Americans responding to becoming a numerical minority in a democracy where majority rules? And in the context of the long history of racialization of these United States, in which minorities have not fared well, how were they responding? And again, where minorities have not fared well by design, okay, by design. And again, by design, such as the way in which voting structures at large elections and others are shaped, right? And how they will disenfranchise Latino and other racialized minorities, but also how they disenfranchised liberal and progressive, ideologically liberal and progressive voters as well. How's the noise level, guys?
It's okay. It's okay. We can hear you very well.
so good. I feel like I'm shouting.
No,
Anyway.
you're doing good.
Okay, so I realized that what was happening in Watsonville portended this ethno-racial tsunami, as I speak about it in the United States. This is the big picture in which we find ourselves today, okay? I then began to look about how to concretely capture this phenomena. Okay, there was so much going on in Watsonville. You referred to the Watsonville Canning strike that lasted a long 18 months, okay? And which that mobilization around the cannery strike that you were involved in, Oscar, will dovetail into the first and subsequent Watsonville district elections. And importantly, that's important because that was one mobilization around the labor rights and the strike that then that experience, you know, that the strikers got, that, you know, the organizers got, then were fed into another effort there to, and that was a MALDEF lawsuit in this case and others. And Oscar's going to go into more detail about that. There were earlier mobilizations, okay? I don't know that we could be called pioneers, okay? Or that you all can be called pioneers, because there is a much longer history of Latina mobilization in that area and anywhere I find myself. I can roll into a town of 1,000 and I can find you, you know, with no problem because it exists. A Latino mobilization history. Okay, so the earlier mobilizations in Watsonville for education equity, health access, central, you know, cultural expressions. They, you know, these were all mobilizations that that Latinos were engaged in Watsonville. Okay, so, but it was at another community meeting at which Joaquin Avila spoke about the structural disenfranchisement of Latinos by at-large elections, that where I recognized that we could use that case to concretely document how white Watsonvillians would react to this demand by Latinos for political inclusion, and that by extension for social equity, okay, this time in the context of their becoming a numerical minority. Now, Rebecca has given us a synopsis on what the MALDEF lawsuit was about, and made some great points there. And Oscar's going to follow up on that post the first election, in which he becomes the first Latino. And again, I would say that it's not that Tony Campos was the first Latino who was on the city council prior to the MALDEF lawsuit, but that was specifically because the white electorate, who was bent on not having district elections, looked around for a candidate that they felt that if it had to be a Latino candidate, that at least, you know, it was maybe one that they felt would continue to uphold the status quo. Okay, and that happens typically in these kinds of cases. In the face of these lawsuits, this typically happens, okay? And so Oscar is actually the first Latino to have been elected after the district, because of the district elections, you know, and again, a candidate which was the choice of the majority of the Latino and other voters, okay? And of course we know too, I don't know if you're gonna pull this one out in your presentation, Oscar, but Oscar actually is the first Salvadoran, okay, first mayor of Salvadoran ancestry in the history of these United States, okay, first in the country. I just wanted to underscore that. Anyway, there is so many parts to this story, and we don't have enough time to go through all of it, but I did want to mention a couple of items. One is that when I began to do my interviewing of Watsonvillians of diverse backgrounds, various racial backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, political backgrounds, etc. Then I began to hear this issue, this refrain that Rebecca had spoken about, and that was the implication that the reason why Latinos had not been able to break through and have political representation was because there were no qualified Latinos, okay? this is important to understand because this refrain has not gone away, okay? It's not gone away. And so because it was spoken to so often, I began to ask my the white folks I was interviewing, what do you mean by a valid candidate? And I began to list what according to them made a candidate valid, okay? And this is how you go about concretely, okay, addressing these issues. You don't just run around saying there's racism. You concretely examine, so what are your criteria for a valid candidate upon which you say you would vote for that candidate? And then what I did was analyze the campaigns and the background of the 14 Latinos and Latinas that ran for office. There were other Latinos and Latinas that ran for county supervisor and for state office at the time. None of them won. But looking at the background and doing that research, then what I found, and again, you don't have to make this up. You're using their criteria for what makes a candidate valid, not mine, but theirs, okay? And when you examine political histories of all the candidates, Latinos and white candidates that ran in those decades, then what you found easily was that the Latinos overmet the criteria of the white Watsonville, voters, right? And the politicos that I was speaking to, they overmet the criteria. And also ideologically, all of the Latinos who ran, okay, and didn't penetrate office, they were not ideologically radicals, as some of my informants would say to me, well, Paula, it's because they're too radical, they're just too radical. So the voters aren't going to vote for them. There were several of those candidates who ran who were fairly conservative. They were, in their politics and in their persons. They still, despite it being politically conservative, could not penetrate office, which is another indication that racially polarized voting is operating, okay? When your Latino conservative candidate looks like your conservative white, candidates and elected officials, and yet they still cannot win, there remains one criteria that makes them different, and that is their race, okay? And so it was one other indication. The other item that we would hear and that Rebecca also mentioned was about, well, Paula, and these are people talking to me, well, Paula, the reason why, it's not that we're racist. The reason why Latinos haven't won political office is because of the undocumented population. There's so many undocumented folks, and then also maybe the legal residents who who don't vote or can't vote yet, haven't become citizens, and that is why Latinos can't get elected. This is the biggest rationale that I think we really need to pay attention to, because we often will say it ourselves. We'll say, well, the undocumented numbers depress our voting, turnout. This is true, but what's behind this? Okay, let's look at this more carefully. If there was not racial voting, okay, racially polarized voting, if there was not racism in these United States, there would be no reason for us to expect that only Latinos will vote for Latinos, or only Blacks will vote for Blacks, or only minorities will vote for minorities. If there was no racism in the United States, okay, and in voting in the United States, we could fully expect, it wouldn't matter that they're undocumented persons, okay, or persons who can't or who choose not to vote, okay. We could still rely, without racism, we could still rely on our candidate being deemed valid, and still getting the votes, okay. So I think it's something that we really have to underscore, is that the fact that we have undocumented population just underscores, that we should not need to have to rely only on our own people to be able to get our candidates voted upon. I don't know if I'm running out of time here. There's much more I would like to go over, but I know that I haven't seen our moderator, so I don't know if I still have a few minutes here. Or Oscar, did you want to reply to any of this, or
No,
Rebecca?
you can continue, until you have a few more minutes.
Okay, well, what I had said to my fellow panelists and to the organizer when we met earlier was that I was hoping that what we may have time for, maybe in the question period as well, is to be thinking about where we can take these experiences nationally as well, because Latino actors are needed in today's national discussions about race and about the new Voting Rights Act. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act is being propelled, and of course repelled, but propelled in Congress and repelled by Republicans in Congress. And again, that is a critical piece of legislation, because it will reinstate the sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which were gutted some years earlier. And so again, I think these experiences that we have, unfortunately, those of us who are getting on in years, as in the veteranos, and that we cannot rest either, and the young folks that maybe are viewing this symposium as well. Some years ago, and I think less now because of the terrible things that have happened in the country, and the response, the great response by Black Lives Matters and others. But some years ago, some of my students would ask me, well, what is the new civil rights, movement? You all had the Chicano movement. You all had, the voting rights. You all had Martin Luther King. What do we do now? Again, I think there are numbers of issues before us that not only, we can't just say now it's the term for the young folks. We old folks, we got to keep on until, I always say I'm gonna keep at this, and until they say until you're gonna die with your boots on. I say with my chanclas on. But again, maybe we can speak to some of this in the question and answer period.
Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you so much. That's so much history, so much. We have so much more. We have a lot of treasure, and I think we're going to have time for questions and answers. We can respond to some of that. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'm going to go on mute.
How long more do you have before your plane takes off?
Actually, my plane came in. I'm waiting for my great sister. I only have about a 3-hour wait for her.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope you can go and stay for the questions and answers.
I am.
Okay. We'll make it quick. All right. Well, again, thank you very much, Dr. Paula Tacaz. Thank you. Bueno, buenas tardes. Thank you for putting this forum together. And as I make, like I said, my presentation, more of my bio will be coming out. First, yes, my name is Oscar Rios. I served in the city council for 17 years and 5-term mayor for this beautiful city of Watsonville. It was never my goal to be an elected official or be elected as a mayor, not in my dreams. What an honor to share my experience today with both of you. Great honor. Yes, I was, like you mentioned, I was born in El Salvador. My parents worked very, very hard to provide for 7 of us. In 1955, my father was sent to Honduras as an evangelist, pastor. We lived in Santa Barbara, a very small city. From here, my father would go to small aldeas or rural communities in horseback. I would go with him. It was a very poor country. My family did their best to support people that were very poor. It gave them hope through Christianity. In 1961, we came to the United States as residents with the help of my tia Lola. These were turbulent times. The civil rights movement, Black Power, Chicano Power, the war in Vietnam, the counterculture was taking place all over. I was attending school in Daly City, California. In 1969 was the year I began to wake up to political consciousness in San Francisco. In 1969, I had my house blown up by the police. This was the case of Los Siete de la Raza. The community came together and helped build a political grassroots organization and a movement to free Los Siete. It was here that I also became an organizer in the community. I joined the labor's union to help organize also the hotel workers, Local 2 in San Francisco. My involvement joining the labor union in San Francisco was to organize against a corrupt union leadership exploiting the majority Mexicano workforce. There were times that this is the times when BART, the rail system, was being built throughout the Bay Area. San Francisco was becoming what it is today, the West Wall Street and the hub of the Silicon Valley financial system. In the labor union, the jobs were being allocated by who you knew and also by money. Together with union members, I helped organize to change the leadership. In Local 2, hotel workers, a new leadership had been elected, doing away with another incompetent representation. A union drive was taking place to organize hotels coming into San Francisco. This was the priority, and I volunteered. It was during these years of my life that I learned that it was the working class that had the power, if only it was organized to a political and economic force. I was only in my 20s, full of hope and inspired by what was taking place in the country in those years. That is why I went to organize workers, and they would ask me, why was I working with pick and shovel when I spoke English? This was the time that I got to learn from this Mexicano workforce how hard they work. In November of 1985, strikers came to invite us to support their strike taking place in Watsonville. In November 3rd, volunteers came from San Francisco. I came with my 2 teen sons. The march was attended by over 2,000 people. It was very inspiring to see these workers stand shoulder to shoulder, demanding dignity, respect, and a fair treatment. They had worked for 20 to 40 years in the canneries. My experience in San Francisco organizing rallies and marches to protect the people helped me give some suggestions on that day of November 3rd, 1985 rally. Seeing that on that day of the march, the lack of an organized security, I suggested to the strikers that they had welcomed me and my family and a friend, Reina, another organizer from San Jose, that we needed security. We got 10 strikers and asked them to recruit 10 other strikers. We had over 150 volunteers ready. When the volunteers of San Francisco arrived, they participated also in the security of the march. On Wednesday, November the 4th, 1985, our local newspaper, the Register of Pajaronia, quoted the chief of police saying, quote, "What pleases him the most about the rally were the teams of strikers monitoring or captains formed by organizers. They policed themselves. The monitors link arm and form lines. It was a big help in front of the police barricades to keep the protesters from getting too close to the law enforcement people." This was the RP. Over 2,000 marchers, strikers had made the point that this movement was real and was standing up against the owners for justice and fairness. I took my I took my boys back home and returned to Watsonville to support the strike. I was moved by how determined they were, standing against all odds. In the country, there was an all attack against unions and workers' rights by the Ronald Reagan administration. But here in Watsonville, this majority, Latinos, Mexicanas, Chicanas, women, they were determined, something that I had not witnessed since we were organizing in the Mission District in San Francisco against police brutality. I was impressed that after the rally, November the 3rd, 1985, the next day, leaders came together to build their strikers' leadership. In about a week, there was an election called in Asunción Church Hall in Pájaro by the strikers to elect the strikers' leadership. My role as a supporter grew even more to see Gloria Betancourt be elected as the president with a broad representation of other strikers. I saw how Maria Cucalomali and Chabelo Moreno handled the scabs, how Lydia Lerma organized the food bank, how Francisco drove to San Jose to pick up food. That meeting in Pájaro, electing their leadership, demonstrated the power of the mujeres, the women, that formed the majority of the comité. I never forgot that struggle, and I stay connected, always remembering how, for the first time, a hard-working woman was elected to help guide the strike, how she was treated, and how she treated her fellow strikers with respect. In a male-dominant culture, she was able to get support of the husbands to take care of the house, the needs, the families, their children, while the wives attended the picket line, traveled to speak at universities, schools, and even more things they did. For 18 months strong, women developed into leadership. Support grew. Leaders like Cesar Chavez, Jesse Jackson, students from high schools, universities came. I was able to help organize a trip to take the strike nationwide by taking Gloria Betancourt to Boston, New York, and other cities in the Bay Area. This was happening in the middle of winter with freezing temperatures to speak and bring the message that in Watsonville, the strikers would not give up. I saw how Gloria spoke with such a determination, the type of determination that she would take to talk to the strikers and keep them with hope and faith in their everyday in the picket line as the shifts change. The strikers got a front view of who the local government supported when they went to the city hall for support, like Reka talked. They were not listened and told to speak English. The city spent over $1 million in overtime for the police. It was clear whose side the local government supported, the owners of the companies. The city, with the courts, not only had injunctions on how many strikers could stand at each gate, but also they had an injunction how many could stand in front of the plant in the street. And if they violated, they will be arrested. This treatment and harassment gave them more energy, más enojo, más courage to keep the strike stronger. Not one of the 1,000 crossed the line. That is how strong they were. In March 1987, a vote took place to accept a new contract. The strikers had won. 2 years later, in 1989, the city was mandated by the courts to have district elections, like all the history that you have shared with us today. With the support of the workers, I was asked to run for city council in District 2. I had never ran for any office before. That was not my political development. With my supporters, we understood that if we were to win, it would take a very grassroots organization campaign with the motivation and enthusiasm and energy that it took the cannery strike. And that is what we did. Our campaign developed a voter registration drive, brought youth, students, and workers as volunteers. We walked the district, knocking door to door, and raised money. Here in District 2, where it's a very dense district with a very dense population, houses behind houses with multi-units, places that are not easy to find. My campaign broke the regular tradition of just sending mailers and hoping the voters would come out. When I walk and talk to the people, they were surprised. They would tell me that never had any candidate come to talk to them and made them feel important, that their vote never mattered. We changed this type of mentality. We made them feel powerful, that their vote could change their neighborhoods and their lives. On October 17, 1989, at 5:17 p.m., La Loma Prieta earthquake shook our downtown, threw thousands of homes out of their foundations, and thousands of people slept in tents in various fields of schools and camps. Our campaign became an earthquake relief to assist and mobilize the community, for the city elected officials to put attention that the majority affected were Latinos with language barriers. A month later, elections took place. With our earthquake mobilization, our campaign became a real campaign that related to the needs of the people. We mobilized to find the voters, drove them, provide them childcare. We did everything possible to get our vote out, and we won. It was a historical victory, like the strike. We were able to build enthusiasm, hope, and for the first time, real people representation. A new progressive majority had won. Todd McFerrin, Lowell Hertz, Paris, and myself, Oscar Rios. This victory happened because people, workers, wanted a better life, real democracy, better housing for their families. People power made district elections possible. We came in with a destroyed city, with canneries that had gone to Mexico, where they would pay less than $6 a day. Here we were, all of us new, but with a lot of hope, determination to represent those that gave us their vote to make our city better. Rebuilding began, starting with a new mayor, Todd McFerrin. We got rid of some corrupted staff, including the city manager. We wanted a new team, and we got started. We started responding to the destruction and relocating all those people that were left with no place to live. With the support of many people, organizations, political representatives, we began the long march. Having the majority helped to move forward, cutting the bureaucracy, red tape, and mobilize all those that wanted to help build back Watsonville. 2 years later, I was elected the first Latino, Salvadoreño, like Paula mentioned, born mayor of Watsonville and in the United States, the first Salvadoreño born of a city of 25,000 or more. What did this mean to represent a city in a district that had been neglected with crimes, bars, gangs, and a lack of housing, and much more? My first duty was to be a council member and mayor, open to new ideas, to open the door, to bring trust in local government, to listen to all and to learn from the past, like no translation. I proposed to have simultaneous translation of all the city council meetings, and I got the support. that today our new city hall has a built-in translation equipment, and all meetings are translated now. And we established relationships with groups that in the past were not listened to. The need for affordable housing, more parks, recreation was clearly a need. We listened to groups, like the wetland, the environmentalists. We listened to different groups and brought them together to build and brought back Watsonville. Because we had a new representation, as a mayor, I was able to make government accessible. I opened doors to everyday people, demonstrating the local government was there to serve the people, not to intimidate people. I made a conscious decision to appoint all my commissioners women of different nationalities. For the first time, I established district meetings, inviting the district residents. I brought various city departments to listen and take action on matters that impacted their daily life, like traffic stops and signal lights, sanitation issue, garbage collection, more needed park structures for children. And as staff came, took back, and action began to happen. People starting to believe that their voices did matter. I established a regular District 2 bulletin, informing on the progress and inviting the people to participate. This was real democracy in action. We were able to construct jointly with the Transportation Commission a new building. But again, as a new council member, we were very open to new ideas. And I attended conferences and traveled to see innovative, livable communities. I also saw our growing numbers in California population of Latinos and the need to have a strong political voice inside local government structure. I was one of the founders of the Latino Caucus of the California cities to give us more representation. Today, that caucus has grown and plays a leading role on issues statewide. I also made relationships with Latino organizations and got support from the former housing director and helped bring funds for affordable housing. I was appointed to the Transportation and Transit Commission and was able to bring, with support of other commissioners, to build the first bus station on Rodriguez Street that has recently been remodeled. And also they helped support to bring 2 connected bridges that connected the east and the west, that in the winter they would flood. All of this and all these ideas, we were able to build an affordable unit housing that sits on Rodriguez and East Beach, which is affordable, has childcare, and is close to a bus station. That was part of the livable communities in action. Working with nonprofits, housing developments, we brought affordable housing. And as a mayor, I was able to bring the voice of unity, cooperation, respect for our various cultures and nationalities. In 1990, with the Fiestas Patrias Committee, we brought back the celebration of the Cinco de Mayo and the 16th of September Mexican independence, which we know that our council member and mayor was a queen and one of those parades, correct?
Right.
So we brought back our celebrations in the downtown on Main Street, where the strikers marched for dignity and respect. We continue with those examples. And after 30 years, these fiestas are free, held on Sundays, so that our campesinos can attend with no alcohol or tobacco sponsorship. Always bringing hope, respect, giving the youth positive example that we can celebrate with pride. All of this happened because of district elections. It opened the door for real representation. These lessons are so applicable today. 30 years have passed. District elections are strong as we participate, in having good representation. Today, there are forces that want to take us back by voter repression, lying, by spreading hate and racism. The last example is Donald Trump and his Republicans. These same forces, they don't care about destruction of our planet. They don't have respect for our history or culture. They want power by gerrymandering, imposing their government under their control, just like how Watsonville was before district elections. We must continue by organizing, sharing our experiences with the new generation, by learning, working with them to define a new Watsonville. Today, we must stand strong together, free of hate and full of love for life, and construct a better future for the next generation. Let's learn from those strikers that never gave up and honor those who gave so much. And if conditions allow us for future celebrations, we would like to honor those heroes. And one of them is Gloria Betancourt, that left us this year. But her determination continues, like she did by participating, volunteering in many organizations like the Senior Center, and for over 20 years in Fiestas Patrias. The future belongs to all of us. We must continue by example and also of our ancestors, what they have given us. And never, never give up. I thank all those that made this forum possible and able to share our experience. How we can contribute in making district elections live today with real people power. That is what I really believe. And again, I want to thank everyone. And Joaquin Avila, I mean, how can we say, a closing without saying gracias a Joaquin for all his dedication and his willingness. And I remember one time we were in an airplane, he got an award and we were talking. He was feeling happy. He had a couple of drinks. He said, I need this. And I said, right on. And we were talking, we talked about, the district just having one elected and what's going to happen. And he says, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time that we need to win the people and the voters to come out, and that people will respond. And I think that we have seen that. We have seen that by more Latinos, Latinas being elected, and also more like Rebecca being a mayor, and more like Ana. So we know that this is going to continue, but we need to have the people involved. We need to get out there and organize more than ever today. So muchas gracias. So with that is our ending of our presentations. And looking at my clock, we have about, I think, 20 minutes for questions and answers. If we want to follow that, I would like to then ask Elizabeth, I think, Yes. Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you for. So I don't know if you have any answers that people have put. Okay, so
we
please.
do. Yeah.
Okay.
So Vivian Vargas asks, the city of Santa Cruz is going to create city council districts because a lawsuit has been threatened due to a historical lack of Latino representation on the city council. So just like the conditions before Gomez versus Watsonville. So what advice do you have for electing a candidate who will support Latino issues in Santa Cruz?
Rebecca?
Yes, I'd like to respond for the 2020 election. There was a Latina who ran for city council and she did not get elected. And I think if there was district elections, she would have gotten elected. What I have heard from a few community members from Santa Cruz, I think a couple of things have to occur. One is there needs to be education of exactly the purpose of having district elections, because I heard from one member saying, in terms of money, every district is going to insist that they have equal amount of monies to do whatever they need to do for their district. But in fact, that's not the way it works in Watsonville. In Watsonville, we do advocacy for our districts, but we always keep the entire city, all 7 districts in mind as we do our advocacy. The second thing I've heard was, oh, there's going to be districts that only the wealthy people live. And so there's many different wealthy areas in Santa Cruz. And in fact, no, district elections are not organized by wealth or even organized by race. They're organized by community interests. And so there needs to be education that needs to occur that really informs all the voters why district elections are important.
Paula?
I agree with Rebecca. I'm sorry, I'm in an airport, so I have my mask on.
It's okay.
The education of the voters, the education of the political leadership, really critical. In regard to Santa Cruz, I hope they do go to the district elections. I think we will see it have the same kind of impacts that we saw in Watsonville and other polities as well. It'll be easier for someone who aspires to run for office. They won't have to amass as much money. They don't have to knock on as many doors. They can focus where they live. If that's part of the makeup of the district election there. So there's many pluses for having the district elections. And again, I think that there's been enough. We have Salinas, as another great example. So there are many examples these days, that Santa Cruz folks can draw on. There's always going to be these kinds of rationale, these kinds of naysaying. But I also think that this issue about the education of voters is something that we really need to do even more on, and beyond the Santa Cruz County, but in general. I'm very concerned about apathetic voters, and there's much to be apathetic about, I suppose. But you will again hear the refrain that it really doesn't make one damn bit of difference. If we get another Latino, if we get a woman, or we get a transgendered person onto council, that that politics corrupts and that power corrupts. And these histories need to go beyond, as you all have been speaking about them and attesting to them, beyond the counting of how many Latinos, how many women, how many transgender persons have gotten into these positions. And to really be able to provide that information. And I'm trying to think of ways, how do we actually on the ground provide voters? And these are voters, that residents that may have never been involved in any kinds of politics, right? They're taking their kids to school, they're active in many ways, but they're not, they're not well versed in what has happened before and what the current issues are. And so many of them have this idea. It's like, well, look, it doesn't make a difference. We still need, we still need a lot of housing. Our kids still don't have laptops in schools, all these things. It didn't make a difference. So how do we provide these cases that we know about and struggled hard for? When I listened to the first presentations of the first symposium, I was so impressed by the case after case after case, about how it had made a difference, that we had an Anna, that we had a David, that we had all these folks in these political positions, right? And that's something that Rebecca underscored in her presentation is, what matters is what we end up doing for our folks. And our folks mean every person in our cities, in our counties. It doesn't just mean Latinos. It doesn't just mean Blacks. It doesn't just mean transgendered. But what do we do? So how do we get these histories, or the data? How do we get the data of that? It made it made every difference. In terms of material, bringing lights to the streets, bringing, community policing, bringing all these different, impacts, right? It has.
We want to get into more answers. Okay,
Yes.
let's see if we can get more answers. But thank you very much, for all. We got so much.
Yes.
All I have to add, is I think you said it, both of you. The district, by district elections, it gives you an opportunity. It gives you a better chance than at large, And of course, all the the things that we said, not because you throw your head in there, you're going to win. It doesn't matter who you are. If it also means work and work. But let's go to another question.
Well, excuse me. I wanted to just chime in terms of I think your experience and my experience, Oscar, because I was the only Chicano elected to the Hartnell Community College Board, and I think that one of the things you start learning is the question that you have to ask yourself is, how do I get the other board members to agree, to convince them and to persuade them that the programs or the ideas that our community needs need to be supported by them. And I think that let's never undermine the fact that if there's just one voice, like you, Oscar, you were one voice, you were one Chicano on the city council, but you were able to make a difference. And I think that's really important, is that when it comes to policy decisions or hiring decisions or program decisions, one voice can make a lot of difference. So you can convince others.
And also is by being able to work together, being able to work with others. And I always used to say, a strong District 2 is a strong city, and you can go on and on and on. But that's what it takes, but I'm glad in terms of Santa Cruz, if that can happen, I think it would be great. So, but let's go to another question. Elizabeth, any more?
Yeah, there are two questions. One is technical, and I'm answering it now, which is about how to find this recording later. But another is, why do you think district elections were successful in Watsonville and not necessarily successful elsewhere?
Okay, let me start. I think it has been successful to today. Part of it is because candidates have continued to come forward, and candidates have been able to, I think a little bit what also David was talking about, being able to work together with others to make things happen. And I think in Watsonville, it wasn't just, getting council members, but it was also bringing a whole reflection of the personnel in government to represent also the composition of the population of the city. So we have had, it's like remodeling a house, like remodeling a new car, a new engine. That's what we did in Watsonville, and being able to provide, this kind of jobs and open the doors for other people that look like the people that live here. But I think the other part, in like everywhere, it has to be accountability, that the people have to keep that elected officials accountable. If that doesn't happen, then everybody goes their own way and they do whatever. So I think so far, that's what I see in Watsonville, why we have been successful, and we must keep this going. Rebecca?
Yes, what I would like to add is something actually that you said earlier in your presentation, Oscar, is that as candidates, we have learned how to strategically win an election, and how do we get out to the community who we are, one, but more importantly is how to get the vote out. So I'm sure all these candidates that have been successful is because we've done something out of the norm. So for example, in terms of getting the vote out, one of the things that I used at both my original election in 2014 and in my re-election is I had 12 volunteers, and because you can't do it alone, you need volunteers. I had 24 volunteers completely. 12 of them did phone calling for me, and 12 of them did door-to-door knocking for me. But part of one of the things that I did that I know the opponent that I had didn't do is I had to get out the vote. I had a door knocking, and I had canvas bags. You know how when we go to grocery stores, we had canvas bags that said, "Thank you for voting for Rebecca." And that helped. And so that's something different that you do from the just the mailers, like Oscar says. He didn't do just mailers. He went out doing door to door and talking one to people. So that's the type of things that I think the candidates in Watsonville have done to get elected.
And I think that living in a small community like ours is still small. Yeah, technology has gone so ahead in terms of getting out the vote, because the elections now are incredible. Everything now you can use your phone and it tells you there's the whole voting list and how it's technologically it's incredible. But if you don't go knock on the door, if you don't talk to the folks, we live in districts where there is still so small that we can cover the whole district by talking, by relating to people. People want to see you. They want to know what you're going to do. And once we get in there, is to do what we said we were going to do. Otherwise, people begin to lose faith and people begin not to see then. It doesn't matter if district or not district, who's there. If we don't do and we don't make things better for the people, they don't care no more. And apathy comes. Paula, you wanted to add something?
I wanted to say something also.
Okay. Your
Paula,
volume.
you're muted.
Okay.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So some real concrete reasons why we can say that that the district elections were successful, right? And that is because minority voter participation increased dramatically, okay, because of district elections. We had affirmative action in city employment improved dramatically. It was one of the areas where I had examined, about city hiring and minority contracts and that. With district elections, we got, we really implemented affirmative action in the city employment. Police community relations, I mentioned, and Oscar was involved in. That's really critical for any city to have community policing. Community program funding, okay, for community-based organizations, that went up dramatically from what it had been before district elections. Some of the major policy initiatives, the housing ordinance, the 25% housing ordinance, almost no city in the country has a 25% housing ordinance. Now, trying to make that all happen after passing that is another whole struggle, right? But we were able to get that passed with district elections, which did not happen prior to that, okay? So affordable housing. So there are real concrete outcomes that we can point to and say, when that question is raised, and that question needs to be raised, does it make one damn bit of difference if we have females or other people or Latinos or district elections? And we can say, and the Salinas people can say, based on what I heard and have seen, yes, it has made a very big difference in the lives of the constituents and the lives of our friends and neighbors.
Gracias. David?
What I was going to say was having district elections, getting a city and then breaking it up into different districts doesn't mean anything unless the districts are composed in such a way that you can make sure that a Latino or a Black or a woman gets elected. And so you have to make sure, and this is a continuous arguments that I had, whether it was with the County Board of Education, Hartnell College, City of Salinas, the Monterey County, was we got to have districts that are at least 50% Chicano. Otherwise we can't get a Chicano elected. You got to get 50 to 55% Chicano population in that district in order to be able to elect people. If you go and you create district elections with 23%, with 30% percentage of minority voters, you know what? You're not going to get elected. You're not going to be able to do it. It's going to take a lot of effort. So I think that those are some of the things to keep in question in terms of the technicalities.
Yes, and also, right now after the census, there's going to be redistricting, and it's going to be very, very important that those, redistrictings stand and stay. Like you were saying, they will give a majority because we are a majority here in Watsonville. So we have to keep our districts to be so that there is ability to compete and to keep the percentage where Latinos, Chicanos can have an opportunity. And we are right here, the last one, Joaquin Avila's helped us. Not this time, he's not here. So we're going to have to, we rely on the council members that we have now there to have that redistricting. Okay, any other questions that we have at this moment, Elizabeth?
I have a short one, but I know we're kind of at time.
We are now, we only have 2 minutes, so short.
All right, here's the short question then. So it sounds like the history of Gomez versus Watsonville is really predicated on all the work and mobilization of the American South in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. And I'm wondering how much of that history, I mean, it's a little bit different in California because you've got sort of labor unions as really the place where everybody gets mobilized first, and then the change to the districts and to the local government from there. But how much did you look to the example of the Voting Rights Act in its sort of first wave when you went to work in Watsonville, and how much of it was just organic to what was happening in Watsonville and it wasn't a question of what had happened in other parts of the American South?
Rebecca?
Well, I know in terms of Joaquin Avila and probably Paula also had conversations with him. They looked like to Texas. And in terms of Texas, what all the work had been done there in regards to using the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And so they used that information to lead in terms of the court case for us. Paula, you want to add to that?
Paula, you have 1 minute.
Yes. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes.
No, yes,
okay.
we can hear you.
It wasn't predicated on what had happened in the South. It was based on the 1965 Voting Rights Act, but what really made us win in the Southwest were the different sections of the voting rights. Okay, because originally when the 1965 Voting Rights Act passed, it didn't include linguistic minorities. Okay, and with the inclusion later on, for which Latinos and other linguistic minorities fought for, okay, to be included in the Voting Rights Act, then we were able to see these kinds of gains, okay, in voting rights structures, etc. Okay, and Rebecca was saying we looked to Texas, and that was because William C. Velasquez, okay, because of the history of Crystal City in Texas, okay, spinach capital of the world, all of those histories and those mobilizations. That was what our examples was. Joaquin had marched through Texas with William Velasquez doing voting rights and then brought that to California and to our experiences there.
Wow, wow. What a great history.
Thank you.
Great question, great response. Anything you want to add, David, to it?
I just want to thank everybody. I just want to thank you, Oscar, and Rebecca and Paula, for all the work you guys have done. I mean, Rebecca, you have been in office for like 27 years. Oscar, I don't know how many years you were in office, but a lot of sacrifices that you guys had to make. Paula, thank you for all the work you've done. And Elizabeth, thank you for the hours that you spent with me and Oscar going over the case, and thank you for all the work. And I just want to say to everybody that's here, this is not the last symposium. We have another one, and I think that there's a lot of interest in some other subjects that we will have to talk to MPC about doing some other work. But I think that this is the beginning. I think we need to do more recordings. We need to do more symposiums. The history of our people must not be silenced. You know, the history of our people needs to be told. We can't no longer depend on newspapers and media that tell the wrong stories, that tell slanted stories like they did about Tiburcio Vázquez and Joaquin Murrieta and, you know, many other people that were struggling for social change. So in the future, this is not the end. We will probably be doing some more of these kinds of things. I know we have one more symposium, but again, I want to thank Frank Silva, who is our technical person today.
Yes.
I want to thank MPC, all the faculty members that participated, the students and the staff. Thank you very much, everybody, for your participation, and we'll see you guys at the next symposium. Thank you very much.
Gracias, everybody. Have a safe trip, Paula. Have a safe trip. Gracias, Rebecca. Todos. Gracias, David. Gracias. Thank you to everybody. This brings us to our ending panel. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.